Chapter 2149 Metal Statue. The guardian spiders did not look as if they could spin silk, but the claws on the ends of their legs were sharper than any knife. Not even the armor of a marquis fighter could withstand blows from those. When the red spider emerged from the statue's mouth, it flew towards the battlers in an instant. 6 of its blade-like appendages came swiping down towards the intruders. Wuxia commanded the fighters to split up and scatter a little, and once clear of the spider's attack, they closed back in to surround the arachnid. They lifted their swords and struck the spider in perfect sync. But it was to no avail, as their swords simply bounced off with a loud clanging noise. They couldn't even scratch its body. "That big guy has to be a duke," Yuni shouted. Wuxia nodded in agreement, then drew his own sword. Yuni then ordered all of the Sky Palace students to strike a single spot on the spider. All their powers came against the creature like a rapid river. The target they had selected was its mouth. They managed to break its jaw, and when that occurred, the spider fell to the ground. Read latest chapters at List Novel. After a few more attacks, Han Sen and the others managed to bring an end to the wicked fiend. Because of their formation, however, Han Sen was unable to get in the last hit. After the red spider died, no more guardian spiders emerged to attack them. They quickly mopped up the last of the guardian spiders on the field. No one from Sky Palace was injured, but a few more of the demon had gotten torn up. Furthermore, it was Sky Palace that took care of the red spider. It looks like I need to hurry up and bring Ningyu here. I hope that he can develop here, Hansen thought to himself. Weird. With the power of the 3 races working together to kill the spiders, this should not have been that hard. Why are there loads of dead Buddhas and dragons here, and why wasn't there a single dead spider amongst them upon our entry? Yuni looked over one of the spider bodies and frowned. It's because we didn't touch the spiders. A voice resonated across the path from someplace at the back of the palace. Dragon 8 appeared with a few of the dragon and Buddha in tow. There was no sign of the destroyed, however. Things suddenly became very tense. The Sky Palace students readied themselves for a fight, but the Buddha and the dragons all seemed injured. There had been some serious fighting, from the looks of things. Do not worry. We are not your enemies now, Dragon 9 said from behind Dragon 8. Dragon 8, what do you mean? Khan couldn't see Dragon 9, and so he asked Dragon 8. Dragon 8 CDMLY said, the destroyed tricked us. They were familiar with this place already, and they knew some of its secrets. They lured us to dangerous parts of the city and got many of us killed. The destroyed then went deeper into the palace, and we have no idea what they are trying to accomplish. Amitba. And whatever it is they are planning, it doesn't look good to us. The destroyed don't seem to want us to get out of here alive and let others know what transpired here, a Buddha Marquis said. Are you saying the giant city is in some way related to the destroyed? I thought the break skies were the original inhabitants, Khan said skeptically. When we reached the back of the palace, we came across a statue with 3 heads and 6 arms. It was the exact depiction of the destroyed. If our assumptions are correct, the destroyed might once have been part of the break skies, Dragon 8 said. If that's true, then we're in serious trouble. We cannot leave the planet, and the destroyed will try to kill us all in order to keep their secrets. They aren't going to let us leave, Yuni said. Suddenly, a strange voice boomed through the hall. You guys are right. Don't even think about getting out alive. Since you're here, why not die here? The voice startled everyone. They looked around for a minute before they realized that it was actually the statue that was talking. As the metal statue spoke, its body began to move. The statue was previously in a sitting position, but when it stood up, its head broke through the ceiling. It swung a fist and cleared away half of the roof. Seeing the giant fist continuing down towards them, everyone moved to evade it. But the fist wasn't the real threat. When the roof above them was broken open, the dragonfly-looking xenogeniacs swarmed down through the opening. The entire place fell into chaos. The metal statue punched a few more times, and the palace was almost entirely demolished. Han Sen and the others tried slashing the metal statue, but the attacks barely scratched it. They decided to fall back from the palace through the cracks that had formed. But there were many dragonfly xenogeniacs buzzing through the air now, and that made their escape more difficult. While they were sprinting away, more explosions came from the ruins. Many giant metal statues rose out of the destruction and turned in their direction. Han Sen noticed that one of the metal statues was at least 1,000 meters tall. It had 3 heads and 6 arms, and it looked exactly like a destroyed. The 4 races were all in extreme danger. The metal xenogeniacs hounded them relentlessly. The metal statues were scary, too, as their strength was equivalent to a king. The metal statue that chased Han Sen opened its mouth wide and spat out fire like a geyser of hell's flames. Not too far away, there was an extravagant-looking blue giant. A godlight shone from its chest, casting a 50-meter-long beam that destroyed everything that it touched. The other giants released their own powers. Their eyes were shining red, and they were all headed for Han Sen and the others. The teams all started to feel their hope dwindle. Although there were many strong marquises around them, at the end of the day, they were just marquises. They could not fight the giant metal statues. Plus, there were metal dragonfly xenogeniacs all about. They wouldn't even have a chance to escape. Come over here. Han Sen realized that fighting would be useless, so he quickly gathered all the Sky Palace people to him. Yuya echoed Han Sen's command to all the members through the sword mark, in case they did not hear Han Sen's voice amidst the chaos. Many of the Sky Palace students came to Han Senator when Khan saw this. He brought his few remaining demons over as well. Dragon 8 and the Buddha followed, too. They tightened their formation and annihilated the nearby dragonfly xenogeniacs, but that hellfire-like power was on its way, and many other powers were coming for them, too. Escaping seemed impossible. Boom! The metal statue's fire engulfed them, but it did not incinerate them. Instead, a blue Bysema suddenly appeared. Han Sen and his people were inside it, shielded from the scary fires. When the fire touched the blue Bysema, the fire shattered. And then, the power of the other statues hit the Bysema. They exerted all their strength, but it was for naught. They could not break the Bysema. A dozen scary metal statues surrounded them. They loomed over the Bysema like hungry demons, staring at Han Sen and the other marquises inside. Chapter 2150 The Power That Comes from the Plane. Han Sen, I have heard your name before, but I certainly did not expect to see you here. The 3-headed, 6-armed statue stepped in front of the Bysema. The bird head in its center peered directly at Han Senator. It looked how a demon might, when staring at a defenseless baby in an abandoned stroller. To Han Sen and the others, the strength of the metal statues was awe-inspiring. They were completely surrounded. And of course, the dragonfly-like xenogeniacs were still flying about. There were too many of the insects to count, which made the situation of Han Sen's team completely depressing. Who are you? Han Sen asked, looking up at the giant 3-headed, 6-armed statue. My name is Klinsman of the Destroyed, the statue replied. As it spoke, the other statues stopped trying to attack. They merely stood where they were. I did not expect the Destroyed to be part of the Break Skies, Han Sen said coldly. Klinsman laughed and said, You are incorrect. The Destroyed are not a part of the Break Skies, as you suggest. We are the royalty of the Break Skies. Those stupid giants were just slaves with a few drops of our blood in their systems. We are the real Break Skies. So, this is the home of a deified Break Sky? Han Sen asked curiously. Klinsman laughed. I know you are merely stalling for time, but that is fine. The Destroyed control everything here. You cannot hope to run. After a brief pause, Klinsmann continued on to say, "This is the house of a deified break sky, and yes, it has been abandoned. The deified elite it once belonged to has long been missing. But the break sky dolls he left behind are enough for us to claim the entire metal world for ourselves. Those who are above the rank of marquises are not permitted entry, so our grip as rulers of this place is not challenged. This place will become the primary xenogenic space of the destroyed. And as for your place here," Klinsmann turned his metal bird head to stare at each of them. "If you people are willing to concede, the destroyed will welcome you as members of Metal World Society." "Klinsmann, I'm afraid I don't quite share your optimism," Hansen said thoughtfully. "What do you mean?" The woman's face, the face to the right of the bird head, turned toward him. Hansen looked around and said, "I have heard that before you came to this city, this place was already the site of a battle." "So what?" "Of course there was once a fight. Otherwise, why would it be a ruin?" the woman said. Hansen laughed and said, "Metal World's power is strong enough that outsiders cannot break through, and only marquises can be sent in to do research. That means the powers from the outside are unable to affect this place. But if that is so, why was there a fight dangerous enough to force a deified elite to abandon this place?" Klinsmann frowned. The man's face of the statue then spoke instead. "Perhaps the attacker broke through the power of Metal World and forced himself in. The same power that prohibited 5 of our elites from breaking through. If that deified elite did force his way through, do you really think the break skies could have escaped a being like that? And even if they ran, why would that elite take over Metal World and not lay a lasting claim on the place?" Hansen went on to say. "What do you mean?" the woman asked again. "If my assumptions are correct, the break skies didn't abandon this place because of enemies from beyond. Their greatest threat must have come from the planet itself." "What are you trying to say?" The statue next to Klinsmann looked annoyed. Hansen laughed and said, "The power that threatened the break skies, if it came from the planet, focused only on you. I doubt that it threatened anyone other than the break skies. If I were you, I wouldn't be so cocky. I might be thinking about running as far away as possible, actually. There is a high chance that you'll be killed well before us." "Nonsense. If there was a power like that, it would be long gone. If it exists, then why hasn't it shown up?" "Hansen, I admire your intelligence. I do not want to kill you. I am throwing you one last lifeline here. Concede, and I will stay my cruelty." The bird head smiled grimly. Hansen did not speak again. He merely focused on how he might get out of the situation they were in. The things he was telling Klinsmann weren't all a bluff. If the power that wiped out of the break skies truly did come from the planet, it wouldn't be extinguished so easily. After all the years that had passed, that power might still exist somewhere. "If you truly seek death, then I will grant your wish." Klinsmann commanded a dozen break sky statues to attack the Bicerna. The break sky dolls launched a variety of terrifying powers which converged on the demon bug Bicema. The blue Bicema trembled, and it looked ready to buckle and break. Hansen thought things were pretty dire. Each break sky doll had king-class power. If Hansen shrank the demon bug Bicema to shield just himself, its strength would be concentrated enough to withstand the force of his aggressors. Even if 10 kings attacked him, they'd be unable to penetrate its defense. But now, Hansen had his demon bug Bicema stretched to shield 100 Sky Palace students, and the demon, Buddha, and dragon as well. The defense was stretched thin, and thus, it was weakened. It couldn't protect them from a constant stream of attacks from a dozen dolls. Read latest chapters at List Novel. Seeing the Bicema quiver, they all knew it was going to break soon. And Hansen also knew they'd have to run. They couldn't stay where they were. Even if he kicked out the demon, Buddha, and dragon, the demon bug Bicema likely wouldn't be enough to keep the 100 marquises safe either. "Hansen, let us out. Perhaps some can survive that way, Dragon 8 shouted, knowing that the Bysema was about to break. Ba. We have to fight, a Buddha Marquis said. Khan frowned. His face kept flickering through a cycle of different emotions. He knew their situation was dire. Han Sen wished to say something, but just as he was about to speak, the earth began to shake like a huge earthquake was underway. And then, an enormous sinkhole opened in the city. The metal surface caved in, falling into the seemingly bottomless hole. The sound of explosions echoed up out of the hole, signaling that something big was coming. All of the Break Sky dolls stopped attacking Han Sen and turned their attention to the bottomless pit. The dragonfly xenogeneics all buzzed away. They flew straight out of the city, jostling each other in their panic. If there was a power that was able to force the deified Break Sky to abandon the planet, it would probably kill anything in its path. No way. I was right. Han Sen smiled wryly. The Break Sky dolls that were commanded by Klinsmann all took a step back. They peered at the giant hole. Published at 11th of April 2026 55 and 6 seconds AM Chapter 2151, 2151 Chapter 2151 1 byte, one child sponsored content. They waited a while, but nothing rushed out of the pit. And gradually, the sounds of explosions became less and less frequent. As everyone was still staring in confusion, their eyes drifted to the side of the pit. A small white paw with metal claws had risen just over the edge. The claws looked ferociously sharp, but the paw was only the size of a baby's hand, though. The small paw felt around for a grip on some surface. When it grasped the ground and started hauling itself up, a white metal face became visible. Its eyes were circular, and the skin looked like the skin of a lotus. When it emerged fully from the pit, everyone was able to get a good look at it. The little white beast looked sort of similar to a pangolin. With the tail included, it probably wasn't more than a meter long. Compared to the metal statues around it, the white metal beast looked like an ant. After the little beast pulled itself onto the surface, its chubby body waddled toward them. It was not fast, though. And its tail and its butt shook like a baby's bottom. Han Sen looked at the beast with visible confusion. It might have looked like a pangolin, but it wasn't exactly like a pangolin. Han Sen thought of a creature that looked even more similar to it. Metal Eater. Han Sen remembered the Metal Eater he once adopted. This creature was a little smaller than the Metal Eater he had befriended, but other than that, it looked incredibly similar. Considering that this planet is formed wholly of metal, this might indeed be a Metal Eater. But that being said, its size suggests that it is a baby. Perhaps there is an adult one hiding in the cave. Han Sen thought with worry. Sponsored content. Although this creature might not have been the exact same species as the one Han Sen had encountered in the sanctuaries, it was definitely the same type. The metal critter seemed quite confident as it waddled its way toward the feet of one of the metal statues. Grab it! Klinsmann barked to his fellow metal statues. He was thinking similar thoughts to Han Sen. If the beast was the child of something far more dangerous lurking elsewhere, he wanted to capture it immediately. Doing so might prove useful. The destroyed that controlled the nearest metal statue heard Klinsmann's order. He immediately moved the statue to pick up the little beast. That beast was small and slow. The giant statue looked like it would have difficulty picking up the little creature without pulverizing it. As the enormous hand came down to grab the creature, it stared up at the hand helplessly. But before the big hand landed, the critter opened its mouth. At that moment, everyone's eyes opened wide. Even Han Sen's. He had seen many scary creatures in his lifetime, and he had seen many animals devour others, but he had never seen a creature behave like this. The little thing was so small, but when it opened its mouth, the head became extremely large. The entire creature turned into a gigantic metal mouth. Its throat looked like a dark abyss. The statue was a few hundred meters tall, but the tiny creature ate the statue in a single bite. The sight was incredibly disturbing. It was more shocking than an ant eating an elephant. But it happened, with no applause or fanfare. That metal statue vanished into the mouth, taking its destroyed pilot along with it. Sponsored content: 1 bite. It was just 1 bite. The little metal fiend swallowed and burped happily, and nasty chills started to run down the spines of everyone assembled there. Even the destroyed that were controlling the metal statues for Klinsmann were rattled. The little beast licked its lips with a long tongue, then looked at another of the metal statues that were near it. It jumped forward. "Kill it!" Klinsmann shouted. He controlled a statue with 3 heads and 6 arms, and he used it to unleash 3 different lights to attack the metal fiend. The other metal statues also moved to attack the creature. Waves of fire and ice came shooting out of the metal statues to repel the beast. The little creature's body was suddenly wrapped up in a transparent shield. The shield intercepted the oncoming attacks and completely nullified them. They didn't even rattle the transparent shield. In a flurry of sparks, their attempted attacks fizzled away. Metal Eater. It is a Metal Eater. When Han Sen saw that shield, he received the final confirmation he needed that this creature was a Metal Eater. The powers they possessed were way too similar. The Metal Eaters from the sanctuary could produce shields just like that. While the shield of Han Sen's Metal Eater had been much weaker, the similarities between the two were obvious. Catcha. Sponsored content: the little beast ran toward the nearest metal statue, and its originally amusing waddle had now become quite sinister. Again, it opened its mouth and swallowed the entire metal statue before the destroyed inside had a chance to flee. It was difficult to imagine how a beast so small could swallow a metal statue that was the size of a mountain. All the marquises watched in terror. The metal statues had king-class strength, but they were getting swallowed one at a time. Despite the critter's small stature, it had to be deified. "Run!" Han Sen shouted as he switched off his Bicema. All the marquises rushed to escape the city. In front of a creature like that, the marquises didn't stand a snowball's chance in hell. Their only option was to run. Few humans would pay enough attention to kill an ant deliberately. Hopefully, the beast was only interested in the Break Sky doll, not smaller creatures. It was the marquis's only chance of getting away. Han Sen kept running, looking over his shoulder as he went. The little beast's body was protected by its shield again. It was traveling between the metal statues. The statues disappeared one after another. It made Han Sen think, 1 bite, 1 child. Although those metal statues were as big as mountains, before the metallic creature, they were like children. 1 bite really was enough to end any of them. Han Sen was merely hoping that the metal beast was not interested in beings as small and weak as the members of his team. If it did have a taste for them, it was game over. Their only hope was that the Metal Eater would stay occupied with the statues. Klinsmann and the others were in shock. They had now realized that what Han Sen had said was true. The deified Break Sky might really have been afraid of this being. If it was able to scare off a deified elite, who knew what abilities the little creature truly held? Without hesitation, Klinsmann turned around and started to run away. He also called on the destroyed to do the same. But it was too late. The little critter 1 bite, 1 child, didn't take long to finish up the rest of the statues. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Tip: you can use left, right, A and D keyboard keys to browse between chapters. Note: please download the sponsor's game to support us. Published at 11th of April 2026, 55 and 6 seconds AM. Chapter 2152, 2152 Disastrous Luck. Sponsored content. Klinsmann was very smart. He hastily removed himself from the Break Sky doll to ensure his own survival when the construct was swallowed. But when Klinsmann was still in the air, the little beast's tongue flew out and snared Klinsmann, then jerked him back into its mouth. Klinsmann didn't even have a chance to scream. Han Sen had thought the break sky dolls would stall the metal beast, buying the Marquises enough time to escape from the metal city. When he looked back, though, he saw that all of them had already been destroyed. Han Sen became particularly glum when he noticed that the metal beast was now coming after them. The body of the critter was quite chubby, and it had originally looked like some sort of modern art sculpture forged of metal. Not now, though. Now, it looked like a demon that wanted their blood. Seeing it head their way, everyone felt a huge chill run down their spines. "Spread out and scatter," Khan shouted, before turning to flee in a different direction. The other races also realized that splitting up was their best option. They had to escape, but if they all ran together, the beast could swallow all of them in a single bite. By spreading out, there was a chance some of them could survive. Yui used his sword marks to inform all the Sky Palace students of the directive to scatter. The crew split up into 10 different teams. Han Sen's team had 9 people. He glanced over his shoulder again, and his face turned black. The little beast was wiggling its bum after his team. F***CK. I can't be this unlucky. There are so many Marquises here, so why is it choosing us? Han Sen felt as if his luck was worse than it had ever been. Sponsored content, that thing that could eat the break sky dolls as if they were a light snack, so Han Sen's demon bug by Sima probably wouldn't do much to stop it. He would die no matter what. Read more new novels on List Novel. Spread out. Han Sen had no choice but to dissolve his team. He wanted to ensure the survival of as many of his people as he could. The metal beast seemed to be toying with them, though. It wasn't coming at them at its full speed. If it had, it would have caught them already. The Sky Palace students received the command and scattered, splitting up to go in different directions. Han Sen turned his head to look at the Metal Eater once again, and his face grew bleak. The fiend was still chasing after him and him alone. Next time, I'm not cooperating with anyone. This is some really disastrous luck. There are a few hundred people here from various races. I'm neither the biggest nor the prettiest. So, what did I do wrong to draw so much of this creature's ire? Han Sen summoned the red cloud and held Bauer tight. He jumped onto the mount and ordered it to flee. The red cloud's tail was like an exhaust plume of red mist. It moved like red light, and its speed was much greater than that of most dukes. But the little beast was able to catch up easily, and it was getting very close. Why don't you go for the slower ones? Why me? Han Sen felt very depressed right about now. As the creature approached, Han Sen actually had no idea what to do. Luckily, the beast didn't seem to be in a hurry to eat him. It was more like a cat trying to catch a mouse. It allowed him to stay ahead as it chased him. Sponsored content. Seeing that Han Sen was getting close to escaping the giant metal god city, though, the creature decided to speed up. It opened its devilish mouth. It didn't need to get close to swallow Han Sen, as its tongue could capture him with ease. Dong! In a last-ditch effort, Han Sen summoned his demon bug by Sima to block the critter's tongue attack. Fortunately, the beast had only used its tongue to strike, as the Bysema shook and made a creaking sound. It sounded as if it was on the verge of breaking. Han Sen felt a chill. Since the beast hadn't been able to catch Han Sen with its tongue, it opened its big mouth. Han Sen felt as if the sky was covered by that mouth. He wiped his sword mark away and fired up his blood pulse sutra. Then, Bauer sucked the red cloud back into the gourd, and they traveled back to the sanctuaries. He appeared back in his home in the Alliance. He patted Bauer on the shoulder and sighed. It is very lucky I was able to survive. But if I cannot exit the metal world, I will be unable to return to the Geno universe proper. Should I go back there from a gate in the sanctuaries? If I do, I will end up in the barren system. Han Sen knew this would be a worse choice than returning straight to the metal world. The metal world had only one scary enemy, but there would be far more than just one in the barren system. Sponsored content, we will have to wait. Hopefully, when we get back, the monster will have lost interest in me and returned to the pit it emerged from. Then, I will leave the giant metal god's city and escape metal world. Han Sen tried to comfort himself. But Han Sen then thought, that beast should be the same type of creature as my own metal eater. I wonder if their language is the same. Maybe I can take Metal Eater there to negotiate with the metal beast. Perhaps we can work something out, so I will be able to leave. After thinking of this, Han Sen took Bauer with him to see Metal Eater. Metal Eater lived in an abandoned warehouse. Han Sen would have liked the Metal Eater to stay with him, but the little guy was stubborn to remain with metal. Han Sen frequently filled the warehouse up with steel, and out of all that steel, the Metal Eater had made a home. He also ate an abundance of it. Luckily, Han Sen was ridiculously rich. One of the Metal Eater's bites could bankrupt an ordinary family forever. Metal Eater had been practicing the ability Consume, which Han Sen had brought back to the sanctuaries with him. Its metallic body was becoming black. Right now, Metal Eater was sleeping on a bed of raw steel. It was like a dragon sleeping atop its trove of treasure. It wasn't too big, only about 2 meters long in total. Perhaps it was because it had practiced Consume, but it looked smaller than it used to. When Han Sen entered the warehouse, Metal Eater got up from its slumber. It ran over to Han Sen's legs and used its tongue to lick them. Han Sen stroked Metal Eater's head but felt an uncomfortable pang of guilt. After Han Sen kidnapped the creature, it had lost all contact with others of its same kind. And then, after he brought it to the Alliance, he knew Metal Eater would never see its old friends again. And Han Sen didn't even bother spending time with it. It could only look for the creatures around the warehouse when it needed someone to talk to. But its personality was very quiet. It liked to spend much of its time asleep atop plates of steel. It didn't talk much. Metal Eater looked like the metal beast, though. Aside from its color and size, they were a 90% match. If I really cannot escape Metal World, I can take Metal Eater to speak with the metal beast. It won't be a noble, so I can always bring it back to the sanctuary. There is no need for me to worry about its safety there, Han Sen thought to himself. He was going to take Metal Eater for a walk first, but it didn't like the prospect. It returned to sleep upon the steel. Han Sen stopped in on the other creatures around the warehouse, then took some time to look over the collection that he kept there. He saw he had collected many things in recent years. One of the most important items of his collection was the body of the gold raven baby, but when he looked for it, he found that it had disappeared. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Tip: you can use left, right, A and D keyboard keys to browse between chapters. Note: please download the sponsor's game to support us. Published at 12th of April 2028 45 and 6 seconds AM Chapter 2153, 2153 Chapter 2153 Being eaten. How could it have vanished? Han Sen mumbled in confusion. Sponsored content: the Sun Raven was a baby, but it was a deified creature from the Geno universe. Its deified genes were so stable that Han Sen was unable to absorb them. It would be pointless for a creature in the Alliance to steal it. On top of that, that entire place belonged to Han Sen. Many scary creatures lived there, and they could take over the entire Alliance if he wanted them to. Who would dare to steal anything from him? Han Sen wouldn't make the mistake of forgetting where he had put the body, but he didn't think it had been stolen either. It was too large to move easily anyway. When Han Sen first got the Sun Raven body, he had been unable to absorb it. So, he had kept it inside the warehouse for safekeeping. Over the past 2 years, he hadn't looked at it once. With so much time having gone by, he didn't even know when it had gone missing. Han Sen used his Dongxian aura to scan the area, but there was no trace of the bird's body. Its body was very solid, and by all accounts, it should have left behind some sort of sign. Fortunately, the warehouse was equipped with cameras. Han Sen headed for a control room where he could view the camera feeds, but suddenly, Bauer leaped off of Han Sen's shoulders and ran to a specific corner of the warehouse. Han Sen quickly understood that Bauer had found something, and so he followed after her. Bauer had gone to a wooden crate. She climbed atop it and looked inside. Han Sen recalled that the crate had been used to store barrels of wine that Ji Yanran had bought. They had been produced on a famous vineyard planet, but since the wine required a rare ingredient that the makers could no longer obtain, the wine's production had ceased. Ji Yanran had taken the crates there to collect what she could. They did not drink together very often, and so they were just kept in storage when not needed. The open crate was evidence that someone had been there. Sponsored content, and on top of that, a few other crates were open as well. There really has been a theft. Han Sen moved over to Bauer and inspected the crates. Han Sen saw a tall black barrel that had also been opened. It had been drained of the wine it previously contained, but when Han Sen looked inside, he saw the last thing he expected to see. There was not a single drop of alcohol remaining, but at the bottom of the container was a fist-sized egg. Its shell was red, and it looked very beautiful. Han Sen used his Dongxian aura to scan the item, and from the red egg, he could discern something that felt very familiar. He could tell that it belonged to the little red bird that used to follow Bauer around. After thinking about this, Han Sen realized he hadn't seen or heard much about the little bird over the past couple of years. He had been too busy, and the bird tended to follow Bauer anyway, so he hadn't spared it much attention. Han Sen picked up the egg from the empty keg, and after a keener inspection, he was able to tell that it did indeed contain a presence that belonged to the little red bird. Weird. Why would it be here? And why would it become an egg? Han Sen wondered about this, and then he looked at Bauer. Bauer shook her head, indicating that she had no clue either. Sponsored content. The little red bird had a strange history. When they first found it, it was in the Phoenix Nirvana. It had been in its sunfish form at the time, but when it left the water of the pool, it transformed into a little red bird. It was certainly a strange creature. Because the little red bird did not have attacking power, Han Sen quickly stopped paying attention to it. He allowed Bauer to keep the thing as a pet. Now that the little red bird had come to the warehouse, and it had apparently drained an entire barrel of wine and turned into an egg, it all seemed rather strange. Han Sen brought the egg that the little red bird had become to the security room. He had 3 years of footage to peruse, and so he started watching them on fast forward. After a while, Han Sen saw motion on the monitor. Around 2 years ago, not long after he brought the sun raven's body to the warehouse, the little red bird flew in and began eating it. Although Han Sen had been unable to refine the sun raven's body, the little red bird munched on it with no problem. But it had only been able to eat a small amount of it each time. The little bird was like a woodpecker, and after a whole year of nibbling, the entire body was consumed. As it ate the sun raven's body, the little red bird underwent a metamorphosis that changed its body continually over the course of the year. Eventually, its body became a red crystal that burned with a constant flame. After the little red bird ate the entire sun raven's body, it flew towards one of the crates and opened it, then pulled the top off a barrel. The little guy splashed down into the alcohol and became a little red fish. The fire that enveloped it was extinguished, but the heat must have vaporized the alcohol inside. Within a few minutes, the barrel was as dry as a bone. Sponsored content. And then, the little red bird came out of the egg. It went into each and every barrel and did the same, ruining the whole supply of alcohol. After the little red bird reached the final barrel, it hadn't emerged again until Han Sen came along and took it. D*mn. What is this thing? It ate the sun raven and evolved. Han Sen looked at the egg in his hand in shock. Han Sen was unable to refine the deified body, so it was difficult to imagine how the little red bird had done so. Whatever. I couldn't refine the body, anyway. I just hope that whatever it becomes will be something of moderate usefulness. Ultimately, Han Sen decided to put the red egg back. Han Sen did not know what it might take for the creature to successfully incubate, but if it had selected that place by its own volition, then that was probably the best bet. Han Sen rested at home for the next few days. He didn't return to the metal world just yet. He did, however, worry about Yuya. Unfortunately, there was nothing he could do about that right now. He only hoped that the others had found safety after escaping the giant metal city. Han Sen held Han Linger while Bauer sat next to him. The three of them watched movies and ate snacks. Han Linger was holding a milk bottle which she drank from, just like Bauer used to do when she was younger. Ji Yanran returned from the company and its business, and there, she saw Han Sen and Bauer asleep on the couch. Han Linger was asleep atop Han Sen with a pacifier in her mouth. There were snacks and toys everywhere. Seriously? This is how you choose to be a father? Ji Yanran complained, but she did so with a light-hearted smile. She didn't wake them up either. She draped a blanket across them and tidied up. 4 days later, Han Sen went back to the warehouse where Metal Eater resided. He planned on taking Metal Eater with him now, in the hopes that he could negotiate with the metal beast if he encountered it again. Just in case, Han Sen summoned the dragon wings on his back and the dragon wings attached to his ears. If something went wrong, he could teleport away with Metal Eater and gain enough space to escape back to the sanctuaries again. Being alive was more important than anything else. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Tip: you can use left, right, A and D keyboard keys to browse between chapters. Note: please download the sponsors game to support us. Published at 12th of April 2028 45 and 6 seconds AM Chapter 2154, 2154 Chapter 2154 The meeting of two metal beasts. After completing his preparations, Han Sen brought Bauer and Metal Eater to the metal world. Sponsored content. After they arrived, Han Sen didn't waste time looking around for a threat. He grabbed Bauer and Metal Eater in a hurry and teleported away from the area. Fortunately, his greatest worries were unfounded. The little metal beast wasn't waiting to attack him on his return. But when Han Sen had a look around, depression sank into him. The worst scenario might not have transpired, but that didn't mean his arrival had gone unnoticed. Rather than returning to the pit it had emerged from, as Han Sen wished, the metal beast was sleeping atop a ruin constructed of rubble as if it were a mountain. Han Sen's teleportation had roused the metal beast. It got up and looked at Han Sen. D***M it. If I knew this would happen, I wouldn't have teleported. I should have snuck away. Han Sen groused. Upon seeing Han Sen, the metal beast stood up. But then, when it noticed Metal Eater, its eyes widened. Han Sen's Metal Eater looked at the metal beast with equal amounts of curiosity. The black and white metal beasts stared at each other. It worked. Han Sen was happy. The white metal beast stared at the other for a while. It squealed at Metal Eater. It seemed to be saying something, but Han Sen had no clue what. At the very least, it didn't sound threatening. Metal Eater wriggled out of Han Sen's arms and dropped onto the ground. Then, it made some noise at the white metal beast in return. Sponsored content. The white metal beast made another sound and ran towards Metal Eater. This made Han Sen nervous, of course. He wanted to grab Metal Eater and run for it, but Metal Eater was actually running at the white metal beast instead. Han Sen knew that Metal Eater wasn't a terribly smart creature, but it could sense danger. It wouldn't allow itself to fall into harm. So, Han Sen shelved his plan to teleport away and watched the pair keenly. The black and white metal beasts came together. They looked at each other. Metal Eater was much larger than the white metal beast, but its power was much weaker. That was an aspect of their meeting that worried Han Sen. Bzzzt. The two metal beasts both cast their shields. The white metal beast's shield was transparent, but Metal Eater's shield was infused with the power of consume. Because of this, it was a bit darker. The white metal beast circled Metal Eater and gave it a sniff. Are they talking in code? Han Sen was very worried. He was worried that the white metal beast might discover that Metal Eater wasn't the same kind. Or maybe it would attack Metal Eater because the sanctuary creature was too weak to compare. The white metal beast circled around Metal Eater some more, and eventually, it jumped. Han Sen's heart almost froze. And just as he was about to move and save Metal Eater, he realized that the white metal beast was actually jumping towards the pit it had initially emerged from. Sponsored content. Metal Eater didn't move. It looked in the direction that the white metal beast had disappeared. A cold sweat had gathered on Han Sen's forehead. If the white metal beast wished to kill Metal Eater, he didn't know if he had what it took to save his companion. Good, but what exactly happened? Did they recognize each other? Or do they just need to talk some more? Han Sen's heart was oscillating at a number of different speeds. Sometimes faster, sometimes slower. While Han Sen was still deep in thought, the white metal beast returned from its hole. Its fat body came waddling over to Metal Eater. Han Sen saw that the white metal beast was holding a metal branch about the length of a man's arm. The branch contained a few metallic fruits. The white metal beast moved over to Metal Eater and placed the branch directly in front of him. Metal Eater showed no reaction to it, so the white metal beast walked closer to its alternate self and made some loud sniffing noises. Metal Eater lowered its head, rolled its tongue out, and gobbled up one of the fruits. When the white metal beast saw Metal Eater consume one of the fruits, it merrily ran around it. It stood next to Metal Eater and used its body to rub against the larger creature. It looked very happy. Metal Eater ate a few more of those metallic fruits, and its body began to shine. Then, Metal Eater released a strange substance. It became a geno-armament to envelope its body, then melted back inside the creature. Sponsored content. Is it going to become a baron? Han Sen was as surprised as he was delighted. Han Sen was happy that the white metal beast had given Metal Eater a metallic fruit that was obviously some good stuff, but he was surprised that Metal Eater was becoming a baron. Now it couldn't return to the sanctuary without being harmed. But a metal world like this is far more suitable for it. It won't have to stay in the warehouse all alone, Han Sen thought to himself. The white metal beast appeared to guard Metal Eater while it made the change to become a baron. It stared at Han Sen and Bauer as if they were thieves. You are the outsider here, it seemed to be saying. Han Sen felt awkward. Metal Eater's evolution appeared to go well. Its form grew darker and smaller, but its body looked more metallic than ever. Seeing Metal Eater's successful evolution, the white metal beast happily licked Metal Eater's cheek. It was definitely a sign of affection. Han Sen became concerned, though. If he wasn't certain Metal Eater was a male, he would think that the white metal beast was looking for someone to mate with. Metal Eater is male. If the white metal beast is female, then they can mate. But the white metal beast is so strong. God knows how long it's been alive for. Isn't it a bit too old for my Metal Eater? Han Sen looked at them strangely. The very lovely scene, in Han Sen's eyes, became vaguely ominous. Metal Eater was very quiet, unlike the white metal beast that was so active. The white metal beast had spoken a few times, but it had received a response only once. But even so, the white metal beast was very happy. It returned to the hole and provided Metal Eater with even more of its metallic fruits. *T. Is that thing hitting on my Metal Eater? If that is the case, a sacrifice might have to be made. Whether or not we can escape Metal World depends on you, Metal Eater. Work your charms. Han Sen encouraged Metal Eater. But quite clearly, Metal Eater did not understand what it was being told. All it did was munch on the fruit the white metal beast had brought it. It was so lazy that it didn't even speak. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Tip: you can use left, right, A and D keyboard keys to browse between chapters. Note: please download the sponsor's game to support us. Published at 13th of April 2025, 35 and 7 seconds AM. Chapter 2155, 2155. Chapter 2155. Han Sen's guest-sponsored content. Font big, middle, small. Previous index. Next, add bookmarks. Wuxia watched the developing red storm, his frown sinking deep into the lines of his face. 4 days ago, they had managed to escape from the Metal City because that horrifying metal beast had gone after Han Sen. The creature had followed Han Sen long enough for the rest of them to clear the city. They continued fleeing frantically across the land, but they eventually realized that the metal beast had no interest in leaving the city to capture them. They had, however, lost all contact with Han Sen. And Han Sen was their leader. The elders had instructed them to look after Han Sen and ensure no harm befell him. But now, it was game over. That monster had managed to eat king-class elites for a light snack, so there was a very high probability that Han Sen was a dead man. Ugh! There is no point in worrying about this now. Unless we find a way to escape this place ourselves, we are all going to die here. In that case, we wouldn't even be able to report what happened here. Wuxia ended with a sigh. The Buddha, dragon, and demon had stayed together. After the fighting, those 3 races put together still had fewer people than the Sky Palace team. So, there was a big power gap between them. But they were all in the same boat now, and they all had to find a way to leave. The more people that could leave, the better. Wuxia had no interest in bullying anyone anymore. Sponsored Content Con and the others weren't dumb. They knew Sky Palace was in control of the situation now, and Wuxia was the leader for the time being. They had no plans to stir up trouble. But they couldn't figure out a way to escape from the metal world. They were well and truly trapped. The environment of the metal world was awful. All the creatures were made of metal, so there was no local source of food for them. Although they still had some supplies, it'd only be a matter of time before they died. Han Sen's Metal Eater was definitely playing hard to get. The white metal beast kept trying to please it by being as friendly as possible. Metal Eater didn't respond much, but Han Sen could still tell that it was happy to have found a partner. Han Sen and Bauer were given some goodies, too. Han Sen and Bauer could not eat the metallic fruits, but the white metal beast did give them something to drink. It probably did that on behalf of Metal Eater. Han Sen drank some of that fluid, and he noticed that it seemed to resonate with a sort of power. It immediately began to improve his genes. The white metal beast stayed close to Metal Eater, and it kept rubbing Metal Eater with its head. It confused Han Sen a great deal. The creatures in the sanctuaries had the genes of the Geno universe. Han Sen knew that the crystallizers had brought many of the Geno universe's creatures to the sanctuaries for research. That was how many of the creatures in the sanctuaries had been created. Sponsored Content But Stay Up Late also told him that the crystallizers only did all that to improve the blood of the crystallizers themselves. All the genes that they researched they intended to combine with their own race in one way or another. The crystallizers had the same power as a high race in the Geno universe, but they had to rely on their technology for that power. Eventually, they challenged another high race and were destroyed. At that point, would they have possessed enough power to take the genes of all those creatures to the sanctuaries? Especially in their weakened state, the crystallizers shouldn't have been able to beat the genes of creatures like the little red bird, golden growler, and metal eater. And there were many creatures with such blood in the sanctuaries. Han Sen could not imagine how the crystallizers might have accomplished all of this. Stay Up Late said that the crystallizers did not build the sanctuaries. Apparently, they already existed before the crystallizers stumbled across them. Since the entrance to the sanctuaries lies with Sacred, is Sacred responsible for creating the sanctuaries? Han Sen thought to himself. Han Sen thought that had to be correct. From the stories he had heard, only Sacred had once possessed the sort of power necessary to collect the genes of so many powerful creatures. The crystallizers couldn't have done it. Plus, Sacred existed before the crystallizers, which fit with what Stay Up Late had told him. The crystallizers must have found the sanctuaries at a later date and modified them. So maybe the sanctuaries were built by Sacred, but why? Why were they throwing powerful genes into the sanctuaries? What creatures were born in the sanctuaries? What was sent there? Sponsored content. The Nine Life Cat was linked to Sacred somehow, and he was able to go in and out of the sanctuaries as he pleased. It looked like Nine Life Cat himself was researching the people of the sanctuaries. And at some point in the past, an event transpired that resulted in the ruin and dissolution of Sacred. A strong faction was suddenly reduced to dust and echoes. Sacred became a barren system, and somehow, the crystallizers stumbled onto another way to enter the sanctuaries, claim them, and modify them. When their race was almost destroyed, the remaining crystallizers sought refuge in the sanctuaries and continued their research on genes. What Han Sen couldn't determine was whether the crystallizers conducted all their research by themselves, or if they carried on with the research left behind by Sacred. But all of this was just theory devised by Han Sen. Nothing could be taken as fact. Only that old cat can answer the questions I have, Han Sen thought with frustration. Everything hinged on Sacred and that hated cat. Han Sen lacked the power to get in and explore the barren system, so for now, he couldn't learn the truth. As Han Sen was lost in thought, Metal Eater approached. It warbled at Han Sen and then looked towards the hole. The white metal beast stood beside the pit and seemed to be indicating that they should enter. Metal Eater went first, and Han Sen followed with Bauer. He wanted to see what the nest of a deified creature might look like. The entrance to the hole was massive, but its walls sloped down like a huge funnel, becoming narrower as it went. At the bottom was another cave that was about 1 meter wide. The white metal beast and Metal Eater entered it, with Han Sen and Bauer following. Han Sen thought it was a cave, but when he looked down, he froze. How can this be here? Han Sen stared, having a difficult time believing his eyes. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Tip: you can use left, right, A and D keyboard keys to browse between chapters. Note: please download the sponsor's game to support us. Published at 13th of April 2025, 40 and 6 seconds AM. Chapter 2156, 2156. Chapter 2156. Warehouse. Sponsored content. Beneath the pit, there was a space that was reminiscent of a warehouse. Inside that space, Han Sen saw many giant metal cubes sitting in lines. They looked like storage containers, but they were bigger than the sort of boxes you'd expect to find in a warehouse. When Han Sen got closer, he realized that each cube was covered in giant handprints. He had seen one of these metallic cubes before in Narrow Moon. The blue metal cube the rebate had retrieved from the Ligu ruins looked just like the boxes he was seeing now. When that blue metallic cube was opened, it released a collection of blue-gold demon bugs. They assaulted Narrow Moon, dealing great damage to the system. And while that was bad, Han Sen had managed to obtain his demon bug by Sima through the ordeal, which had saved his life numerous times already. That entire scenario, and the subsequent results, were an affair Han Sen would never forget. Han Sen counted 24 cubes sitting in front of him. The cube he had seen before was entirely blue, but 12 of these were gold and 12 of them were green. And while the symbols upon the two types were similar to each other, they were different from engravings on the blue cube. Also, each cube seemed to have its own unique set of handprints. If the handprints were passwords, then each cube had a special password. Sponsored content: Are the Ligu ruins connected to the Break Skies? If so, then the Break Skies have many bloodlines, Hansen thought to himself. Hansen wasn't worried about the demon bug cubes opening, though. They wouldn't unfurl unless the password was punched in, and even if they did open up, the demon bugs wouldn't stand a chance against the white metal beast that had led them there. Speaking of the white metal beast, it moved between two cubes. Hansen followed, with Bauer held tightly in his arms. As they traveled by the giant cubes, Hansen stumbled across many dead metallic xenogeneics, metallic fruits, and metallic plants. It really did seem to be the home of the white metal beast. Not too far away was a number of transparent tanks that were each as big as an oil truck. Some of the tanks were empty, whereas 5 of them were full to the brim with a transparent liquid. Hansen took a look and quickly concluded that it was the very same liquid he and Bauer had been gifted by the white metal beast earlier on. The transparent tanks all had a name written on them, spelled out in the common language of the Geno universe. They each read, Metal Xenogeneic Fluid. The text also went on to explain the effects that the liquid would have after consumption. If metallic creatures drank that liquid, they would turn into xenogeneics immediately. If a metal xenogeneic drank it, the liquid would make them stronger. There were a few hundred of those canisters, but the white metal beast appeared to have already drunk most of them. There were only 5 left, and one of them was not as full as it could have been. The critter must have been actively drinking from that one. Sponsored content: The white metal beast directed Metal Eater to eat more of its metallic fruit. The creature also encouraged Metal Eater to drink the metal xenogeneic fluid. As the Metal Eater ambled over, Hansen brought out 2 cups. He dipped the cups into the metal xenogeneic fluid and filled them up, with one for Bauer and one for himself. The cells inside him underwent strange changes when he drank the liquid. Hansen quickly fired up the story of genes to refine the metal xenogeneic fluid. The story of genes was finally growing, and this made him incredibly happy. Hansen walked around the warehouse and came across something strange. It must have been something left behind by the Break Skies, but Hansen couldn't quite tell what it was. Neither could he tell how to make use of it. He could see bite marks on it where the white metal beast had bitten off chunks. He supposed it could have been a food of sorts. The warehouse was mostly composed of metal, and it appeared that the metal cubes were the only things that the white metal beast hadn't been gnawing on. Hansen felt unnerved by this fact, though. He curiously pondered why the white metal beast had decided not to eat the demon bug cubes. Hansen got close to the metal cubes and realized that the outside of each cube was covered by a layer of something. It looked almost like a sheet of rubber or wax, but it was transparent and very thin. Hansen had to use the Dongxian Sutra to see it properly. I wonder if I can talk to the white metal beast. After opening the metal cube, he might be able to eat the bugs inside, and leave me a half-dead demon bug king. Perhaps I could even snag myself another demon bug king beast soul. Hansen pondered this. Hansen tried to think of a way that he could communicate with the white metal beast. They did not speak the same language, so it wasn't as if they could really speak to each other. So, he ended up settling for exaggerated gestures. He came to learn that the white metal beast was not fond of the metal cubes because of their smell, and it really wasn't fond of that outer layer. The creature wouldn't dare bite the cubes with that layer still on. Sponsored content: And furthermore, Hansen's power wouldn't be enough to remove the layer by brute force. If he wanted to open the metal cube, he would have to activate the password by palming the prints in the correct order. Figuring out the password won't be difficult, but I will have to talk to the white metal beast first, Hansen thought. Hansen wasn't in a rush, though. He walked around the warehouse, and on its other side, he actually found something that was not metallic. There were books that had been stored inside a metal box. The white metal beast had chewed up the metal box, leaving the books spread across the area. The books seemed to be made of plastic rather than paper or cloth, but the material was much stronger than actual plastic. Han Sen tried burning them, but they appeared to have no reaction to the touch of flame. The box had originally contained 6 books, but each of the books was the size of a small house. They must have belonged to the original inhabitants, the Break Skies. Han Sen had to fly up to see what was written on them. The 6 books were named Break 6 Skies. It was a Geno art belonging to the Break Skies. Han Sen was interested in a Break Skies Geno art. He started reading over it, and he was able to determine that it was a fairly violent technique. It employed an impact upon a gene's substance to create an explosion. Every hit was able to create an explosion that was stronger than the initial impact. From what he could tell, though, the Geno art was way too dangerous. The explosions would harm everyone, even the user, so you could blow yourself up if you weren't careful. That was 2F** King Cruel. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Tip: you can use left, right, A and D keyboard keys to browse between chapters. Note: please download the sponsor's game to support us. Published at 14th of April 2025 30 and 7 seconds AM Chapter 2157, 2157 Chapter 2157 Break 6 Skies Sponsored content. It is very violent, but I must admit I do like the concept. Han Sen quickly memorized all the content of the Break 6 Skies he had just read, and he made plans to learn and practice it when he found the time. It was such a violent Geno art that it could easily be used to challenge enemies that were a higher level than he was. Still, it did seem particularly difficult to learn. It was a very rough and visceral Geno art, but wielding it required a lot of precise skill. The difficulty level was definitely up there with Sky Palace's Suppress Evil. As an analogy, the Geno art was like a human nuke. Even if the user understood the principles of how it worked, trying to make use of it without blowing yourself up was a difficult feat to achieve. Han Sen was not worried about the level of precision required, of course. And he had his Dongxian Sutra. With that, he could control any substance. That made it far easier for him to practice other skills than it would be for any other person or creature. Even so, training this skill would require a lot of time. He currently had a lot of other skills to practice, and he wasn't even in the mood to start, so he wasn't going to do anything with it just yet. Han Sen looked around the warehouse some more, but he didn't find anything else that was half as interesting. He eventually returned his focus to the metal cubes. He started talking with the white metal beast, despite the fact that there was a rather severe language barrier. Han Sen put in a lot of effort to overcome it, and he used Metal Eater as bait to entice the metal beast to cooperate with him. Han Sen was eventually able to confirm that the white metal beast would leave him the half-dead, half-deified demon bug king. Upon settling on that, Han Sen went over to one of the metal cubes. Sponsored content: the white metal beast had eaten the demon bugs before. The only thing it didn't like was the layer atop the cubes. When Han Sen asked the white metal beast to leave an ordinary demon bug xenogenic gene for him, he was met with a stern refusal. That wouldn't be allowed, and even making Metal Eater seduce the white metal beast did not change its mind. So, Han Sen gave up on that prospect. 24 Demon Bug Kings. I should be able to get a Demon Bug King beast soul, for sure. Just one is all I need. Han Sen thought to himself as he stood before a gold metal cube. The handprint pattern passwords of the Breakski's gold metal cubes were all different from each other. And figuring out each combination was a headache. Getting the right code by chance was less likely than winning the lottery. The chances were as slim as a supernova creating humans. But Han Sen did not need to rely on luck. As he examined the gold metal cube, a purple color flowed into his right eye. The black pupil became entirely purple, then split into four. It became a purple pupil composed of 4 petals. That was the spectacle beast soul Han Sen had received from killing Evil Eye. It was called Purple Eye Butterfly, and it was a deified beast soul. Although that was not a beast soul used for fighting, Han Sen still treasured it. He considered it more of an asset than any fighting-type beast soul. Even a deified weapon beast soul was just a weapon with deified powers. Although possessing it would make Han Sen more powerful, it'd still be useless against an actual deified enemy. The purple-eye butterfly spectacles were different, though. Even against a deified enemy, they would be very useful. Han Sen stared at the gold cube with his right eye, and the 4 petals in his eye began to spin. It looked very weird. As the petals spun, Han Sen's right eye could see something he would not have been able to see otherwise. Sponsored content. It was different from the purple eye godlights. The spectacle couldn't restrain an enemy, but it could allow Han Sen to analyze a substance's structure and thereby research it more effectively. When Han Sen looked at it with his purple eye, it was like he was playing back the entire sequence of the gold cube's creation. He saw its components stripped away one by one until it was only a pile of raw material. Han Sen was able to see every step of how the thing was made. If he had his own materials, he figured he could create one himself. With the whole process unfolding before him, Han Sen looked for the password that had been input into the gold cube. Han Sen didn't actually plan on making a cube of his own, though, so the only thing he decided to memorize was the password. After doing that, he put away the spectacles. He gathered up power in his hands and started smacking the prints. When Han Sen's last strike landed on a print, he retreated without a moment of hesitation. He pulled Bauer and Metal Eater close, then summoned his demon bug Bysema. They all hugged each other tight so that Han Sen could make the Bysema as strong as possible. That way, even if a half-deified demon bug king came to strike them, the shield wouldn't break under the force of a single blow. Catcha! The gold cube started to split open, and before long, it wholly shattered. The metal cube became a rapidly unfurling swarm of gold demon bugs. They were each half as big as a fully grown human, and in a few seconds, gold demon bugs were frantically flying everywhere. Sponsored content. Han Sen looked at the gold demon bugs, and he noticed that they looked almost exactly like the blue demon bugs. It was obvious that they were the same species. Upon seeing all those demon bugs, the white metal beast looked extremely happy. It only disliked the layer that coated the cubes. He found the bugs themselves quite tasty. Before the gold demon bugs could spread out, the white metal beast opened its mouth and swallowed the entire swarm of them. Hey! Hey! You said you'd leave the gold demon bug king for me. But you went and ate them all. Han Sen shouted in frustration. The gluttonous creature had eaten every single bug. Han Sen had put in a lot of effort to open that cube, but despite that, he had gotten nothing for all his work. While Han Sen sulked, the white metal beast opened its mouth and spat out a few things. There were many gold bug crystals. They all glowed with golden light, looking like the rarest of gems. There was one amongst them that must have been the king-class xenogenic gene. Aside from those gold bug crystals, a gold demon bug was spat out, too. Its body was half melted, and its organs were even oozing out in places. It struggled on the ground, writhing around. It looked as if it would give up the ghost at any second. Thanks. Han Sen was absolutely thrilled. He used his ghost teat knife to slash the gold demon bug king. He mumbled to himself, "Give me a beast soul. Give me a beast soul." Even if your demon bug king beast soul is the same, it'd still be the best beast soul to have. I can give one to my wife and kids. I could hand them out, one each. And then, they could survive anything. Only a deified elite might pose a threat. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Tip: you can use left, right, A and D keyboard keys to browse between chapters. Note: please download the sponsors game to support us. Published at 14th of April 2025, 30 and 7 seconds AM. Chapter 2158, 2158. Chapter 2158. Getting Beast Soul. Sponsored content. Han Sen / the Dying Demon Bug King's wounds. With the cut, the Demon Bug King moaned, but it didn't die. He gathered more power and used Tusk alongside his ghost teeth knife. He had to strike the bug 14 times before hearing the familiar sound he enjoyed oh so much. Mutant Xenogeneic King hunted, Gold Demon Bug King. Xenogeneic gene found. Han Sen was disappointed by this result. That mutant Gold Demon Bug King hadn't given him a beast soul. Well, there are still 23 more of these F***curs to kill. There's no need to panic just yet, Han Sen thought to himself. He turned back to the white metal beast. The white metal beast swallowed the mutant Gold Demon Bug King's body. And like it had with the lesser variants, it spat out the mutant Gold Demon Bug King crystal. That crystal was even prettier than an ordinary king class. The white metal beast pushed the mutant king class and a few of the king class crystals towards Metal Eater. It seemed like Metal Beast intended them as a gift. Han Sen felt depressed about this. He had never encountered anyone kind enough to gift him such a bounty of worthwhile gifts. Metal Eater did not seem to be able to digest those king-class bug crystals, though. It tried to bite down on the crystals, but despite the effort, they did not break. If he cannot eat them now, why not let me keep them? Han Sen asked with a smile. The white metal beast ignored him, though. It merely took the bug crystals and stored them elsewhere. It wasn't planning on Han Sen walking away with them. Sponsored content. Han Sen could do nothing except shake his head in dismay. The white metal beast then walked over to another gold cube. It made some noises at Han Sen, as if telling him to do his thing and open that one next. Han Sen wanted to do this anyway, so he hastily ran over to the gold cube and put his deified spectacle back on. With it, he swiftly unlocked the password of the gold cube and opened it. BZZT. The gold demon bugs swarmed out of the cube again. Just like before, the white metal beast was able to swallow them all. But this time, it did not spit out the bug crystals. After a while, though, it did spit out a mutant Gold Demon Bug King. And just like before, the poor bug was on the precipice of giving up the ghost. Han Sen slashed it. The strike felt incredibly satisfying. Killing a king-class Xenogeneic wasn't a thing many marquises could ever hope to accomplish. And on top of that, this wasn't just an ordinary king-class creature, it was a mutant king-class creature. Han Sen was very weak right now, in the grand scheme of things. Ghost Teeth Knife slashed the Demon Bug King's wounds, and after a few good swings, he finally slew the thing. Mutant Xenogeneic King hunted, Gold Demon Bug King. Xenogeneic gene found. Han Sen sighed. Again, there was no beast soul for him. He would need to open the next cube to get what he sought. One after another, they went through the cubes. After the 7th Gold Demon Bug King was slain, Han Sen was delighted to hear the announcement that informed him of his acquisition of a beast soul. Mutant Xenogeneic King hunted, Gold Demon Bug King. Xenogeneic gene found. Obtained mutant Gold Demon Bug Beast Soul. Sponsored content. Filled with excitement, Han Sen hurriedly checked out the mutant Gold Demon Bug Beast Soul he had just managed to snag. Mutant Gold Demon Bug King Beast Soul. By some type. Upon seeing it, Han Sen laughed. Ha! Ha! I really do get whatever I want. My luck is back. Now, Han Sen couldn't wait to open the rest of the metal cubes. The white metal beast was having a good time, too, so it merrily followed along to eat its fill of the bugs that Han Sen was providing. The next few mutant gold demon bug kings did not provide him with any more beast souls, but just as he was resigning himself to the fact that he might not receive another mutant gold demon bug king beast soul, the last mutant gold demon bug king gave him another. Han Sen was grinning ear to ear. He then went on to open the green cubes. He released the green demon bugs so that the white metal beast could eat them. Mutant Xenogeniac King hunted, green demon bug king. Xenogeniac gene found. Obtained mutant green demon bug beast soul. Lady Luck is head over heels for me, isn't she? Han Sen was ecstatic. He had received a beast soul from the very first mutant green demon bug king. That was quite a mood booster. Seeing that the green demon bug king's beast soul was also a Bisema, he was incredibly joyful. But then, something changed. Han Sen kept killing the rest of the creatures that the white metal beast left for him, but he didn't receive any more beast souls. Every time Han Sen believed he would get another beast soul, he didn't. Their progress quickly devolved into a mutant demon bug king murder fest. Sponsored content. I am still quite happy to have gotten 3 mutant king beast souls. That haul is pretty impressive. Han Sen didn't complain about it too much, as he really was quite pleased to receive the 3 he had. Complain about it too much, as he really was quite pleased to receive the 3 he had. The white metal beast scoffed down every demon bug it could, but it kept spitting out the king-class bug crystals for Metal Eater. He didn't take them back either. They were like toys for Metal Eater. Han Sen had concluded that the white metal beast could access another dimension. He was only storing the bug crystals, not eating them himself. Ultimately, however, that did not matter to Han Sen. Having 3 demon bug king beast souls made him a very happy man already. Let's see if the gold Bisema and the green Bisema are as strong as the blue one. Han Sen summoned the gold demon bug king's beast soul. Han Sen saw gold light appear around him. Aside from the color being different, there did not seem to be anything separating it from the blue demon bug king's Bisema. After checking out the green Bisema, he noticed that it was exactly the same, as well. All that was different was the color. The defensive properties were identical. Can I use these Bisemas together? Han Sen thought to himself. Then, he summoned all of the demon bug king Bisemas. Han Sen summoned all 4 demon bug king Bisemas, but one of them did not work. The 3 Bisemas he successfully summoned combined to become a blue, gold, and green Bisema. The one that he couldn't summon for use was the second gold Bisema. I can't use the same color Bisema beast souls together, but those of different colors can be combined. Han Sen was surprised. He tried out the tricolor demon bug king Bisema, and noticed that it was far stronger than any single color Bisema. This discovery was as surprising as it was exciting. These Bisema beast souls can be combined. I wonder how many demon bugs the Break Skies created. If there are more colors, perhaps I can stack those together too. It might give me the defense of a deified being. Han Sen knew the chances of that were extremely low, though. Even if there were other colors out there, he might not be lucky enough to get their beast souls. In addition to that, finding the demon bugs would be a task and a half. The tricolor demon bug king Bisema is strong enough for now. It will certainly withstand a half-deified elite. Han Sen felt so happy. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Tip: you can use left, right, A and D keyboard keys to browse between chapters. Note: please download the sponsors game to support us. Published at 15th of April 2020 6:30 and 6 seconds AM. Chapter 2159. 2159 Chapter 2159 Spell levels up. Sponsored content. All the races that sent Marquis teams to Metal World were growing worried. Their elites had been waiting outside the planet, but after half a month went by, not a single marquise had returned. They sent a few more marquises to find out what might have transpired there, but none of them came back either. All of the elders were growing angry at the threat to their people. The first scouts that they sent to Metal World had gone in and then come back out without issue, but now, not a single marquise seemed able to return. It confused them a great deal. They were very disturbed. Although 100 marquises was nothing to those higher races, they were fighting for territory. They had sent out their best elites of marquise rank. Having their fighters trapped inside dealt a lot of damage to those races. The white metal beast told Han Sen how he could leave Metal World. The storm that plagued Metal World cycled between blue and red, and most of the time, leaving was impossible. Every 10th swap of color, however, there would be a brief pause in the storm. It was only during that time that the planet could be escaped. When the demons and the Buddhas first traveled there, it was during that small window. That was how they were able to enter and leave. Now, they needed to wait for 10 red and blue storms to pass before trying to leave the surface. In total, that would be a month and a half. There was still a while until the window opened again, so Han Sen wasn't in a rush to move just yet. Han Sen was enjoying the benefits of being friends with Metal Eater, and he was able to consume the metal xenogenic fluid each and every day. He actually didn't want to leave the cave for the time being. He wanted to drink as much as he could so he could level up the story of genes. Han Sen went to search for Yuya and the others. They were staying with the remainder of the dragon, Buddha, and demon. They were surviving under the protection of a secluded cave. They weren't really in any danger, but their supplies were swiftly dwindling. Thus, they were becoming desperate to find a way out. Unfortunately for them, they'd yet done so. Sponsored content. Han Sen didn't meet with them, though. He stayed close to the white metal beast and kept drinking its metal xenogenic fluid. As he waited for the 10th cycle of the storms, he spent most of his time practicing the story of genes. For some reason, the white metal beast had no interest in leaving the metal city. Han Sen couldn't lure or take it away from there either. Han Sen kept refining the metal xenogenic fluid, and after a whole month, the story of genes finally began to change. It was becoming marquise. Is it finally happening? Han Sen was excited. He had used so many resources to level it up, and he had always wondered what new powers he might achieve upon leveling it up to marquise. I wonder if it will develop a new shape. Of course, if the power doesn't increase proportionately, then this geno art wouldn't be very well balanced. The resources consumed thus far would be a waste, and I'm not even sure if there would be any point carrying on with its practice. The spell armor began to glow with holy light. Spell was now shining as brightly as a sun. Boom! Han Sen's body shook, and then the armor disappeared. It took on the shape of a lady standing directly in front of Han Sen. Sponsored content. The lady was covered in a holy light, and her hair waved like sunbeams. The 2 pistols Spell wielded became bright, too. They gave off so much light that Han Sen couldn't look directly at them. Han Sen's body felt like a fast-flowing waterfall was rushing through it. His body connected with Spell's energy and began glowing extremely strongly. Boom! Finally, Spell's light started to explode like a volcano, and a holy light fired into the sky. Spell's body floated in the midst of that holy geyser of light, and a strange spell symbol appeared on her forehead. Han Sen did not know what changes the flower-like spell was experiencing. She was shining, but not very brightly. But she was inside the stream of light, and the shadow of her form was clearly visible. The holy light focused on her forehead, and it gathered up the powers of Spell. All of that light was beaming down into Spell's flower. The flower had not changed, and Spell looked just like she always did. Spell's battle body has increased to marquise class. Han Sen heard this announcement in his head. His body had also gotten a whole bunch stronger. Sponsored content. His physical form now made him invincible amongst all the other marquises. Even a top-class dragon marquise wouldn't have a body that was remotely comparable to Han Sen's. What confused Han Sen was that spell did not gain a new form, her forehead was just imbued with a strange spell symbol. He had no idea what the symbol even meant. Yuya, Khan, and the others all looked glum. They had been looking for a way to leave Metal World for the longest time, but their efforts had all failed. They were on the verge of running out of supplies. It was usually safe when they left the cave during a blue storm, but this time, they met a few metal dragonflies. They killed the insects, but more appeared and chased them back to their camp. They relied on the constricted entrance of the cave to fight off their enemies, and at first, it worked. But there were some dukes among their attackers, and as a result, they were unable to hold the enemy off. D*MN. We are losing men. Should we retreat? A dragonfly sank its teeth into a Buddha, and a whole chunk of his arm's flesh was torn out. He let out a blood-curdling scream. All of our resources are here. If we lose those, we won't survive long no matter what we do. Plus, there are too many xenogeneics for us to risk splitting up. That would just get us all killed, Uni coldly said. If we don't run now, we will surely die here, the Buddha Marquise shouted back. There are too many xenogeneics in the blue storm this time. And there are dukes amongst them. We cannot fend them off forever. Dragon 8 and Yuya remained silent as the others argued. At this stage, there could be no falling back. They would settle for either getting out of Metal World or dying. The group kept killing what they could, but some marquises fled the cave. They wanted to take their chances outside the cave. But the dragonflies, upon spotting the deserters, came from everywhere. There was nowhere they could run that the dragonflies wouldn't follow. They would have to fight until exhaustion claimed them, and when that happened, their bodies would be devoured. Dragon 8 roared, and the rest of his dragon followed him to abandon their camp. When he saw what was outside, however, he felt hopeless. Not even his gold dragon body could keep up this fight forever. Yuya brought the Sky Palace students out with him, too. All those dragonflies swarmed them, and they had nowhere to flee. As despair came to claim their hearts, something weird appeared inside the swarm of xenogeneics. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Tip: you can use left, right, A and D keyboard keys to browse between chapters. Note: please download the sponsor's game to support us. Published at 15th of April 2020 6:30 and 6 seconds AM. Chapter 2160, 2160 Chapter 2160 Violent Explosion. Sponsored content. Boom. Yuya and the others were fighting hard when they heard an explosion echo from afar. There was a light blooming among all those xenogeneics. The swarm of xenogeneics all started to churn, as if they were super nervous. Boom! There was another explosion, and its sound made the marquis's ears hurt. A mushroom cloud rose visibly over the landscape this time. The shockwave spread, and swathes of the dragonflies were blown into nothing but bits. Boom! 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 Many more mushroom clouds exploded amidst the army of xenogeneics that had descended upon them. Great numbers of the dragonflies were destroyed, and the ensuing vacuum sucked living dragonflies back into the wreckage. A red shadow emerged from the dust and haze. It looked like a man holding a rocket launcher, and again, rockets leaped out of the cylindrical launcher. Everything in sight was being blown to pieces. Rockets exploded continually, creating mushroom clouds. The metal ground and the dragonflies were being sundered in equal measure, as bodies and metallic chunks were strewn across the region in a mind-blowing display of carnage. Over the wreckage and corpses drifted fire, smoke, and dust. The red shadow was like a crazy killer. It moved forward steadily as it fired rockets, reducing the whole place to ruin and rubble. On the shoulders of that crazy red shadow was what looked like a 6-year-old girl. She seemed curious, and she kept looking around. Her calm expression was a ridiculously stark contrast to the insanity of the explosions destroying everything around them. Sponsored content: Han Sen. Wuxia and the Sky Palace students, upon seeing the shape of the body more clearly, began to cheer. They thought Han Sen had been murdered by the white metal beast, which had appeared to single him out. But instead of being killed, he showed up when they needed help the most. Seeing that Han Sen's rockets could blow up both Marquis and Duke Xenogeniacs, it was obvious that his power had increased in the time they had spent apart. It appeared to them as if he must have reached Marquis' class. Otherwise, there was no way he could have brought harm to those beings. Han Sen had intended to rejoin the Sky Palace team when the storm ceased, as he wanted to remain in the cave and drink as much of that metal xenogeniac fluid as he could. But the Sky Palace students were in danger, and so he decided he had no choice but to leave the metal city. This guy. Did he just become a Marquis? When Dragon 9 saw the strength of those rockets, he froze up stiff. He could not believe a Marquis could possess such power. Dragon 8 was shocked, as well. He wouldn't even dare to try to withstand one of those rockets, even with his gold dragon body active. It was really difficult to believe that a Marquis possessed such power. And on top of all that, the attacks were long-range and area of effect. They weren't single-target attacks only. Seeing the dukes that Han Sen was knocking out of the sky, Khan's face looked ashen. What frightening power! And it's coming from the body of someone that is only a Marquis. If he had become a Marquis sooner, perhaps he could have fought against Dollar and Lone Bamboo. What is his Geno art? What makes him so powerful and scary? Across the whole universe, I am afraid that Mr. Han has to have the most impressive Geno art by a wide margin. Not even Dollar or Lone Bamboo would be able to fight him, a Buddha Marquis whispered in awe. Everyone listening actually agreed with what the Buddha Marquis had said. That power was something they had never expected to see from a Marquis. Even if Dragon 8 used his Evil Breaker dragon powers to summon his maximum strength, it wouldn't compare to the power of each of those rockets. The scariest thing about this, though, was the attack being an area of effect. The power was so strong, it was difficult to believe it all came from a Marquis. Under Han Sen's attacks, the fearless Xenogeniacs started to shake and shiver. Han Sen was like a walking cannon, merrily killing each and every Xenogeniac he could see. Even dukes were being blown up with ease, all by the might of those explosions. Sponsored content: boom. Boom. The whole ground trembled. The Xenogeniacs were squealing. The explosions were sounding from everywhere across the land. If there was ever a matter a rocket could not solve, he'd just use another. Boom. Han Sen held his rocket launcher like a minigun. He kept firing at the swarm, and the shock waves and clouds melted the Xenogeniacs in the throttling haze. Marquis Xenogeniac hunted, the killing announcements kept overlapping. It was all mixed up, and Han Sen couldn't properly discern what was being said. This wasn't just the power he had gained when Spell became a Marquis. This was Han Sen's power combined with the Break 6 Skies art he had just learned. Han Sen's power was scary, there was no doubt. He was definitely the best out of all the Marquises now. And the impacts he could deliver via Break 6 Skies could enable him to kill everything that was coming at him. He felt as if he could destroy a galactic warship. When Spell became a Marquis, Han Sen had nothing to do. So, he spent the remainder of his free time researching Break 6 Skies. His Dongxian Sutra and deified spectacles made Break 6 Skies incredibly simple for him to learn. Han Sen used a couple of tricks of his own, too. Not even he could handle the full extent of Break 6 Skies at close range, so he infused their powers with Spell's projectiles. Firing them from a distance would not hurt him. Sponsored content: so, this was the perfect marriage. The rockets and the bullets had the power of break 6 skies. Although Hansen had only learned the first tier, his rocket launcher was already very strong. Not even a duke could withstand it. The rocket's power suppressed the whole Xenogeneic army. Dragon 8 and Yuya moved to help Hansen, but they soon stopped. They just stood back and admired Hansen's handiwork. Ruins, bodies, and smoke were all that was left in his wake. The whole Xenogeneic host had been blown to pieces by Hansen. He gave an evil chuckle. Everything around Hansen was exploding. Everyone was thinking, this guy has destroyed more than those F*King destroyed did. It's like he is one of the destroyed. The Xenogeneics were running now. The whole place was like a graveyard in the middle of hell itself. Hansen held his rocket launcher casually, the little girl still perched upon his shoulder. He approached the marquises from the ruins. Dragon 8 and the others felt a large chill strike them. They couldn't help but stumble backward. Yuya, are you okay? Hansen asked, looking over the fighters assembled before him. No. Yes. I mean, we are okay. Yuya was too shocked to answer him appropriately. His brain had lagged for a moment, but it slowly started to function again, now that he had been asked a question. Teacher Han, your Geno art is too cool. White Real blurted out without any self-consciousness. That was awesome. This skill is invincible. He blew up dukes. This is crazy. If Teacher Han is a marquise, Dollar won't be considered the #1 marquise anymore. That's for sure. All the students spoke about this happily. They all referred to Hansen with the teacher title, as all the explosions had been incredibly impressive. They admired him too much to speak as if they were on the same level. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Tip: you can use left, right, A and D keyboard keys to browse between chapters. Note: please download the sponsors game to support us. Published at 16th of April 2026 25 and 6 seconds AM Chapter 2161, 2161 Chapter 2161 Training is over. Sponsored content. The elites of Sky Palace, the dragon, the destroyed, the Buddha, and the demon were still waiting outside of Metal World. 2 months had elapsed by now, and they had yet to see any of their marquises return. As each new day passed without any sign of their students, their moods became darker and darker. They were finally beginning to settle on the painful acceptance that their people might never come back. Something is coming out of Metal World, murmured a dragon that had been keenly watching Metal World. As he spoke, everyone else began to react, as well. The elites that were waiting outside of the planet inched closer, staring intently at the magnetic storms that shrouded the surface of Metal World. Someone emerged from the clouds. 1, 2, and then there were more. The dots emerging from the clouds continued to grow until they resolved into familiar faces. Dragon 8. It's Dragon 8, a Dragon King screamed. The elites of the other races reacted the same way when their people emerged from the storm. But as the last of them came through the clouds, the Sky Palace elders looked more ecstatic than ever, while a gradual glumness crept into the hearts of the others. This was because there were more Sky Palace students than the students of all the other races combined. The Sky Palace team was entirely intact, but the same couldn't be said of the others. The other groups were in a sorry state, and even the survivors had sustained grievous injuries. Hansen took Yuya with him to debrief the Sky Palace elders on what had transpired. The elders were delighted to see 100 students all accounted for, only a little worse for wear. One elder was so exuberantly happy with the results, he said, "Good. Well done, you guys. There is no need for you to say anything more. You should go home and take a well-earned rest." Sponsored content. Yes. Hansen, Yuya, and the others were ready to leave alongside the elders. But suddenly, They found themselves surrounded on all sides by the dragon, the destroyed, the Buddha, and the demon. They positioned themselves threateningly around the Sky Palace group, clearly not intending to let them leave. What is this? The leader of the Sky Palace elites, Green Crane Elder, looked at them darkly. The Sky Palace members prepared to fight. A king of the destroyed looked at Han Sen and all the others and said angrily, "All these races entered Metal World, and they were obliterated. But you haven't lost a single soul. Have you performed a trick to harm our marquises?" It was understandable why the destroyed king was so angry. Every race except the destroyed had a few marquises return. They had lost their entire team. They were confused and angry, and they desperately wanted to know more about what had transpired on Metal World. The other races weren't filled with the same rage as the destroyed, but they had still lost a great many people. They were still feeling that loss, and they didn't want Han Sen and the others to leave so casually. With everyone there to stop Sky Palace from leaving, this was the perfect opportunity to find out what had happened. Once the Sky made it back to their home, negotiating with them would become much more difficult. So, right then and there, all the elites were going to demand some answers. If this was going to happen, it had to happen now. Green Crane Elder chuckled after hearing the destroyed king. "Your people are weak. How is the demise of your people our business?" Sponsored content. The destroyed king laughed grimly and asked, "Are you saying all these races are not as strong as you? Even if that were true, there is no way all our own died of mere circumstance, whereas not a single one of yours was brought grievous harm. If you do not explain the reasons for this, we destroyed, and the others, will not be allowing you to walk away from here." They were obviously hoping for the dragon to support them. The destroyed couldn't stop Green Crane Elder on their own. Explanation. Sky Palace doesn't owe an explanation to anyone for anything, Green Crane Elder grunted. He had already instructed Han Sen and the others not to speak because he had suspected something like this might happen. Green Crane Elder actually thought the same thing that the other elites did. The Sky Palace marquises must have done something to the other teams. Otherwise, how could they have returned without losing a single member, while the other teams were in such disarray? Destroyed King bared his teeth and growled, "Don't use the influence of Sky Palace to scare us. The Sky are strong, yes, but none of us here are weak. If you do not give me an explanation, none of you will be permitted to leave. Mr. Green Crane, why do you not clarify this situation before you leave?" one of the Buddha kings asked tonelessly. The Dragon King spoke as well. "If the Sky Palace students weren't responsible for any of this, what harm can there be in staying for a little while and providing us with an explanation?" Green Crane Elder frowned, and he started to say something. But before he could speak, Dragon 8, Khan, and the others that had still been making their way up from Metal World arrived. They all moved to their respective kings and spoke quietly with them. Aside from the destroyed, when the other races heard of what happened, their expressions grew even darker. Sponsored content. Moments ago, they all had their weapons raised at Sky Palace, but now, their hostility had turned to the destroyed. "Destroyed, it looks like you all are the ones who need to explaining yourselves." A Dragon King looked at the destroyed with icy eyes. The other races were giving them severely unfriendly looks. The destroyed were confused, as they suddenly had no idea what was going on. Green Crane Elder asked Han Sen and Yuya to explain what had happened. After he heard it all, he was left in shock. His mouth hung wide. He was not shocked that the destroyed had betrayed and ambushed the other races, but he was shocked to hear that Han Sen had fought off all those xenogenics alone and saved everyone in the process. Every marquise that had gone there was supposed to be an elite, especially the likes of Dragon 8, Dragon 9, and Khan. Despite their impressive powers, they were unable to fend off the xenogenics. Han Sen, on the other hand, had beaten those same xenogenics by himself. It was a very scary thing to think about. Invincible was the perfect term for someone like Han Sen. Although the dragon and the others couldn't believe Han Sen was that strong, there were many marquises there to verify the story. Their own people had no reason to exaggerate Han Sen's power in the tale, so they had no choice but to believe the story. After this, Han Sen was being talked about everywhere. Whoever heard the story knew now that Sky Palace was the home of two very prestigious individuals. One was Lone Bamboo, and the other was Han Sen. Because the deified metal beast still lived on the planet, everyone gave up on the idea of claiming Metal World for themselves. And as for how they all planned on dealing with the destroyed, Han Sen did not know. Because Han Sen brought all of the Sky Palace members back alive, he was rewarded by Sky Palace. But none of that actually mattered to Han Sen. The deal between Isha and Sky Palace was for Han Sen to reach Marquis status. Now that Han Sen was a Marquis, his studies with them were over. He now had to return to Narrow Moon. After all, he was not a true heir of Sky Palace. Sky Palace could not offer the resources he needed to get him up to Duke. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Tip: you can use left, right, A and D keyboard keys to browse between chapters. Note: please download the sponsors game to support us. Published at 16th of April 2026, 25 and 6 seconds AM. Chapter 2162, 2162. Chapter 2162. Ocean Monument. Sponsored content. Before Han Sen went back to Narrow Moon, he had some things to wrap up in Sky Palace. Half a month after his returning from Metal World, Han Sen finished all his outstanding business issues and went to meet with the Sky Palace leader. Go. Leave your name upon the Ocean Monument. Wherever you go, remember you have Sky Palace to call a home, said the Sky Palace leader. The Ocean Monument was very large, so it had room for many names. Sky Palace had many famous members that were recorded there. When their practice ended in Sky Palace, they were permitted to leave their names upon the Ocean Monument. That way, people would forever know that they had been members of Sky Palace, and they had lived in that amazing place. Isha had left her name on the Ocean Monument, and now it was time for Han Sen to add his. This was always the last act a person would perform as a student of Sky Palace. When Han Sen went to the Ocean Monument, many Sky also went to watch. The people of Sky Palace had a lot of mixed emotions upon seeing Han Sen journey to the monument to leave his name behind. Han Sen was a very smart and unique person. Sky Palace was home to many geniuses, but he was the only one that could equal Lone Bamboo. Not everyone had that level of honor or talent. A lot of people thought it was regrettable that Han Sen was so good. He had so much more difficulty gaining rank than others did, and everyone could see that. Sponsored content. With his difficulty in leveling up, it was hard to say if he would ever reach King class. It would be a shame if he never made it that far. Others, however, found that thought pleasant. They were happy that Han Sen had great difficulty when it came to leveling up, and they hoped that becoming a duke took him as long as possible. The Ocean Monument was a floating island that hung amidst the clouds of Sky Palace. The entire island was a single mountain. Standing 10,000 meters tall, the Black Mountain was an intimidating sight. It hung in the air like a sword perforating the sky. The mountain was a piece of history, as its entire surface was scrawled with a great many markings. People had left their names, sword marks, carvings, and even paintings on its rocky slopes. Sky Palace did not restrict what a departing student could leave behind on the monument. Before they left, they could draw or leave anything they wished as a lasting testament to their legacy in Sky Palace. It was something for people to remember them by. But leaving behind a name on the Ocean Monument was a very hard thing to do. The mountain's name came from the material it was made from, ocean stone. Like a vast ocean that hid a little of everything within its depths, ocean stone could absorb the properties of many elements. Using power upon an ocean stone didn't have much effect, because the stone quickly grew a natural resistance to whatever power was used against it. Leaving their name behind would be a headache for an ordinary marquise. Many travelers had left sword marks on the mountain's surface because they lacked the power to leave their whole name upon it. So, a mark would be left instead of their name. Sponsored content. There were many elites that were able to leave their entire name upon the ocean stone, of course. Some of the greatest were even able to carve a poem into the stone. There were some even greater exceptions, too. The peak of the mountain was once as sharp as a needle, but 4 meters of the peak had been sliced off. It was Isha who had done that, when the time came for her own departure. It was proof she had been a student of Sky Palace, at one point in time. That part of the stone was later brought to Narrow Moon by Isha herself. On Planet Blade, she placed the thick stump of mountain carefully in her garden. She called it, My Little Ocean Mountain. Han Sen observed the ocean monument before him, and he thought he should bring a souvenir home for himself, since Isha had done the same. Should I take the peak back with me? Han Sen stroked his jaw as he eyed the peak. Isha had already cut off the sharpest point of the peak. The base of her cut was now a flat top that was around 8 meters wide. With the toughness of the ocean stone, cutting it would be a difficult task. When Isha left, she left as a duke. But right now, Han Sen was only a marquise. He was very weak compared to Isha, and even if he used 6 break skies, he'd only be able to remove a little. The thought crossed his mind that taking more would make him look bad. He was there to leave behind a memory. He was there to give, and not to steal something like a thief. Han Sen thought of himself as a civilized man, so he wasn't going to do something so crude. Sponsored content, but also, he felt as if it would be wrong to leave without really using his talents. Even if he was unable to remove the peak like Isha had, he thought he should at least return with a small stone. Ocean stones were very expensive, and they made for sturdy construction materials in high-end houses. The rooms that were built from ocean stone could not be penetrated by a thief. Even a king-class burglar would also need to exert all their strength to open one. And surely they could be used in other ways as well. A training room and punching bag made from ocean stone would be absolutely perfect for him, he figured. Han Sen's mind circled the idea of a training room again and again. With some memory foam, it would be perfect. When he needed to train Geno arts or practice with his friends, he would not have to be afraid of destroying his base. It is just a shame I'm only a lowly marquise. I'm too weak. If I was a king, I could cut the mountain in half and take it back with me. Sky Palace has a lot of resources, and even this mountain is just a monument. I'm sure they'd be okay with me taking half of it. But it is a shame I am too weak for that. I'll probably only end up with a piece large enough to replace one of the tiles on my bathroom floor, Han Sen thought. Whatever. I guess I'll just have to take one piece as a souvenir. It's better than nothing, I suppose. Han Sen went on to think, and even if I do only end up getting a piece, I should at least try and get as much as I am able to. I only have one chance at this, after all. Han Sen fell deep into thought, and his eyes suddenly squinted. The black pupils of his eyes became purple, before segmenting into 4. 4 different petals manifested, blooming to cover his irises. Han Sen was looking at the ocean mountain, wondering where it would be best for him to strike. The Sky Palace leader watched Han Sen, and as he did, his throat constricted. When Isha left, she had stared at the mountain with the same intensity that Han Sen was currently using. Fortunately he is going as a marquise. If he left as a duke like Isha, I am afraid a big chunk of the ocean mountain would be gone. This way it will only be a small piece, so that's okay. It'll be fine, the Sky Palace leader reassured himself. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Tip: you can use left, right, A and D keyboard keys to browse between chapters. Note: please download the sponsors game to support us. Han Sen looked at the ocean mountain with his right eye. Under the effects of the purple-eyed butterfly beast's soul, the history of the ocean mountain played across his right eye like a movie. Deified beast souls were truly wondrous. It was impossible to fully imagine what using one was like if you never had. In the flashback Han Sen was watching, he saw a 10,000-meter-tall chunk of rock forming from a smaller rock. The stone was divided into skin-like layers, which were peeled away one by one. Han Sen did not know much about geography, but he knew that stones were not usually formed that way. But the purple-eyed butterfly beast's soul could not have been giving him incorrect information. Whatever the eye showed him was the truth. Weird. Are ocean stones not really stones? Are they actually plants, perhaps? Han Sen wondered. But he didn't think that could be right either. They looked nothing like any plants that Han Sen had ever seen. Ocean stones were obviously rock, and if they were alive, then they had to be some kind of living stone. Han Sen's mind flicked back to the theory of living stones that Left Crazy had given him a long time ago, but he thought the situation he was dealing with right now was different. Because ocean stones took forever to form, it took a long time for the video to play all the way back to the stone's origin. In the center of the ocean stone, there was a very, very small stone bug that looked rather like a silkworm. That stone bug was living inside a sea of lava as if it was a calm ocean. Its body rolled slowly through the lava until it decided to emerge. The lava on its body slowly hardened to become a shell of stone. Then, that stony shell would mix with the discharge of the bug's body. Slowly, over time, the stone began to transform. It became black and shiny like a piece of black jade. When the stone was completely black, the stone bug leaped back into the lava, then rolled and swam through it again. The stone bug kept repeating this process over and over, as more and more stone began to build atop it. As time passed, the rock grew bigger and bigger. The body was initially only the size of a finger, and after a great many years, it became a big stone. The stone shell eventually became too heavy for the stone bug to move by itself. It didn't have the strength to climb out of the lava, and its body just sank inside it. As time passed, the seas of lava kept creating stone layers over it. The stone bug didn't stop releasing its substance, mixing with every new layer of stone it was crusted in. And after billions of years went by, it became an ocean stone the size of a mountain. The whole flashback shocked Han Senator. He couldn't have imagined a little life like that could literally make mountains. It shone a new light of appreciation upon the miracle of life. Life really was truly amazing. This discovery also made Han Sen a lot more curious. He did not know what the creature was, but that stone bug had the power to turn molten lava into an ocean stone. I wonder if that bug is still living inside the ocean stone. If it is living, I wonder what it eats to survive. Han Sen thought to himself. Han Sen had no way of determining this, though. The mountain was too thick, and he couldn't sense a life force in the center of the mountain. The chunk of ocean stone would be flawless. It wouldn't have stress cracks like an ordinary mountain. Even if the outside was cracked, though, the creature inside wouldn't care. Unless an attacker was stronger than the ocean stone, they wouldn't be able to cut it open. Luckily, the analysis provided by the purple-eyed butterfly had given Han Sen an abundance of useful information. While Han Sen watched the flashback that showed the creation of the stone, he noticed something rather interesting. Although the stone that the little stone bug created looked flawless, Han Sen noticed a small hole approximately where the forehead of the stone bug should have been. The hole was so small that Han Sen barely noticed it. Han Sen ran the flashback in reverse and found a small pore on the stone bug's forehead. Do stone bugs need to breathe? If so, what is it breathing in? Oxygen or something, like a normal creature? Han Sen thought. He didn't understand, but he was pretty sure that no matter how many layers were added to the stone, that little hole would run through every one of them. But through all the ages the mountain had existed, no one else had noticed that microscopic hole. If Han Sen hadn't used his purple-eye butterfly to look into the past, even with his Dongxian aura, he wouldn't have paid any attention to the hole even if he did manage to spot it. But now that Han Sen had found it, he wanted to know more. He thought about it, and then he walked towards the ocean mountain. Finally, he's moving. I wonder what Han Sen is going to leave upon the ocean monument. Just his name, I wonder. I don't think he will leave behind just his name. For someone like him, leaving his name would be practically lazy. Perhaps he will leave behind a poem or a drawing. Something like that would be more fitting of his identity. Yeah, but what sort of poem or drawing? Have you forgotten that Han Sen uses weapons? I think he is going to leave behind a knife mark. Think about it. If teacher Han Sen left behind a deep knife mark with the sensations of his skills, then we could study it, and our students might become better at knife skills. Wouldn't that be a nice thing? You are right. But if that is the case, then leaving behind a sword mind might be even better. Thousand Feather Crane, the Yun sisters, and First Day Buddha watched Han Sen silently approach the ocean mountain. What will Han Sen leave behind? Yun Sui asked under her breath. She knew nothing would ever happen between her and Han Sen, but seeing Han Sen leaving, she still felt profoundly upset. Han Sen has never seemed to seek fame. He will probably just leave his name or a simple knife mark behind, Thousand Feather Crane said. That is possible. Han Sen is good at everything, so why is he always so withdrawn and lonely? Yun Sushang said while nodding. As everyone discussed this matter, Han Sen used his red cloud to head to the top of the mountain. Not long after, he reached its peak. The move surprised a lot of Sky Palace's elders because when Isha left, she had done the exact same thing. He isn't going to copy Knife Queen and remove a part of the peak for himself, is he? Asked the black-masked woman. She stood next to the Sky Palace leader, her head tilted slightly to the side. I bet both of them will do the same thing, the Sky Palace leader grumbled, thinking that was exactly what Han Sen was going to do. The masked woman laughed and said, Han Sen is strong, but he has only just become a marquise. Knife Queen was a duke when she left, so his attempt will be considerably weaker. And even Knife Queen was only able to cut off a small part of the peak. Now that the peak is 7 or 8 meters thick, even if Han Sen strikes with all of his strength, he will only be able to knock off a small chunk of the stone. Don't worry so much. Sky Palace has much of this resource. Even if I gave him as much as he could take, how much would that really be? This is like an ant taking a swing at a tree. Let him, the Sky Palace leader asserted confidently. The Sky Palace leader couldn't do anything to stop Han Sen from taking whatever he wished to, because it was a tradition for departing students to leave their name on the ocean mountain or take a chunk of the ocean stone as a souvenir. Han Sen wasn't the only student who sought to do such a thing. And Sky Palace had no shortage of ocean stones, anyway. If they did not have so much of the resource, they wouldn't have used one as their ocean monument. And most students, even the best of elites, could only take the tiny bits of stone that crumbled from their carvings on the wall. Isha was the only one who had ever managed to slice off the entire peak. No one else had ever been able to do as she had. Everyone was now looking at Han Sen, as Han Sen remained standing on his red cloud before the peak. He looked down on the mountaintop, but he didn't step down onto it. Han Sen used his Dongxian aura, and the ocean stone became a sequence structure in the eye of his mind. He found that small hole. It's here. Han Sen's heart jumped. He landed atop the peak and brought out his ghost teeth knife. Han Sen smiled. Since taking a small piece of the ocean stone would be pointless, let's see if the bug within is still alive. Han Sen was interested in learning more about the creature that had made the ocean stone, so he had given up on the idea of cutting the ocean stone itself. He drew his ghost teeth knife and channeled power into its tip. Bauer was still sitting atop Han Sen's shoulder, and she observed his knife curiously. Then, she looked at the ocean stone. She seemed to understand something. But no one else understood what Han Sen intended to do when he drew his knife like that. Is Teacher Han going to carve some words into the mountain's peak? The peak is good, yes, but no one will be able to see it up there. It cannot simply be writing, surely. People leave words on the wall, but they never do it on the flat surface up top. If he writes his name up there, anyone ventures up top will end up stepping on his name. Han Sen is so smart, so I'm sure he wouldn't be that stupid. If he isn't going to write something, then what is the point going up there? Everyone was confused, unable to guess what Han Sen was planning. Even the masked woman next to the Sky Palace leader frowned. What is he doing? If he wants to cut the ocean stone, that isn't good a position to do it from. The angle is all wrong for cutting. The Sky Palace leader frowned as he looked at Han Senator. Something seemed amiss. Han Sen was just a marquise, so there was no way he could make a cut all the way down into the stone from that angle. Yun Sui and the others looked at Han Sen with curiosity. They didn't know what he was going to do, either. Han Sen gripped his ghost teeth knife tighter and tighter. Han Sen had learned to gather up power from the dragon, and he had honed his ability to make very small knife silks. So, he prepared to fire them. He directed the knife silks to shoot down into that incredibly small hole. If that stone bug was still alive, it'd react if the knife silks came into contact with it. Of course, Han Sen did not plan on killing it. He was just trying to get a sense of where the stone bug was. If the silks touched the bug, it was sure to move. It wouldn't be killed. Han Sen was confident in his control of the knife silks. But the ocean mountain was 10,000 meters tall. Even if the stone bug was dead in the center, it would be thousands of meters away. Not just any marquise could send a knife silk that far. Han Sen was skilled with both moon and yin-yang blast. If he hadn't been, sending it that far would have been impossible. But Han Sen wasn't extremely confident, so he sent all his focus into his work. He threw ghost teeth knife into the ocean stone to leave his mark. That was to be his memory. Everyone watched as Han Sen stood atop the peak, both of his hands gripping ghost teeth knife tightly. The knife was pointed down, and a strange black and purple knife light was glowing across its blade. It was like there was a demon roaring from the knife. Han Sen's power was raging through him. He used all his strength, channeling everything he had into his hands as the tip of the knife rammed down into the small hole. Catcha! Power surged down, and ghost teeth knife slid into the stone, sinking up to the hilt. Han Sen kneeled there, with his hands still gripping the handle. He maintained his position and did not pull out. He was still. Everyone was shocked. The knife remained handle deep in the stone. A normal marquise would have no chance of stabbing a knife into that stone. Even getting the knife a few inches deep would have been impossible. That knife was fiercely strong, but given Han Sen's reputation, it was still less than what the observers had expected of him. The Sky Palace students thought Han Sen would do something impressive with the knife in his hand. They thought he would draw or write something, but Han Sen did not move. Normal people couldn't see what was actually happening, though. Han Sen's strike sent the knife silks down into the hole, and they were traveling deep into the mountain now. This was a unique technique, and making the silks smaller than that hole was a very demanding task. As the knife silks continued down into the hole, he knew he couldn't risk allowing them to touch the stone. If that happened, the power would come to an immediate standstill. Directing the silks flawlessly down thousands of meters of narrow tube was something very few in the entire universe could do. Plus, the hole had formed naturally, not cut with a laser. It wasn't perfectly straight. If the knife silks touched the crooks in the hole, it'd be game over. Without Han Sen's ability to sense things and his amazing control on the silks, he'd never have been able to send them where he wanted to. Han Sen continued to grip the handle of the knife as he knelt, motionless. He was frozen. Controlling the knife silk took every ounce of his concentration. If he did not focus on the knife silks, they would hit the mountain instead of traveling the thousands of meters he needed them to. Han Sen's refusal to move made people rather confused, though. The Sky Palace leader eventually seemed to notice something, and his eyes went a little wide. What is that kid doing? Many of the Sky Palace students wanted to know the same thing. They fervently discussed his behavior between themselves. This cannot be over, surely. He only left one mark. I thought this would be exciting, but he just left behind a single mark. What profound meaning will that have? Why didn't he choose to draw something instead? Yeah. I've been waiting for this for so long. All the students were disappointed. After all, the Ocean Mountain was a way for departing students to show off their power. The students thought they would see something truly remarkable, but it appeared to be over after a single hit. Catcha! As the Sky Palace students continued to talk with each other, a crisp noise sounded from that mountain. It was as if a stone had cracked. Everyone immediately went quiet. They looked towards the Ocean Mountain, where they saw Han Sen in that same position. He was kneeling and holding the knife handle, and he didn't appear to have moved at all. The Ocean Mountain seemed to be fine, too, which rather disappointed the students. They had initially believed the noise to be the sound of Han Sen's knife moving. Catcha! Another noise came, and again it sounded like stone being broken. This time, everyone heard the sound, and they were able to tell that it was coming from the point Han Sen had plunged his knife into. Everyone looked over there. But most of the observers didn't have good enough eyesight. Han Sen was a great distance away, so it was difficult for them to discern much. But the Sky Palace leader, the masked woman, and Yun Chongkong saw there were two small cracks near where the mountain and the handle of the blade were now connected. That crack extended from the point in which the knife had been driven through the stone. It was as thin as a single strand of hair, and it couldn't have been more than 10 centimeters long. It wasn't particularly eye-catching, but its presence made their faces grow pale. In a jade city, Yu Shanqin suddenly stood up from feeding his dog Old Wang. He walked over to the city's tower, and from its top, he stared at the Ocean Mountain's peak strangely. On Dream Island, the dream beast had been sleeping. But now, from the bushes, he opened his dreamy eyes and looked over to Ocean Mountain's peak, as well. What is it? Why is there the sound of a rock cracking? I think Han Sen must have cracked a little of the rock around him. That should be expected, given that this is Han Senator. Of course he can crack the ocean stone with his level of power. Catcha! Catcha! As everyone resumed their discussion, the breaking noise returned. It grew louder and louder each time it was heard, and the frequency of the booms increased. It made everyone stop breathing. They all looked towards the peak, keenly curious about whatever was happening. Catcha! Catcha! That breaking noise was getting louder and louder. Some of the students with strong eyesight could now see the crack that extended from his knife. It was spreading. It is no wonder, this is Teacher Han. He has very strong teeth powers. He can even break ocean stones. Yes, that is a powerful ability. I knew Han Sen wouldn't just do one simple strike. He is going to leave a visible crack across the mountain. It is such an incredible ripping power. There will surely be a teeth knife mind left behind, and we can go see it when Han Sen is done. The people that practice with knives are certainly in luck. Catcha! The breaking noises were getting stronger, and it was as if the mountain was being repeatedly rocked by thunder. The noises were so loud that they made people's ears hurt, but it was more of a shock to their hearts than their ears. Everyone stared at the peak of Ocean Mountain in awe. From where Han Sen had inserted his ghost teeth knife, the crack had spread 10 meters down either side of the mountain, dividing it in two. The scariest thing was that the crack was now extending all the way down the mountain, accelerating as it went. Even Han Sen was sliding down with it. Catcha! With a sound like cannons going off, the giant mountain was split in half. The crack had been devastating. Everyone was frozen by what they saw. The sight of Han Sen hanging in the air, still clutching his ghost teeth knife, was mesmerizing. The giant mountain was cut in half beneath his knife, while he slid down effortlessly with it. The Sky Palace leader, the masked woman, and all the elders were frozen. They stared blankly as the Ocean Mountain crumbled. Ho! Ho! Holy shit! Are my eyes working correctly? Han Sen cut down Ocean Mountain. A student thought his eyes were going to pop out of their sockets. It was a struggle to even speak. I must be sleeping. This has to be a dream. This could never happen to Ocean Mountain. I must be dreaming. I must be dreaming. Old Wu, slap me. Wake me up. Pow! Ouch! You really King hit me. All of the elders came forward, racing to the sides of the broken mountain. They used their scary powers to grab hold of the mountain that was now in free fall. Ocean Mountain had always floated in the air because it was perfectly balanced. Now that it had been cut in half, it had lost that balance. And so, it slipped and fell. The elders reached out with their powers to grab the mountain, but because of the qualities of ocean stone, they couldn't get a good grip on it. The crippled mountain continued falling with a crescendo of noise, and there was little that the kings could do to stop it. There was no way they could hold even half of it. Han Sen did not expect one strike would have such dramatic effects. He swore he had only sent his knife silks down that little hole. When they came into contact with the bug, Han Sen realized the bug was still alive, and so he pulled back. He had no clue this was going to transpire. Boom! The two ocean mountains fell, and as they toppled through the clouds rose and spilled everywhere like a tsunami. The rush of clouds washed over many floating islands. Animals were scattering everywhere in fear, while items were blown about everywhere. Sky Palace had been swiftly thrust into chaos. Fortunately, the clouds were not harmful. They tossed around light items, but they didn't injure anyone. This is cheating. Many students awoke from their daze, and they all stared at Han Sen in bewilderment. The Sky Palace leader actually looked furious. That be ****. Toss him out of Sky Palace. I never want to see him ever again. Han Sen sat on a ship departing Sky Palace, bound for Narrow Moon. He hadn't been allowed to take half of the Ocean Mountain with him, but the Sky Palace leader permitted him to keep a bunch of ocean stones. Han Sen would usually take a public passenger ship, but on this day, he was riding a cargo ship. Loading it with ocean stones took a while, and the people of Sky Palace who passed by couldn't help but stare at the bounty. Students usually took items and gear with them when they left Sky Palace, but they had never before seen a student embark on a cargo ship fully stocked with ocean stones. The stones weren't close to half of the mountain Han Sen had sundered, but it was more than enough masonry to build an entirely new base. Because of that, Han Sen was quite satisfied. The story of Han Sen destroying the Ocean Mountain quickly spread to each and every corner of Sky Palace. The Sky Palace leader and the elders quickly came to investigate what had happened, and they supposedly learned that the Ocean Mountain already had a crack. The incredible results weren't because of Han Sen's raw strength. Instead, Han Sen had taken advantage of an existing fault. Even so, the tale of Han Sen sundering the entirety of Ocean Mountain was a popular one. It was a frequently discussed topic, and it would soon become a legend. Many years later, when students departed Sky Palace, they would leave their names or a mark of their presence by scrawling them onto half of a floating mountain. It was easy to imagine them asking what had happened to make it like so. The Sky Palace people would sound very proud when answering, telling the newbies how someone had once managed to cut the ocean mountain in half. Han Sen and that half of an ocean mountain became something for the history books of Sky Palace. Han Sen knew Ocean Mountain hadn't been previously cracked, though. It split open because of the stone bug residing within. But when Han Sen was breaking the Ocean Mountain, the situation had been too messy for him to get a look at it, and as a result, he hadn't actually seen the stone bug with his own eyes. And although he tried to use his Dongxian aura to find where it had gotten to, it had vanished. It was nowhere to be found. I wonder what the level of that strange creature was. Perhaps it was deified. As Han Sen thought about this, Bauer suddenly summoned her little gourd. Han Sen thought that was odd. Bauer rarely summoned her gourd willy-nilly, and he hadn't a clue why she had summoned it now, all of a sudden. Amidst Han Sen's confusion, Bauer shook her gourd. She slapped its bottom, and when she did, something fell out of it and landed on the table. Han Sen saw it, and when he did, he was both surprised and happy. A stone bug that looked an awful lot like a silkworm flopped out of the gourd. It was the one that had resided inside Ocean Mountain. No wonder I was unable to see the stone bug. Bauer had taken it. Han Sen watched Bauer curiously poke the body of the stone bug. The stone bug raised its body, but it did not have any limbs, and Bauer's fingers kept it constantly moving. It couldn't resist the push of her fingers. That was unexpected. That stone bug had produced the stone mountain, but despite that, it did not seem to be all that powerful. By the looks of things, it did not even have the strength of a Baron. Planet Eclipse has an active volcano. Maybe I can throw this thing into it, and see if it can generate more ocean stones, Han Sen thought to himself. Bauer was still playing with the stone bug. While she did, Han Sen went to find more information on ocean stones and the stone bugs that produced them. The biggest place that stored ocean stones was Purgatory Rock Sea. It was a strange xenogeneic space that was composed almost entirely of lava. Sometimes islands would appear in the midst of the lava, and those islands were composed of ocean stones. But Purgatory Rock Sea had many fire xenogeneics to contend with, too. Many of the xenogeneics were king class, and some were even deified. Going there in pursuit of ocean stones was a dangerous job. The death rate for those that went there was very high. Ordinary people would only be able to find bits of pre-shattered ocean stones. Only deified elites could bring back a whole mountain's worth, like the one Sky Palace had possessed. Han Sen was able to learn much about the ocean stones, but surprisingly, he was unable to learn anything about the stone bugs. It seemed as if no one knew how ocean stones were created. No one had seen one of those stone bugs before. Han Sen had a look at the ocean stone bug. After Bauer annoyed it for a while, it stopped moving and played dead. It realized that the more it resisted, the happier Bauer would become. After it decided to stop moving, Bauer's interest in the creature quickly disappeared. Han Sen observed the stone bug closely. Its body was like gray rock. It felt warm to the touch, and that was it. Its life force was not very strong, so Han Sen was unsure how it had managed to break the ocean mountain as it had. Han Sen let Bauer put the stone bug back in the gourd. He was going to experiment more with it once he visited the volcano. If he took the critter to an environment like that, something might happen. The ship was guarded by a number of Sky Palace's elites. Han Sen was delivered back to Narrow Moon safely, with the ship packed to the gills with ocean stones. On a primal planet covered with many cruel creatures, a man stood holding a knife. All the creatures that went by him were killed. No bones were left after their death, as the knife consumed them whole. That knife was strange. It was made from bone and shaped like some creature's spine. The knife was serrated like teeth, and it was around 2 meters long. But when the man swung it, it killed any cruel creature that it came against, and all of the beast's flesh would be absorbed into that bone knife. The blade appeared more and more bloody as the creatures died. The man that gripped that bone knife looked a little strange, as well. His head had 3 faces like a destroyed. But he only had 1 pair of arms, and those 3 faces looked very different from a destroyed. The average destroyed had 1 bird head in the center, with the faces of a man and woman on either side. But this man's 3 faces all looked like men. The center face was emotionless. The left one looked like a ghost, and the right one looked handsome. The man kept killing, his expressions never looking bored or annoyed. Countless lives were harvested by his bone knife, but his emotions did not change once. While the man was killing, his beautiful face looked up to the sky. A ship breached the atmosphere and came down to land near him. A robot departed the ship and walked in front of the man. "Bar, someone is willing to offer you a high sum to kill Knife Queen's student. Will you accept this contract?" The robot made some electronic noises. "You know the rules." The man named Bar continued to kill as he spoke. He cut a creature in half with his bone knife right then and there. The teeth-life blade went on to munch on the body, and eventually the knife swallowed it up. The bone knife looked even stronger after that. Its red color had grown even darker. This video should be sufficient. I assure you that this target is worth your time. The robot proceeded to display a video of Han. Senator Barr watched it, and he was attracted by what he saw. A short time later, his eyes flashed and he said, "I will accept this task." Han Sen returned to Narrow Moon, where he was kept busy for the next few days. When all that was sorted out, he went back to Planet Eclipse. The base was as he had left it, with Zero, Han Linger, Little Angel, and Isha looking after the place. Consequently, Planet Eclipse was doing fine on the whole, as well. While Han Sen had been gone, Zero, Little Angel, and Han Linger were able to level up to Marquise. That was largely due to the abundance of rich resources Planet Eclipse offered. There were many xenogeneics on Planet Eclipse, but the highest ranked were only dukes. And there weren't many of those around. It'd be difficult for them to become dukes themselves with so few xenogeneics to hunt. I only have Planet Eclipse. It has proven more than enough for early development, but if I want to go any further, this planet isn't going to enough. Han Sen was troubled, thinking of the limitations posed by the finite resources. It wasn't just Han Sen that needed resources. Everyone else did, too. And if there weren't any more resources available, he couldn't bring anyone else from the sanctuary. But most of the planets in the Geno universe were taken by someone or other, and the relationships between the factions were very complex. When someone claimed a territory, they could draw the attention of many factions. Going to the Baron system wouldn't be easy either. Anyone who wasn't escorted by powerful elites could be attacked by the scary creatures of such a place. Even if he successfully claimed a place there, it could be taken away by force if he didn't have the protection of a big faction. Han Sen was in an awkward position, right about now. He couldn't get a hold of any more resources, and the resources available to him on Planet Eclipse were not enough. Han Sen mulled over this for a while, but he failed to come up with a viable solution. Han Sen leaned back from his computer and rubbed his head. Seeing the ocean stone bug playing with Bauer, Han Sen suddenly remembered that he had wanted to experiment with it. He took the stone bug and Bauer to a nearby volcano. The ocean stone bug's attack power was practically non-existent. Keeping it with him would be pointless, so when Han Sen entered the volcanic zone, he set the bug down near the lava. The stone bug saw the lava, and when it did, its eyes brightened as it immediately rolled forward. Splash! The stone bug fell into the lava, and not long after, it was covered in a layer of lava. After a while, the lava cooled and turned into stone. When the stone turned black, the stone bug rolled into the lava again. It kept repeating this until it was a plump ball that was around the size of a hand. Han Sen wasn't in the mood to watch much longer, though. At that speed, God knew how long it might take the bug to create another ocean mountain. I'll wait until it grows bigger before taking the ocean stone. Han Sen left the stone bug there and returned to the base with Bauer. When he arrived at the base, Han Sen was shocked to find Isha sitting in the plaza. All the creatures were there waiting on either side of the plaza as if a queen was visiting. My queen. Han Sen bowed. His mind raced through possible explanations for why she had come to visit him on planet Eclipse. Isha looked at Bauer, who was holding Han Sen's hand, and stood up. Take a walk with me. I want to see how much you have learned over the past few years. Han Sen thought to himself, I haven't been around here for the past 2 years. You know planet Eclipse better than I do, so it's not like you need to inspect what I've done with the place. Han Sen might have thought those things, but he would never dare to speak them out loud. He led her on a short tour of the base and its surroundings. They approached Mirror Lake, and while Han Sen was describing that place to her, Isha suddenly interrupted him. Han Sen, have you heard stories of the rebate Alpha? I have only heard a little, Han Sen answered after a brief moment of thought. He wasn't interested in the rebate, and so he hadn't spent much time exploring their history. But during his time in Narrow Moon, he had indeed heard some stories about the rebate Alpha. After all, an Alpha was the pride and identity of any race. Isha kept walking, and she said, the rebate are a higher race, but compared to the long stretch of history, we are also a fairly new race. We cannot compete with the older high races. It was incredible luck that we gained an Alpha such as that, who was able to lead us to where we are today. Do you not know about her history? I have heard she possessed the blood of an even more ancient race, Han Sen answered. Isha laughed. That's just the story that other races tell. Over time, we have come to start believing it ourselves. After a pause, Isha went on to say, our Alpha was a slave. Our race used to be a primal society, and we couldn't even get off a single planet. We didn't know anything about fighting or practicing geno arts. Then, a higher race descended on our planet and took us away to be slaves. Sometime after, our Alpha started to travel around the galaxy, collecting skills and strength. After many great trials and difficulties, we were able to light the lantern and become one of the higher races that many cannot help but envy. But do you know what she did, then? She must have been really talented. And she accomplished all that through her own efforts. Han Sen thought a little bootlicking on his part would be appropriate here. Isha smiled and said, back then, the rebate were just another race. And our Alpha was just an ordinary being, as well. When she started practicing, she only had geno armor. And then, she managed to claim a xenogeneic fruit that let her ascend and become a baron. This kind of talent is very common in the universe. There are probably millions of people like this out there. If that is the case, then your Alpha must have been a very patient person. She had more intelligence and patience than ordinary people, Han Sen told her. Isha shook her head. She might have been smart, but she was not fond of suffering. She liked to sleep, and she liked long baths. She created teeth power because she was lazy. She liked to finish things with one hit, without needing to attack again. Han Sen did not know what to say, because the rebate Alpha was now being portrayed as a very normal woman. But for a normal woman like that to have escaped a slave planet and led her race to light a lantern. That was incredible. Are you curious why our Alpha gained such talent with that personality? How such a lazy person managed to raise her race up to loftier heights and bring the rebate into the Geno Hall? Isha smiled at Han Sr. I am curious, Han Sen answered honestly. Isha's expression looked conflicted. My Alpha didn't get that far on her methods and talents alone. She depended on the Extreme King. Extreme King. One of the top 3 lanterns in the Geno Hall. That Extreme King. When Han Sen heard the name, he was surprised. He thought Narrow Moon depended on Sky Palace for protection, but hearing her say this, that didn't seem quite so likely. Isha nodded and said, "It was the Extreme King that first landed on planet Rebate and took us as slaves. Our Alpha was raised by a famous member of the Extreme King, and so that is how she garnered so many resources and achieved what she did." Han Sen's face kept changing. Sky Palace, Dragon, and the Destroyed were in the top 10. The Demon and the Buddha were in the top 100. But the truly powerful races were the top 3 of the Geno Hall. The top 3 were stronger than any other race. Not even Sky Palace, in all their might, could challenge them. In the Geno universe, most of everything was split between those top 3 races. All of the factions were sub-factions of the 3 of them, in some capacity. Extreme King was the 3rd, but right now, they were the best-known race in the entire universe. The first 2 races were quite mysterious. They were almost never seen, and no one knew where they lived. One of them was a complete loner race that never allied with anyone else and kept to themselves. They never allowed outsiders into their midst, and they never accepted new members. Someone might occasionally be allowed to work with them, but that was exceedingly rare. Big factions like Sky Palace were connected with the first race. It was called Very High, but Very High was also very mysterious. It was rare to see their people, and very few could actually interact with them. There were rumors about the Buddha having an association of some kind with the Very High, but so far, that was just a myth. No one knew any of the specifics. The likes of the Dragon and the Destroyed were more connected to the second race. They were called Ancient God. Isha and Sky Palace's relationship was a close one. Han Sen had thought the rebate belonged to Sky Palace, so it was odd to find that they were connected to Extreme King. Isha nodded and said, "Right now, the rebate are considered one of the higher races. We have many things, but we still need the support that a race like Extreme King can provide." After pausing, Isha went on to say, "I wanted to tell you this because I need you to know how important resources are. Especially since you are practicing the story of genes. For someone like you, resources are more important than ever. Thank you for telling me this." Han Sen gave Isha a slight bow to show his respect. He knew Isha wouldn't randomly tell him all this. She must have had some plan that involved acquiring resources. Otherwise, she wouldn't have come here. It wasn't as if he needed any bedtime stories, after all. "In about a month, I will be going to the Extreme King," Isha coldly said. Han Sen was shocked. "Seriously? When will you get back?" Isha did not answer. She just looked over the glittering surface of Mirror Lake and said, "Everything I have achieved will be for naught if I do not become deified. If I don't ascend, it won't matter if I come back at all. I'll be there for as long as it takes, and I will do whatever I can. As long as the road remains open for you, you may continue on your way." After that, Isha turned around and left. She ignored Han Sen, and after taking a few steps, she disappeared from Planet Eclipse. Han Sen frowned. Isha hadn't actually told him all that much, but Han Sen got the gist of what she meant. Her trip would be very dangerous, and there was every chance she could die whilst on the way. It was a risk she would take for the chance to become deified. Isha's presence had made Han Sen feel very secure during his stay in Narrow Moon. While she was around, nobody would dare to lay a finger on him. The stuff that belonged to him remained with him. And he frequently had the opportunity to take the things of others. But it was difficult to determine how things would go for him with Isha being absent. If Isha achieved the breakthrough she needed with the Extreme King, that would be wonderful. If she couldn't, and the news found Han Sen, things would take a turn for the worse with him, as well. Isha had come to Planet Eclipse to tell him all this because there was a choice he would have to make. He needed to let go. If he didn't, he'd die. You need to lose something to gain something. That is what she meant. Is she leaving me with everything of hers in Narrow Moon? Han Sen was suddenly overjoyed. With Isha's reputation, she was sure to have an abundance of wealth in Narrow Moon. If he was able to take over all of her things, leveling up to king would not be all that difficult. But Han Sen was Isha's student. According to the rules of the rebate, he wasn't qualified to take over her legacy and wealth. And most of Isha's resources belonged to the rebate. If she died, those resources would be taken back by the rebate and redistributed. Not many things there actually belonged to her. He might have been the next best thing to an heir that she had, but that would matter little. Han Sen didn't even know if he could take control of her personal resources. After all, if she died, the rebate would not want her legacy to fall into the hands of an outsider. Things were never that simple, of course. And before Isha went to the Extreme King, she established plans for Narrow Moon in her absence. But Han Sen was not given any of her resources, so he had little say in what happened to them. It wasn't as if Isha left him with nothing, however. What Isha had given him actually left Han Sen somewhat confused. Cold Palace Guardian. Han Sen mumbled, staring at the white jade tablet in his hands, and he looked confused. The white jade tablet was about the size of a man's hand, and it seemed to have been sculpted from ice. The words, Cold Palace Guardian, were written across it in red letters. Han Sen knew it had to be an identity card of sorts. Isha had also left him a note explaining the item. It was something he would need to access someplace called Cold Palace. Cold Palace. Is that a place for used boy toys? Han Sen considered that possibility, while his mind brought up images of men dressed in skimpy clothes with faces full of makeup. He thought of them sitting around the house, wiping away their tears. Han Sen started to feel uncomfortable. Ahem. That cannot be it, surely. I have never heard of Isha playing with men before. I will have to go and take a look at Cold Palace for myself. Han Sen shook his head, trying to shake off the strange scenes he had just envisioned. Cold Palace was on Isha's planet, so Han Sen packed up his things and went to Planet Blade. Han Sen would have liked to bring Bauer, but Isha's note stated that only the person holding the tablet would be permitted access. Any other creature would be killed on sight. That made Han Sen very curious about what Cold Palace actually was. Why would Isha want him to become a Cold Palace Guardian? Knife Queen is allowing Han Sen to become a Cold Palace Guardian. That will obviously help him gain the profits he wants. Night River King's icy voice filled an office in full moon. Knife Queen is the Cold Palace Guardian. She has been summoned to the Extreme King. It is only expected that her student should take her place, Black Moon King responded evenly. Only the best of the rebate has been given the mantle of a Cold Palace Guardian. If Knife Queen is no longer able to do it, another king should be selected to replace her. A marquise like Han Sen should be out of the question. Night River King looked at their boss, Moonwheel King. Mr. Moonwheel, do you think we should select a king to replace Han Sen in Cold Palace? Moonwheel King quietly said, right now, Knife is still in charge of its guardianship. It would be poor form to overrule her decision now. Why shouldn't we? The guardian should be a king. Han Sen is just a marquise. What if something happens? To safeguard the future of our entire race, no one of low rank should take that responsibility, Night River King said. That does make sense, Shadow King said. Flower King did not say anything. He had receded into thought, and that was where he remained. Black Moon King laughed coldly. Night River, you are in too much of a rush. Han Sen is temporarily filling in for Knife Queen. If you force a change now, and she returns, how will you explain the switch? I am Night River. I am not scared of anyone. I only focus on what's best for the rebate. Even if Knife was here right now, I'd be trumpeting the same thing. Night River King boasted. Really? Then why did you not object and Knife first made the suggestion? Black Moon King bared his teeth in a grin. You really think Knife will never return from those chaotic systems? Is that why you are talking so boldly right now? Do not forget that there is every chance she will not be killed. If she returns, she will return deified. And if she returns deified and sees that you have again mistreated her student, you know what her fiery personality will spur her to do. You will be well and truly doomed. I only care about the matters themselves, not the people involved. Black Moon King, do not speak to me so condescendingly. Night River King continued to argue, but he sounded a lot weaker now. If Han Sen is Knife's replacement, the least we can do is let him try. If he does a bad job, then one of you can swap with him. What do you think? Moon Will King looked at Flower King and the others. Flower King smiled and said, I don't have an opinion. If Han Sen fails as a guardian, I'm not letting it be my fault. Good, Shadow King said. Black Moon King did not have an opinion either. Night River King looked gloomy, but he didn't say anything. 2 days after Isha left, Han Sen arrived on Planet Blade. Snowbird Duke was in charge of the place with Isha absent, and she had been instructed to serve him. When Han Sen saw Snowbird Duke, he was shocked. Snowbird Duke looked almost exactly like Icebird Duke, right down to her cold expression. Icebird Duke was still locked up in Purgatory Heaven where Han Sen had left her. He kept her there to prevent his identity from being leaked and to stop the secrets surrounding Purgatory Heaven from getting out. So, he had no choice but to leave her imprisoned. Seeing Snowbird Duke standing before him now was very strange. Snowbird Duke was very sensitive to such emotions, and she immediately noticed Han Sen's discomfiture. But she misunderstood what was making him uncomfortable. Stop wondering. Icebird Duke is my little sister. I see. That is why you two look so similar. Han Sen then went on to ask, how come I've never seen you before? Before Knife Queen accepted you as a student, I was sent away for work. I returned only a little while ago, so of course we haven't met. Snowbird Duke didn't seem too interested in talking with Han Senator. She simply stood up and said, follow me. Queen told me to escort you to Cold Palace. Han Sen, noticing her brusqueness, did not respond. He simply followed Snowbird Duke to the back door of Cold Palace. Cold Palace is not in the palace? Han Sen asked. No, Snowbird Duke answered emotionlessly. The question had been rhetorical. Han Sen sighed and continued following Snowbird Duke until they reached a mountain behind the palace. Han Sen was wondering where Cold Palace was when Snowbird Duke stopped just short of the mountain slopes. That is where you need to go. I do not have permission, so my guidance must stop here. Snowbird Duke pointed up the mountain to a waterfall. Nestled beside it was a small stone house. It looked to have been built from rocks, and it was surprisingly short, probably 2 meters tall at its highest point. Looking at the stone door, it seemed that Han Sen would have to bend double just to avoid bumping his head. The old stone house made Han Sen confused, though. Is that Cold Palace? Han Sen thought that this little shack surely couldn't be the palace he was supposed to guard, but there was a sign over the door frame that read Cold Palace. Queen said that you must come here on the 1st and 15th of the month to guard the entrance of Cold Palace. You must protect it for a whole 24 hours. Aside from those times, you may do whatever you please. But do not be tardy when you are expected to guard here. After that, Snowbird Duke turned and left. Han Sen had no choice but to hike up to the waterfall alone. The waterfall was pretty, and it was very wide. It felt as if an entire galaxy was descending from the space high above. The sound of surging water was deafeningly loud, but despite that, it carried the wonderful fragrance of trimmed grass. When he neared the stone house, however, Han Sen noticed the temperature drop. It didn't affect him, but it did seem fitting for the title of Cold Palace. It was a sharp contrast to the humidity and heat of the rest of Planet Blade. Han Sen looked at the stone house, but he did not see anything too strange about it. Aside from the lower temperature, it looked like a fairly ordinary house. It looked old and rarely visited, but other than that, it was unremarkable. Why was a stone house like this built here with not even a fence around it? What could it contain that's actually worth protecting? Han Sen wondered. But today was neither the first day nor the 15th, so there was no point in him being there. He looked back over the way he had come to memorize it, then turned to leave. But just as Han Sen was about to walk back down the mountain, his heart jumped. His body tensed as he looked down the mountain path. Someone was coming up that path, and while he seemed to be meandering along, the power he carried was like a tsunami. Every step he took felt intimidating. It felt like the ground was rumbling beneath him. Han Sen squinted his eyes. That scary presence carried enough overwhelming force to sunder the sturdiest stone. It rolled over the region like a wave. The man was approaching, and he was terrifying. Han Sen felt as if the sky itself had changed color. The man's presence battered him over and over, like a ceaseless tide. Who are you? Han Sen stood and squinted, peering at the oncoming form. The wind was tugging his clothes back, making them ripple in the gusts. But Han Sen stood strong. He held his position as if that power did not exist, at all. The person walked onwards without saying a word. And with every step the form took, it sounded like rocks were being broken underfoot. Dong! A very light footstep then took its place, reverberating through Han Sen's ear. But it had the impact of an explosion inside Han Sen's head. It made Han Sen squint his eyes even harder. Dong! 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 The shadow approached, closer and closer. The footsteps were like a chain of explosions, going off inside Han Sen's head, one after the next. And along with all that, the person's presence was becoming scarier with every step. Han Sen looked at the body, and he noticed that they were both of a similar height. But in Han Sen's eyes, the person seemed greater than him. He got the sense that the other person was a god that towered over him, making him feel small and insignificant in comparison. Han Sen knew that this had to be an illusion. But even so, if this person could use their powers to such a degree, it was unlikely that an ordinary person could fight against it. Since when does an elite like this exist within the race of the rebate? Han Sen was confused by this presence. The body and its presence were scary, to say the least. But its life force certainly wasn't king class. It was a duke, at the most. Still, Han Sen couldn't think of anyone else across the entirety of Narrow Moon that carried an aura such as that, especially as a duke. The person continued approaching, but try as they might to subdue Han Sen with fear, the attempt failed. Han Sen did not move. The person eventually stopped walking at a distance of 10 steps away from Han Senator. She stood where she was and just looked at him. Now Han Sen could tell that the person was actually a woman. She was clad in black armor and also a helmet. Her face would have been revealed, had it not been for the face mask she wore. The features of her face were covered, save for the beautiful golden eyes that gleamed from her mask. But it was evident how fit the woman was based on the curves that the armor revealed. She was as tall as Han Sen, and so her longs were very attractive. But Han Sen's gaze wasn't drawn to her eyes or her legs. He was actually looking at her left hand. Her right hand was covered in a black gauntlet, revealing only the length of her fingers. Her left hand, however, was bare. The skin of her hands was pure white, her fingers were slender, and her delicate nails were like crystal gemstones. But Han Sen was not merely admiring the prettiness of it. He looked there because of the power that swirled in her palm. It was a power he could not accurately describe. With no shocking godlight or scary flames, the hand suddenly closed into an elegant fist and shot toward Han. Senator Han Sen's eyes locked onto the fist that was headed his way. And as the fist traveled to Han Sen, he quivered. He did not shudder in fear, though. His twitch was him activating all the power inside him. Han Sen's body gave that single shiver, and all of his power surged up, ready to be unleashed. The pressure he felt from that incoming punch prompted Han Sen to gather up all the power he could. Standing before the black-armored woman, he felt a grave sense of danger. Han Sen had no intention of dodging, though. When the punch was swung, it felt as if the entirety of that pocket of space was filled up by it. That fist was everywhere, and it seemed as if there was no place for him to run to, even if he wanted to do so. Naturally, Han Sen was not actually planning to hide. He clenched his right hand into a fist, filled it with the gathered power of his trembling body, then sent a return punch at the woman. The fires that carried the fist were very demonic. They were tinged with scary teeth powers, and they came right at the woman's fist. The fists came against each other, and the power inside Han Sen's fist shattered. The jade fist had collided with Han Sen's own with tremendous force. Boom! Han Sen felt the unstoppable powers coming from that jade fist. It was like a supernova, and the unleashed force hurled Han Sen away. Han Sen used his legs to cleave a trench through the stones and the earth, trying to stabilize himself. But the power that sent him flying was too great. He tore through the ground for a few hundred meters before crashing into a stone wall that exploded on impact. And while the wall might have been destroyed, Han Sen was still standing. His right hand was injured, and his bones were cracked, though. "Who are you?" Han Sen asked the woman again. The woman's fist was so strange. It felt like something entirely indestructible. Even someone as strong as Han Sen could not withstand the force it unleashed. And after Han Sen had taken that punch, he knew for certain that the frightening, black-armored woman was actually a marquise just like he was. That surprised Han Sen more than anything. With this power she wielded, there was every possibility that she was even stronger than Lone Bamboo. That scary punching power was a testament to that. Han Sen thought he might have to retaliate with Break Six Skies. That could be the only way to combat her fist effectively. "You can withstand my Extreme King final punch. It is no wonder you are regarded as being as good as Lone Bamboo. You have passed." The woman's golden eyes peered at Han Senator. Her voice was icy, but also very seductive. "I will give you a chance to join the knights. You are of the Extreme King." Han Sen looked at the woman while he spoke. "Yes," the woman answered. "Did you come all the way over here just to cause me trouble?" Han Sen asked. The woman replied in a toneless voice, "I was here to deliver a recruitment paper for Isha. I was going to leave, but I heard that you were in the vicinity. So, I came to take a look at the individual who is said to be as strong as Lone Bamboo himself. You have most certainly passed, and so, I extend you an invitation to join the knights. I'm sorry, but I've made no plans to abandon Narrow Moon." Han Sen was on high alert as he spoke. He was prepared for the possibility that the woman might attack again. But the woman wasn't planning to. When Han Sen declined, she turned around and left. Han Sen watched her fit body as she walked away, her long blonde hair rippling behind her. But the sight was tinged with sorrow, as if to tell Han Sen that he had no idea what he had just missed out on. What an arrogant woman, Han Sen thought to himself. After leaving Planet Blade, Han Sen did not see the woman again. He asked Black Steel about her, and he was told that Extreme King had indeed sent someone there. But aside from Moon Will King and the other kings, no one had been granted an audience with her. Her identity was still a bit of a mystery to them. Han Sen had a bit of an interest in the entities of Extreme King now, especially after witnessing the punching skill employed by that woman. Their levels and bodies were of a similar capacity, but that punch she unleashed was truly frightening. Han Sen had many Geno arts, but he believed the only one that could effectively combat her was break 6 skies. And in regards to using his super spank powers, Han Sen could only use that while he was dollar. If he used it as Han Sen, he might be recognized. After all, that was like a signature power of dollar. It wasn't something Han Sen would use on a whim. But ever since that first encounter with the Extreme King woman, Han Sen hadn't seen her again. It was likely she might have left Narrow Moon. Han Sen went to Cold Palace just before the first day of the month, planning to wait there until the next day rolled around. If Isha had asked him to handle this matter, he knew it had to be something special. Due to that, he did not want to risk running late or being careless. Han Sen settled himself on the porch in front of the stone house. The porch was clean, as if it had been frequently visited and used. It was far cleaner than the stone house, and it looked as if Isha sat in the same place he was right now when she kept watch over the construct. Han Sen sat on the porch and observed the stone door, waiting for 12 o'clock to come. He didn't see anything inside the house. Time passed, and eventually, the clock struck 12. At that moment, Han Sen felt the temperature drop. Han Sen looked at the stone house, and he immediately noticed that the chill air was coming out of the house itself. The stone building was releasing a cold air that was actually quite overbearing. No matter how cold it became, though, no frost appeared on the walls. The stone house looked like it always did. The only difference was the coldness it was exuding. As Han Sen observed with curiosity, the stone building's door began to open soundlessly back into the house. It revealed a cave-like entrance that was completely dark. When Han Sen looked closer, he realized that it really was a cave. There was a cave inside the stone house, and the chill was creeping out of that black space. The chill now swept out in full force, gushing through the open doorway like a tide. It froze the nearby rivers and even the waterfall. The ice crept up the grand waterfall, turning the entire river into a solid chunk. That's a very strong frost air, Han Sen thought in shock. The Cold Palace Guardian tablet, which was attached to his waist, had also started to glow. It protected Han Sen from the chill draft, separating him from it. Han Sen wished to use the cold air to practice Jade Skin, but the tablet was keeping the chill air from touching him. He wanted to put the tablet away, but all of a sudden, noise sounded from the stone cave. Han Sen looked towards the stone cave. It was obscenely dark. Even Han Sen's vision could not pierce that impenetrable veil of darkness. But he was still able to hear something moving around in there. Not long after, a body emerged from the dark. It was half a meter tall. Han Sen stood there stiffly, trying to guess what it was. Weirdly, the thing looked like a toad made of green jade. A series of red symbols were inscribed across its green back. Its body was very cold, and when it appeared, the temperature fell so fast that it was difficult to imagine. Everything around the beast was immediately covered in ice. The mountains, the rivers, the plants, the trees, and all the animals were frozen. It seemed like space and time had frozen, as well. The world became so quiet when the toad appeared that even the wind stopped. Only the Cold Palace Guardian tablet on Han Sen's waist was shielding him from that cold power. It allowed Han Sen to move as he wanted to. Han Sen was shocked, though. Is it a deified creature? I didn't know Narrow Moon had a deified creature. Does something this powerful actually serve Narrow Moon? As Han Sen pondered its presence, the green toad fully removed itself from the stone house. It looked like a slippery thing as it slid out of the doorway and turned to look at Han Senator. It noticed the Cold Palace Guardian's tablet, then ignored him. It ventured over to the frozen waterfall. Han Sen felt as if he was in a lot of danger. It is fortunate I didn't put the tablet away. I do not know if my jade skin can resist this much cold power. And this thing only seems to recognize the tablet. The fiend would probably kill anyone who wasn't wearing it. That must be why everyone needs a tablet to come here. The jade toad hopped its way beneath the waterfall, and the ice around it began to melt. In the blink of an eye, a small pool of water formed beside the toad. The waterfall remained frozen, so there was no more water coming down to fill the basin. The green toad then dove into the water and quickly disappeared from sight. Han Sen did not know how deep that water was. He could only see the first 100 meters, and he had no idea what lay at the bottom. After the toad sank into the water, no further sign of the creature emerged. Han Sen was supposed to be on guard, and he did not know when he could expect the toad to reappear. Isha wanted me to guard this place, but why? So I could watch a toad go for a dip. Han Sen pondered this entire scenario, but he couldn't come to any satisfying conclusions. I don't care. I don't know when the deified toad will come back out, so I'll make the most of this and use the cold air to try to refine my jade skin. Han Sen cast jade skin, and his entire body became an icy figure. He then set the tablet down beside him. As soon as the tablet left Han Sen's body, he felt the true power of the cold air suddenly pound into him. In no time at all, he knew it would freeze his body and solidify his blood. Han Sen was shocked by the power. His Marquise jade skin granted him the ability to freeze others, so his resistance to the cold should have been extremely high. But now, he could hardly withstand a single ounce of the chilling power that the toad had unleashed. It was difficult to comprehend. A very powerful deified creature. Before Han Sen became completely frozen, he grabbed the guardian tablet and put it back on his belt. A cold light gleamed across his body and separated him from the cold air. Some of that cold air remained in Han Sen's body, though. The guardian tablet's power was like a shield. It was unable to clear out the cold air that was already within him. Han Sen felt very cold, and numbness began to creep through his limbs and into his chest. He quickly used jade skin again, refining the cold air that had invaded his body. The deified toad's freezing powers were unusual. Even Han Sen, with his jade skin, was still being frozen by the ice inside him. Try as he might, he could not remove the frosting from his skin. Without jade skin's cold elemental abilities and great resistance to ice, any ordinary Marquise would have been frozen stiff long before this. Even so, Han Sen felt as if he was going to lose consciousness. He kept casting jade skin as powerfully as possible in a bid to refine the cold air that was afflicting his body. Han Sen cast jade skin again and again, doing his best to refine the cold air invading his flesh. His bones and muscles became transparent, looking very much like jade. While Han Sen was refining the toad's cold power, he realized just how scary the deified toad really was. This was more than the simple cold elements Han Sen was used to dealing with. There was an inclusion of space and time in the mix. This power could actually freeze places in time. Although this was Han Sen's first time seeing something like, he immediately knew how frightening the beast was. Han Sen spent the next 10 hours trying to eliminate the deified toad's cold air, but he was unable to completely remove it. Normal dukes would have died merely attempting to hold off such potent power. After 20 hours, though, Han Sen was finally able to fully remove the cold air. And over the course of that time, he learned a whole lot more about what he had been dealing with. The final realm of ice powers isn't how cold they can be. I used to use jade skin to summon the ice jade skeleton. Now that I think about it, that is the true path of jade skin. Its practice in the sanctuaries is just a smidgen of what it is capable of in the Geno universe. It is like, by making preparations ahead of time, things become easier to accomplish in the future. It is easier to complete the path, and it will be easier to go further. I don't know who built the sanctuaries to enable this amazing effect. There was still too much mystery surrounding the sanctuaries. Like creatures in the sanctuary could max out their super genes and gain a super god body. Han Sen's super god body was titled Super King Spirit. Everyone's super body was different, but each one of them was quite spectacular. Any creature that left the sanctuaries with maxed out super genes would have talents that could equal a higher race in the Geno universe. Or even better, in some aspects. Even though there are no humans, the creatures and spirits that leave sanctuary are sure to be similar to the higher races I've seen populating the Geno Hall. It's scary to think about. Whoever created the sanctuaries must have been quite terrifying. That deified toad had not yet re-emerged from the water. So, Han Sen used his deified spectacles to have a look at the cold powers and see what he could analyze. It was quite difficult to analyze the powers of a deified being. The analysis didn't go quickly, but it was progressing. When Han Sen finally got a proper look at them, he understood the ice powers a lot better. On the 24th hour of the first day, ripples and waves began to appear on the surface of the pool. The deified toad came out of the water and headed for the banks of the river. Han Sen watched the deified toad, and when it entered the stone cave, Han Sen turned his attention to the pool itself. Han Sen used his right purple eye to examine the pool. There, Han Sen saw some jade tadpoles swimming around the basin. They were around the size of a fist, and they swam around the water like emeralds. The heirs of a deified creature. Han Sen was quite shocked by what he was seeing. There had to be 30 or 40 of the tadpoles, far more than Han Sen would have expected. If they all grew up, then they'd probably all become deified creatures. It was a prospect that was rather scary to think about. But the Geno universe was different from the sanctuaries. The heirs of a deified creature here would have better blood, but if they wanted to be deified themselves, they'd still need to level up slowly. Becoming deified was not a birthright, as it still required a lot of effort and luck. The deified toad crawled into the stone house, and when it did, the door closed behind it. Meanwhile, the green tadpoles were still flitting madly around the pool. They could not see the deified toad anymore, but even so, they seemed to swim around happily. The frozen river and the waterfall began to melt, and shortly after, they returned to running as they used to. Han Sen finally realized that the task of the guardian was not to safeguard the toad, but to protect the toad's tadpoles. They needed to remain undisturbed while they were floating around in the water. Seeing those tadpoles swimming up the waterfall, Han Sen used his Danxian aura to watch and observe. He was not going to allow any strong creature to appear and eat them. Han Sen was overthinking things, though. The rebate had already slain all the powerful creatures that had once existed in the area. No other creature would appear and threaten those tadpoles. Standing guard there, all alone, was just to ensure the safety of the place. In addition to that, there were benefits to claim. After a short time of playing on the surface, the tadpoles sank further down into the pool until they could no longer be monitored. Is that cold power the benefit that the guardian may take? That doesn't make sense, though. Ordinary marquises most certainly couldn't absorb it. And it isn't as if all nobles practice with cold powers either. The true reward cannot be as little as that. There must be something else that I haven't yet found. Han Sen examined the area for a while longer, but he could not discover any further benefits to claim. He eventually left Cold Palace, still suspicious about what he was supposed to claim. Half a month later, Han Sen returned to Cold Palace. The deified toad appeared through the doorway again. This time, when it entered the pool, a group of tadpoles came up to the surface. They traveled up the frozen waterfall to reach the top. The tadpoles wriggled their tails to swim up, and they reached the top alongside the deified toad. They surrounded it, and together, the group observed the countless moons that populated the skies of Narrow Moon. Suddenly, Han Sen saw the deified toad open its mouth. A bunch of full moons came out of its mouth and drifted up into the skies to be with the others. The moons seemed to have symbols that changed. Everything was shining under the strong glow of the moonlight, and eventually, they stopped their drift. The birds in the sky stopped moving, too, but they did not fall. It was like they had been frozen in the air. Han Sen had the guardian tablet to protect him. He was not frozen, and he just watched as the moon changed its symbol. Then, the energy inside his body began to shift. When Han Sen's energy started to show movement, a beam of moonlight pierced through the shroud of light that protected him. It went straight into his body like spring water, rinsing all of his cells gently. The tadpoles bathed in the glow of the moonlight, happily absorbing every ounce of the light they were receiving from the moon. Now, Han Sen understood how the guardian benefited. When the deified toad spat out moons, everything would freeze. Even the light stilled. The creatures and people around would not know what was occurring, save for the guardian with the tablet for protection. Only the guardian would witness the moons and share the moonlight. The moonlight was very useful for one's body. That was because the moonlight enhanced genes and increased fitness. That sort of growth was very rare but widely beneficial. Even kings had to level up their fitness, after all. There was one more benefit that was even better for Han Sen, who was now the guardian. Since he had practiced with ice powers, he could absorb the deified toad's cold air. By doing that, his jade skin would level up far faster. He could use the first day of the month to absorb cold powers, while on day 15, he could bask in the glow of the moonlight. Han Sen's only disappointment was in the fact that the 2 days went far too quickly, and he could only enjoy each of these opportunities once a month. Han Sen wanted to hunt dukes in his free time, but in Narrow Moon, duke xenogeneics were very rare. And furthermore, they were mostly under the control of someone or something king class. He couldn't go around killing dukes as he pleased. So, Han Sen planned to embark on some missions. By completing the missions, he could kill dukes on the way and collect the duke genes he wanted. Han Sen thought that those genes, aside from leveling up the body's fitness, would also have another use. He just hadn't yet found out what that was. Before Han Sen took the next mission, however, he received some fairly shocking news. A traitor of the destroyed had fled into the area and gone to hide somewhere in the 6-star xenogeneic space. The 6-star xenogeneic space was a xenogeneic space that belonged to the rebate. The destroyed was requesting that the rebate seal up the 6-star xenogeneic space to keep him there. But for some reason, many other races had sent some of their people to the 6-star xenogeneic space. They proclaimed they had sent teams to protect their members who had already entered that xenogeneic space. But it seemed as if they were more interested in the traitor of the destroyed. The teams entered, but they never left. According to outside sources, it was whispered that the traitor of the destroyed had stolen one of their treasures. That was why there was a big fuss about all this. Because the 6-star xenogeneic space was an open business place of the rebate, many of the races went there. But even though so many teams had entered, quite strangely, the destroyed traitor had yet to be located. Where he might have been hiding, no one seemed to know. Han Sen was interested in this little affair. He perused what information he was allowed to view, and he came to learn that the 6-star xenogeneic space was quite popular right now. Many elites were headed there, and many teams comprised of marquises and dukes went there in an effort to find the traitor. Many king-class elites were sitting outside the place. That was one of the conditions of locking down the 6-star xenogeneic space. The rebate didn't want too many elites poking about the xenogeneic space, as they didn't want the news to become too big. That was a xenogeneic space belonging to the rebate, and so if something was to happen, it would be on them. There weren't that many kings anyway, so there weren't many participating in the teams that went into search. Right now, the 6-star xenogeneic space would only allow entry and not exit. The destroyed really wanted to find that traitor, and they didn't care what it took. Other races tried to search for the traitor, too. Or find the treasure he had stolen from the destroyed. What did he steal from the destroyed, to bring the attention of so many different factions? Han Sen wondered to himself. He planned to go to the 6-star xenogenic space to see for himself. But Han Sen wasn't interested in looking for the traitor of the destroyed. Many factions were already looking for him, and even many marquises and dukes that belonged to Narrow Moon were out in search of him. If Han Sen went in alone, the chances of finding the traitor before everyone else were practically zero. Han Sen was going to the 6-star xenogenic space because it was now open. Even the xenogenics that populated that space were up for grabs. So, Han Sen fancied hunting down some Duke xenogenics to collect their genes. Han Sen messaged Zero, Han Menger, Little Angel, Bauer, Little Invisible, Little Silver, and Little Star, asking them all to meet at the 6-star xenogenic space. When Han Sen arrived, however, things quickly appeared to be worse than he initially thought. Moonwell King and the other kings were there, and they were controlling the traffic of the elites that were allowed in. The 6-star xenogenic space's interior was a bit of a mess, too, as many of the marquises and dukes that were looking for the destroyed traitor began to fight. Many of them died in the clashes. Han Sen, this situation is too complex. You should not go, in case something bad happens to you. Black Moon King, who was guarding the exit, tried to convince Han Senator. Although many king-class elites were blocking the way in, there were still many powerful dukes in there. They were a whole level higher than Han Sen, which would make things very dangerous for a marquise. Han Sen appreciated Black Moon King's concern, but he still took Zero, Little Angel, and the others in with him. He had his demon bug by Sima, so not even a king-class enemy was going to scare him. And if they didn't scare him, the dukes certainly wouldn't. He had 4 demon bug by Samace, and Han Sen chose to hold one of them himself. The other 3 were given to Han Menger, Zero, and Little Angel. Bauer and Little Silver were always with Han Sen, so they could share his. The 6-star xenogenic space, in terms of size, was pretty average. That being said, the landscape was very complicated. Aside from the 6 planets that existed there were many asteroids. Finding a marquise inside the asteroid belts would be very difficult. The stories of the traitor marquise said he was very good when it came to living in space. He could last in space for a few years without needing to eat or drink. So, many of the races compartmentalized their search radiuses and slowly locked down each area in which the traitor might have been hiding. Han Sen did not search amidst the asteroids, though. He brought his companions to one of the planets. The one selected was called Planet Sodi. It had many xenogenics, and many of them were dukes. That was why Han Sen wanted to go there in the first place. People were used to paying large sums of money to hunt xenogenics on Planet Sodi, but with the mess going on right now, the rebate couldn't enforce the tolls and so anyone could come and go. Han Sen took his companions there, too, saving a lot of money in the process. Han Sen had only just entered Planet Sodi when he was given a shock. Many people had been planning to do the same thing as him. People had spread all over the planet as they hunted xenogenics. This is obscene. How can they take advantage of a situation like this? Han Sen demanded angrily. He had totally forgotten he was there for the same reason. Han Sen and company walked across Sodi for several hundred miles, and in that distance, he was unable to kill a single xenogenic. There were too many dukes and marquises already taking advantage of the planet's offerings. Han Sen saw many dukes and marquises fighting and killing xenogenics before he could reach them. No one was leaving Han Sen a single xenogenic to fight himself. And if Han Sen drew close to the others, they'd stare him down as if they were ready to start a fight if he took another step. Han Sen walked forward, hoping to head deeper into the mountains. Han Sen was at the foot of the rise when Qing Li and a number of other rebates approached. Han Sen, are you here to kill xenogenics? Well, I don't think you'll be able to. I'm just taking a look around. Han Sen coughed. Qing Li lifted her lips. We have been walking across these mountains for over half the day, and we haven't been able to locate a single xenogeniac. Those B** stars down there are going to kill them all before we get a chance to. The few rebates of Duke and Marquise class looked tired. Everyone was using the excuse of finding the traitor to exploit the 6-star xenogeniac space. And because of that, the rebate were losing so much. But they had to relent and allow this due to the pressure that the destroyed were putting on them. If that powerful race hadn't been leaning on them so heavily, the rebate would have never let them in. As the two were speaking, however, someone else approached. It was a group of the destroyed. Most of them were marquises, but the leader of the bunch was a duke. That team of destroyed were out in pursuit of the traitor. But when they saw Han Sen, they immediately looked hostile. That was because in Metal World, Han Sen had taken the effort to protect the other races. The destroyed there, however, had been completely wiped out. And after those events, no other race was very fond of the destroyed. Their reputation had taken a tumble, and they had paid a high price. That was why they were not fond of Han's senator, but still, they did not actually try to attack him. They just looked at him with distaste. They were still in territory that belonged to the rebate, after all, and they weren't arrogant enough to fight him there. Just as the destroyed were about to leave, the face of the Duke leader changed. He shouted at the mountains, "Bar!" Han Sen and the others looked in the direction that he had called. They saw a man with bone armor. He was carrying a bone knife that was around 2 meters long on his shoulder. "That is one of the destroyed?" Han Sen asked, looking at Bar with a quizzical expression. Bar had 3 faces, but he did not have the traditional 6 arms. His 3 faces were different than those of the destroyed, as well. The 3 faces were all masculine. Qing Li's face changed, and she quietly said, "Do not provoke him. He is, for lack of a better word, abnormal amongst the destroyed." "What is that supposed to mean?" Han Sen quietly asked. Qing Li quickly explained, "He is a mix between one of the destroyed and someone of another race. He is very talented, but also very cruel. The destroyed love violence, but even they call him by the name of Born Destroyer. See how scary he is." A rebate duke quickly told Han Sen, "Let's go. We cannot provoke him. He is also a part-time hitman, and he's killed geniuses that belong to all races. Many powerful people have died by his hand. To me, it sounds like you might be in danger." Han Sen frowned, but he did not move. He had noticed that Bar was already coming after him. Bar's energy had already locked onto him, and he couldn't run. Han Menger felt Bar's focus on Han Sen, as well. She stepped in front of Han Sen and summoned her death goddess Bao. She pulled its string, and a black beam arrow manifested. The arrow tip was trained on Bar. "Are you crazy? Put the bow down." Seeing Han Menger lift a bow and aim it at Bar, Qing Li and the others started to freak out. A person like Bar would merrily murder someone if they were only suffering a bad mood. Han Menger was now pointing her loaded bow at him, so they imagined it to be something of a death wish. The group of destroyed were coldly smiling at them. But even though they were of the same race as Bar, there was an element of fear in their faces. They didn't want much contact with Bar either. And now, one of Han Sen's people was aiming a bow at him. The few destroyed started to backtrack a little, so they could comfortably watch the show that was about to unfold. It seemed as if a killing fest was about to begin. Han Menger did not put the bow down. She coldly watched Bar approach, and as she did, her bow gathered up more power. She was only a marquise, and Bar was a duke. But Bar was hostile to Han Sen, and so she wouldn't back down. "Han Sen, tell her to stand down," a rebate duke next to Qing Li said. "There is no need," Han Sen said coldly. The bow in Han Menger's hand was fully charged. Without a moment of hesitation, she fired at Bar. The arrow had been created from a formless swirl of black smoke, and it became almost impossible to see as it flashed towards Bar. It flew near him, ready to perforate his heart. Everyone was shocked. They thought Han Menger was incredibly brave to take the first shot at Bar. The rebate dukes didn't dare say a single word, though. They were afraid Bar would go crazy on them all. So, the Duke pulled on Qingli and the others to leave. They wanted to get as far away from Han Menger and Han Sen as possible, so they could avoid getting involved in their dispute. The destroyed stepped back even more, as well. They were still smiling coldly. They looked at Han Menger as if she was a dead woman. Bar was not only a cruel fellow. The others did not know much about him, but the destroyed most certainly did. He had been given the title of Born Destroyer by the leader of the destroyed himself. He was the strongest out of all of the destroyed. If Bar had been a pure-blood destroyed, his talent would have most certainly given him the opportunity to become the next leader of the whole destroyed race. Although Bar had not received much support from the destroyed, he still did far better than most others of the destroyed. Especially those of the same level as he was. And because he loved killing, his name was deeply associated with cruelty. He was also more famous than most kings of the destroyed because of all this, too. Bar had once slain a dragon duke. Dragon 1 pursued him across a dozen systems in retaliation, but he managed to get away. While he was running away, he killed many dragon dukes and marquises, too. That made the dragon look really bad, and it gave Bar's notoriety an enormous boost. Dragon 1 was a king, but he failed to chase down a duke. And Bar had killed many of the dragon. That was why he became famous. Bar saw Han Menger's arrow come right for him, but the speed he used to approach had not changed. He did not use the bone knife slung behind his shoulder. Instead, he reached out his hand to grab the arrow. Bar's hand came into contact with the tip of the arrow, and the expressions on Bar's faces hardened. A black light that looked indestructible cloaked his hand, and it looked like the arrow would shatter against it. That black arrow seemed to be sharper than expected, though. And when the black arrow came against the black light, it did not break. Bar's power was unable to deflect it. The arrow flashed into Bar's hand like black lightning, and it spun as fast as a drill head. The black light broke, sending a flurry of sparks everywhere. Everyone watched as the arrowhead drilled into his hand, tearing through skin and bone. Blood spurted from the entry wound. The arrow had pierced right through Bar's hand, much to the utter disbelief of Qingli, the destroyed, and the rebate that were watching. They stared as the arrow proceeded towards his heart. Dong! Bar fell backward and struck out with his bone knife. It hit the arrow and made a very loud noise. Finally, however, he had managed to break the arrow. Just as everyone thought that was the end of the matter, they heard an explosion. The broken arrow exploded, becoming a black sun that swallowed Bar's body. When that scary power faded away, the black light went with it. Qingli and the others could see that the bone armor Bar had worn was now all gone. His big body was exposed. But his body was heavily injured, too. Blood was everywhere, and his bones and organs were clearly visible through his wounds. No one could believe a marquise's arrow had just damaged Bar like that, oh so simply. How is that possible? This is Bar. The destroyed dukes were all in complete shock. Not even most dukes could have hurt Bar in that way. Qingli and the rebate were in shock, as well. They didn't expect this sort of result. They never thought Han Sen's faithful marquise ally could wield such wicked strength. Han Sen was just as surprised as the others, though. He hadn't expected Han Menger to be that strong, but he knew that was her talent and ability. Power like that at marquise level was definitely competition with what Break Six Skies offered. Pure and utter devastation, when wrought like that, was incredibly scary. If Menger learned Break Six Skies, combining her power with the explosive abilities of that Geno art, how strong could she possibly get? Han Sen got excited as he thought about the prospect. This is amazing. The injured Bar looked very excited. He was still gripping his bone knife, and he now looked like a wolf that had found some prey. He began to shine red. Bar's wounds, as grievous as they were healing extremely quickly. The gashes on his body closed as they watched, and his power and presence were starting to erupt like a volcano. His black shadow loomed like a black beast. It was like the whole of the earth had been covered in the shadow of something terrifying. A roiling power was swallowing up the whole region. Han Menger did not move when faced with that presence, though. She simply drew the string of her bow. Immediately after, a black arrow went soaring through the skies and headed for Bar. It was like a black thunderbolt going right for him. Bar's unnerving excitement hadn't diminished, and he started to dance as he swung his bone knife. His faces were filled with demonic joy as he tried to strike the arrow. But when the bone knife almost came into contact with the arrow behaved like magic. It vanished into thin air, and when it appeared once more, it was already at his chest. The diamond-like arrow tip started to shred the flesh of his torso. The black arrow pierced through his chest and punctured his heart. Shtum! 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 An entire murder of black arrows soared through the skies at him, fast as lightning. Bar kept swinging his bone knife, but he was unable to break a single arrow. All of those arrows were like magic. Whenever Bar's bone knife was about to come into contact with an arrow, it would just disappear. And by the time it reappeared, it would already be digging into Bar's flesh. In a split second, Bar's body had been riddled with at least a dozen arrows. It was like he had been pierced by black thunderbolts. Qing Li and the others were all frozen. They couldn't believe the sight that their eyes were relaying to them. The destroyed marquises and dukes were all thinking to themselves, how is this possible? That is Bar. Boom! Han Menger, still holding her bow, fired another arrow at Bar. And when this one plunged into him, it exploded. It split into a number of black suns that quickly worked to ravage and shatter Bar's body. Dong! When that scary bone knife fell from the hands that clutched them, it struck a rock. It quivered in the rock at an angle, the hilt rising over Bar's shattered body. You couldn't find a single complete muscle from the messy slop that remained. This was a very shocking turn of events. Qing Li and the other rebates all stopped. They looked at Han Menger, who was standing in front of Han Senator. Her cold but pretty face would forever be branded into their minds. Han Menger didn't rejoice, though. She frowned and looked at Bar's bone knife. Suddenly, the scraps of flesh that remained began to move. The bits and pieces were all drawing together. Not long after, the flesh started to assemble itself and come together. The tom muscles and bones recomposed and rebuilt themselves. The figure of Bar was wholly reassembled. He looked like a doll that had been ripped apart, then sewn back together. There was still a number of seams across his body, of course, they looked like centipedes writhing over him. The scars disappeared quickly, and a living Bar stood before them once again. He picked up his bone knife, looked at Han Menger merrily, and said, I haven't enjoyed a delicious fight such as this in a very long while. My stomach's already rumbling, you know. Feeling hungry is a wonderful feeling. Now, however, you are my prey. Tell me your name, so that I may remember and record the dish that you will become. The onlookers stared with open mouths. His body had been ripped apart, but then it had reassembled itself really quickly. Bar's power seemed to be stronger now, too. Impossible, impossible. The destroyed cannot heal themselves, can they? And no, that was far too incredible to be referred to simply as healing. It is as if he can actually revive himself. Qing Li looked at Bar in sudden fear. That is why Bar is Bar. And this is only the beginning. The destroyed dukes laughed. Although Han Menger's power had been a surprise, they were still quite confident that Bar would be the victor. Bar might not have been a pure-blood destroyed, but he was most certainly the strongest among them. Chapter 2176 Born Killer Han Sen looked at Bar with surprise. Han Menger's power was undoubtedly the best out of all marquises. She was just as powerful as Han Sen when he used Break Six Skies. But even after being subjected to that massive amount of power, Bar was able to heal at an alarming speed. And on top of that, the life force inside his body became stronger. That had to be something more than a simple healing ability. It was obvious that Bar had a powerful body, and that must have been how he was able to survive Dragon One's pursuit as a duke. The guy's eyes looked menacing, as if killing was his only desire. What Bar saw now wasn't just prey. Han Sen knew the man before him loved nothing more than the pleasure of taking a life. A born killing machine, Han Sen thought. Bar's ugly face looked very excited. It was a rather twisted sight. He licked his lips while he stared at Han Menger. Slowly, he started to approach her. The blood air of the bone knife spread out like a tide and then rose up like black fire. It was wholly demonic. The scary presence of it began to spread and suffuse his body. Han Menger was going to raise her bow once again, but Han Sen stopped her with a hand. He smiled and said, "Let me do it. His body is weird, and I think we'll need something more than simple damage output to deal with him." Han Menger's strongest ability was the destructive arrow, but it had now been rendered useless against Bar. Han Sen didn't want her to take any more risks. When Han Menger relaxed her fingers, the bow disappeared. Then, she moved to position herself behind Han Senator. When Bar saw Han Sen step between Han Menger and himself, his face darkened. The bone knife in his hand lurched toward Han Sen, the knife's red power spreading like the abyss. "Get lost," he screamed. Bar's original target was supposed to be Han Sen, but he had now decided that Han Menger would be his prey. He wasn't interested in Han Sen anymore, and all he wanted to do now was slay Han Menger. He looked as if he had spent the last 3 days and nights hungry, deprived of food. And now, he had stumbled across a feast that was being taken away from him. There was no hitman more stubborn than Bar. Han Sen looked calm as he pulled out his ghost teeth knife and slashed in his opponent's direction. Dong! When the knives came against each other, the black blood and the purple air shattered. The blades hit each other with enough force to tear the fabric of space. And indeed, space really did break, cracks spreading from the impact like a spider web. The dark red and purple colors were lost in the chaos. Die! Bar's ugly faces looked more and more excited. The fire in his eyes was almost becoming something real. He looked at Han Sen and quickly waved his bone knife again. The dark beast's shadow appeared behind the oncoming strike. Bar's knife skills were very rough. There was no finesse or technique to his movements. There was nothing amazing about his skills, and he was a very different fighter than someone like Lone Bamboo. His knife skills were very rough, wild, violent, and flawed. He didn't care about the more granular details. His efforts were focused into brute force. Now, Han Sen knew why Bar was not born as a bona fide destroyed. It was like he was only there to destroy things. It was as if he didn't have any care for himself, and all he wished to do was wreck whatever got in his way. While knife skills like his were riddled with flaws, Bar did not care. He did not even try to fix them. He just wanted to kill whatever opponent he encountered. Kill! 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 The ugly face kept screaming, and it looked more and more creepy as time progressed. The bone knife was swinging wildly with the aim of consuming Han Sen's body. Catcha! Han Sen's ghost teeth knife slashed across Bar's chest. A deep red cut appeared, and blood and purple air began to leak from the seam. But Bar did not care. The wound did not slow down his assault. If anything, it made him look more excited than ever. Although the wound could not heal because it had been infused with teeth power, the attack wasn't strong enough to spread and tear up his body. The purple gash just remained where it was. Han Sen went on to deal another 10 of those attacks. They did not work well, and it seemed like Bar was getting as strong as the devil. And all he wanted was to see Han Sen dead. Dong! Ghost teeth knife and the bone knife struck each other again. This time, though, Han Sen felt a powerful force come against him. He was sent flying 50 meters back through the air. In a few minutes, Bar's power had doubled. And furthermore, it was continuing to grow. The wounds weren't making him weaker. They were actually making him stronger. Han Sen is strong. He cannot be any weaker than Lone Bamboo. Ordinary dukes definitely couldn't beat him. It is just a shame that he has picked on the wrong enemy. Bar is a genuine killing machine. During a fight, he continues getting stronger until he can destroy his enemy. Even a king like Dragon One was unable to kill him. A destroyed duke looked at Han Sen and smiled confidently. Qing Li observed Han Sen's situation, and she acknowledged that it wasn't going very well. She felt nervous and wondered out loud, what is Bar's body actually like? Why can teeth power not spread across him? Han Sen was also beginning to understand just how powerful Bar was. He knew that if he was to deal with an enemy such as that, straight-up violence wouldn't be enough to take him down. Even teeth powers couldn't rip up Bar's body, and that spoke volumes about the man's talents. The more he fought, the stronger he was going to get. Seeing Bar holding his bone knife in front of him like some demon, Han Sen thought of something. Then, he made a move. He dodged Bar's bone knife and put his ghost teeth knife away. A pair of pistols then appeared in his hands. Pang! Pang! 2 bullets thudded into Bar's chest, but at this point, the muscles had become too strong to penetrate. The bullets shattered the moment they came against the steel-like bands of Bar's chest. But those 2 bullets each left behind an image of a turtle. Bar tumbled to the ground, leaving a deep crater. Now, he was many times slower. His body is strong, but he is not good at resisting debilitative effects. Turtle worked on him perfectly, Han Sen thought to himself. Seeing Bar's reduced speed, Qing Li was very happy. She exclaimed, "It works. That must be the trick called turtle, which Han Sen himself created. It is so strong that it has actually managed to suppress Bar. If he thinks a ceiling power is enough to defeat Bar, then he is very wrong." One of the Duke destroyed snorted in disdain. "This is good. I am so excited. So much food for me." Bar's ugly faces devolved further and further into insanity. The cold face in the middle was suddenly starting to move. The eyes turned black and began to shine. Then Bar's body began to turn black. He was turning into dark steel. He was like a demon statue that had been forged from some ancient metal. The turtle spell, which had previously slowed him down, suddenly lost all effect. Bar's body was freed, and he flew up high. He slashed towards Han Sen with the power of a devil. Chapter 2177 Bar Han Sen moved like a shadow, and Bar's slashing bone knife was unable to strike him. Han Sen couldn't counter Bar's strength directly, so he had to remain fleet of foot. Even blocking one of those blows with his ghost teeth knife would damage him a great deal. Bar is getting stronger. Qing Li had finally seen the problem that Han Sen was having. Bar's increase in strength was becoming obvious to all of the onlookers. And Han Sen's power remained what it was, not increasing at all. After the power increase, Han Sen was suppressed. All he could do was keep dodging. He couldn't fight Bar anymore. Qing Li became very worried that there might not be a ceiling to Bar's increase of strength. Even if Han Sen used all of his power, if he couldn't avoid Bar's strikes, he could be killed in one shot. A destroyed duke laughed and said, Bar is invincible against those who are of the same level as him. And Han Sen is only a marquise. He might be strong, but a marquise is just a marquise. He's offended Bar, so death is his fate, now. Han Menger, Zero, and Little Angel were watching intently. They hadn't said a word thus far. It was usually a noisy affair when women got together, but the three of them weren't the fondest of speaking. So, none of them said a word as they watched. Little Silver and Little Star were standing with them. They, too, watched quietly. Up. Han Sen suddenly leaped upwards and used his knife tip to press forward. A purple knife silk appeared in the air, thinner than a strand of hair. Bar was trapped and tangled up inside the knife silk. He was no longer able to move. Bar's fire was still growing. He looked at Han Sen with eyes full of rage. His motionless body began to expand, but he couldn't sever the incredibly soft yet durable knife silks. The knife silks dug into his flesh, making the man bleed profusely all over. Bar laughed. He cared nothing for the wounds he was incurring. He fought back with all his strength, laughing the entire time. And then, there was a catcha. He exerted too much strength, and the knife silks cut him to pieces. But, a second later, those broken limbs were reconnected once more. Bar was standing again, and his body looked even scarier now. This guy is pretty hard to deal with. I could totally annihilate his body with super spank, but I really shouldn't use it with so many people watching. Han Sen frowned. His mind raced for a way to get rid of Bar. Bar was powerful, and the destroyed said Bar was the strongest duke. Han Sen did not believe the man was invincible, though. Perhaps Bar was the best out of the destroyed, but Han Sen did not believe that any random genius in the Geno universe could overwhelm his power. Especially not someone who was a duke. The bodies of the dragon were strong and powerful. This was especially true of the king-class ones. Bar's body might have been powerful, but not to a degree that elicited fear. His power was limited, and that was why he had been forced to escape from Dragon 1. There was nothing to suggest he was actually invincible. Thank you, Bar crooned. Visit our L-list novel. Thank you so much. Thank you for letting me enjoy such a delicious fight. The moment I kill you will be the best moment of my life. Bar was crazy. Every strike carried an endless murderous presence. Many black and red knife flames rose in the air, crossing over each other. Every scrape across the ground left behind a large knife mark. Bar's power and speed were better than any others of the same level. It was likely only a small handful of dukes that had what it took to fight him now. So strong. Han Sen complimented his enemy. He also had to admit that if he did not make use of super spank, defeating his opponent would be impossible until he was a duke. Blowing him into pieces via break 6 skies would be a futile endeavor, as well. The enemy would survive, and end up even stronger. By the way Bar was getting stronger, Han Sen could guess that Bar was using his own injuries for power. The harder Han Sen struck him, the stronger he became. But he could also tell that the power Bar had absorbed from him wasn't permanent. If it was permanent, Bar wouldn't have been damaged so easily upon their first encounter. When he first saw Bar, Han Sen noticed that his power was not all that higher than the average duke. He was nothing special amongst them. But right now, Bar was ranking amongst the best of the dukes. To continue fighting this way would only give him even more strength. It is useless. No matter how hard he tries, Han Sen is going to die. Many of the destroyed were smiling. If Bar could kill Han Sen, it'd be a notable boost for the destroyed. Han Sen could not kill his enemy, and neither could he risk injuring him. He was getting pretty desperate. Die. Bar's bone knife kept on swinging. The power it carried was enough to sunder mountains. It struck Han Sen's head. The bone knife met no resistance, and it went clean through Han Sen's head. Then, Han Sen's body exploded like a water balloon. It was another one of his moon doppelgangers. The real Han Sen was now standing right next to Bar. His hair was close enough to touch Bar's face. Han Sen smiled at Bar, and he said, "You are strong. Unreasonably strong. I cannot kill you. But of course, I am going to kill you." Bar swung his knife with the aim of cutting Han Sen in half. Han Sen moved as smoothly as the wind, while Bar's bone knife whistled through the air after him. But there was still a distance between the knife and Han Senator. It felt as if some invisible waves were enabling Han Sen to evade the bone knife. "I cannot kill you, but I can still beat you." Han Sen laughed. "I think he is crazy. If he cannot kill Bar, then how can he defeat him?" A destroyed duke grunted repeatedly. As this was happening, Han Sen raised a pistol with the word "spell" scrawled across it. He aimed it at Bar's body and pulled the trigger. Pang! A bullet whizzed out of the gun and struck Bar's forehead. The bullet hit Bar's forehead and disintegrated into dust. It left a red mark and a spell behind. This skill again. I have told you already, and I can tell you again, your sealing powers won't work on me while I have my chaos powers. Bar looked at his foe with disdain and roared. He used his knife to try to attack Han Sen again. But after he brought his knife up, his faces went blank. A light sheet of ice began to seep from his forehead, and it started to spread across his entire body. Before he could wipe it away, his body was completely frozen. He looked like an ice statue, sculpted into the shape of a person about to strike. Chapter 2178 Frozen Bar. The destroyed dukes saw Han Sen use an icy force to freeze Bar on the spot. One of the dukes looked on Han Sen with a sneer. Ice powers are worthless against the real might of Bar. His power is evil. He has a body of chaos and a spirit of disaster. An ordinary destroyed has 3 special talents: we can wield light, dark, and chaos powers. Bar's power is different, however, due to the mixed blood in his veins. He has 3 amazing talents. He can use the evil power to kill. He can use the body of chaos to disturb things. And he can use his spirit of disaster, which is a mysterious power even to us. Each of them possesses incredible power, and together, they make Bar practically invincible. The destroyed duke coldly laughed and said, "Cold powers will not work on Bar. They will only end up making him even stronger. Let's see what happens, shall we? Bar will break the ice very soon." It looked as if Bar was answering his words, for a squeaking noise began to come from his frozen form. It sounded like glass cracking under pressure. Huh! That is a powerful body. Even my upgraded cold powers from Jade Skin can't freeze him effectively, Han Sen complimented his enemy. But Han Sen was aware that if he had used his Jade Skin godlight in the beginning, Bar would have been unable to escape. Bar was now bursting with power because of their long, protracted fight. It had allowed Bar's power gain to build up a ton of momentum. If Han Sen had tried this sooner, Bar wouldn't have been able to break free from the Jade Skin Godlight's freezing power. Luckily, Han Sen wasn't depending on the Jade Skin Godlight to freeze Bar. His other hand was holding a pistol. He lifted it and fired at Bar. A bullet with an ice light was fired. It hit Bar's frozen body, and the Jade Skin Godlight froze Bar once again. But this bullet was different from the one with the earlier Jade Skin Godlight. This bullet was equipped with a strange and hidden symbol. When Spell reached Marquise, a weird symbol began to appear on her ammunition. Its design reflected the symbol on Spell's forehead. It was imbued with the power Spell obtained when she became a Marquise. It is useless. No matter how much he tries to freeze Bar, it is all for naught. Doing this will only boost Bar's resistance to the ice powers. Does Han Sen have a death wish? The destroyed Duke grinned haughtily. After firing, Han Sen blew across the barrel of the pistol. He put the pistol away and turned around to look at Han Menger. With a shrug of his shoulders, he said, "Let's go. This guy is too difficult to fight. I am unable to kill him." Visit our List novel. Han Menger and Zero had no opinion of their own, so they were swift to follow Han Sen's decision. A destroyed Duke loudly said, "Han Sen, there is no point in running. Bar is going to break that ice power. You cannot run. Once Bar has made you his target, there is no escape." Pang! Han Sen didn't turn around. He simply drew his gun and fired a bullet at that Duke. The destroyed Duke's face went white, and it was too late for him to dodge. The three heads shouted, while the 6 arms wielded 3 different orbs of light in a bid to deflect that incoming bullet. Pang! The tricolored godlight hit the bullet, and the bullet exploded. A mushroom cloud rose from that spot, turning the place where the destroyed Duke had stood into a small crater. The entire team was blown up into a bloody mess that painted the region. The destroyed Duke up front was nothing but bits. There were 2 destroyed Dukes a little away from the group. They weren't killed in an instant, but they were left to bleed out. Death would come for them soon enough. They lay writhing on the ground, looking up at Han Sen in horror. "You guys aren't Bar, so don't talk crap to me." Han Sen put his pistol away and left the area with his companions. Qingli and the other rebate were paralyzed on the spot. They knew Han Sen was strong, but they did not know he was that strong. He was only a marquise, but in a split second, he had wiped out an entire group of Dukes with a single attack. That level of power was scary to behold. No wonder he shared the same name as Lone Bamboo. That is way too frightening. Qing Li's pretty eyes looked upon him with complete admiration. In her heart, she was thinking, should I keep begging him to be my teacher? Perhaps he should be my teacher instead of Knife Queen. But he already rejected me once before. Now he definitely won't accept me. Bar will kill you. Kill you, wheezed the 2 dying destroyed. Blood was drooling out of their mouths. They knew they weren't going to live long, so they put their hopes of vengeance on Bar. They hoped Bar would be able to break the ice and kill Han Senator. They looked upon the frozen Bar with excitement, hoping to see Bar burst free before they passed. They imagined Han Sen then being killed by Bar. It made their dying bodies grasp a smidgen of power to stay alive just a little bit longer. But Han Sen and the others were already leaving, and the frozen Bar had yet to move. He was still holding the bone knife, and he was facing down like a frozen statue. Impossible. How can that ice freeze chaos power? Impossible. Bar must be able to break the ice. He just needs a bit of time, the destroyed thought desperately. Han Sen and the others left the area. Bar was still frozen on the spot, not moving. At first, the destroyed were optimistic. Then, they were disappointed. And lastly, they looked to be drained of all hope. Their final breaths were spent staring at the frozen Bar. They did not close their eyes, but even so, Bar remained frozen. He did not move. Other elites soon came walking by, and when they saw the frozen Bar, they were stunned. When they realized Bar had been frozen by Han Sen, they were even more shocked. Bar was an infamous Duke, so it was hard to imagine how a Marquise had managed to trap him like that. The destroyed nobles eventually came and took the frozen Bar away, but it was several hours before they arrived. This was the first time Han Sen had used spell while it operated with the power of a Marquise. He did not know what the new power was called, but that symbol had a strange power that would not fade away. So, Han Sen called it eternity. Han Sen only wanted to freeze his foe for a while, so he could buy them enough time to vacate the area. Han Sen did not expect the eternity effects to be so strong. A few hours later, Bar was still frozen. Chapter 2179 I'll Eat You. Han Sen and his group traveled across a number of mountains and swamps. He was able to find a few xenogenic corpses, but he couldn't find a single one that was still alive. They couldn't find any Duke xenogenics, and not even any low-level ones, either. Why are there so many people taking advantage of a time like this? Han Sen felt depressed. But with the way things were going, he realized there was nothing he'd be able to do about it. He decided to leave planet Sodi. But suddenly, many Duke elites began to descend from space. Seeing the skies fill with spaceships and elites coming to planet Sodi, Han Sen raised his eyebrows. Had they not been flying in a number of different directions, Han Sen might have believed they were coming for him. Planet Sodi is under lockdown. Please do not try to leave the surface. An announcement was aired through the skies. Battleships and airships all sat in a gridlock over planet Sodi. Even space fortresses were kept in the orbit of the planet. Weapons were aimed at planet Sodi from every direction, as well. If they all fired their weapons, planet Sodi would have been reduced to space rubble 10 times over. Many small aircraft flew out of the greater battleships, and they all seemed to be heading down towards planet Sodi. Han Sen was shocked, and he wished to know what was going on. That destroyed trader cannot be on planet Sodi, can he? If he is, then he must be a very brave fellow. He might have been hiding in plain sight, but it appears someone has exposed him. Han Sen could not think of any more potential explanations for the current scenario. But still, he was just guessing. Nothing was confirmed yet. Han Sen would know soon enough if the traitor was there, though. That much he was sure of. The whole of planet Sodi was locked down. It was impossible for Han Sen and the others to leave the planet now. All the battleships and space fortresses were put into combat mode. If Han Sen's group forced their way out, they'd surely be attacked. This was a territory belonging to the rebate, so at least Han Sen was a part of them. There was no need for him to try to run. So, Han Sen took Han Menger and the others to the only city that existed on planet Sodi. It was called Steel City. Han Sen was something of a VIP amongst the rebate. When he entered Steel City, the workers there gave him a glowing reception. They heartily invited him in and gave him a room at the most luxurious hotel in town. I hope the lockdown doesn't last too long. I don't want to be late when I am supposed to guard the door. Han Sen didn't think it would take too long, though. They had locked down the planet with a large host of dukes and marquises. It would be impossible for the marquises they sought to escape them. But 2 days went by, and those enforcing the lockdown still hadn't found the traitor. Han Sen frowned. There were so many dukes and marquises there, the entirety of planet Sodi had to have been searched from top to bottom by now. Despite their exploration of every nook and cranny, the destroyed traitor had eluded capture. There were only 2 possible explanations for this. Firstly, they might have been working on incorrect intel. Perhaps the traitor wasn't even on planet Sodi, and that was why they were having trouble locating him. The second possibility was that the destroyed traitor wasn't actually hiding. Perhaps he really was walking around in plain sight, but he had changed his appearance. And as a result, nobody recognized him. Han Sen didn't think the first possibility was correct. If they hadn't been able to confirm that this was precisely where the destroyed traitor was, there was no way they would have blanketed the sky with such a dramatic show of force. Apparently, the authorities were confident in their intel. The traitor was most likely there. If he really has disguised his identity, that is very bad news. There are so many marquises here on this planet. They cannot check everyone, and so if that is the case, they will be unable to find him. Han Sen was worried that it might take too long for him to return to Cold Palace in time. Han Sen and Han Menger and the others were all merrily eating in the hotel lobby. Eventually, Han Sen detected a certain presence that was familiar to him. He lifted his head to take a look, and there he saw that same extreme king woman he had encountered before. She hadn't left the territory of the rebate yet. And on top of that, she had come to the 6-star xenogenic space. She must have also been looking for the stolen treasure of the destroyed. What could he have stolen, I wonder? It has even prompted the people of Extreme King to come out in search of it. Han Sen was shocked. The Extreme King woman saw Han Sen, but she pretended that she hadn't. She walked right past Han Sen and sat near the window. Han Sen didn't concern himself with her too much. If she wanted to ignore him, then he figured there was little point in him approaching her. He might find himself asking for trouble. Not long after, Han Sen saw many different races coming into the restaurant. Many of the elites that were out in search of the traitor had come to Steel City. They realized the problem now. The destroyed traitor was no longer hiding. The traitor had changed their identity, and now no one knew who it might have been. A few Buddha came into the restaurant. One marquise in particular came up to Han Sen and bowed before him. Amit Ba. Mr. Han. Thank you for saving me. Han Sen remembered that Buddha as one of the marquises he saved in Metal World. He hadn't learned the man's name, however. You are welcome, but I was just trying to save myself, Han Sen responded quietly. When Han Sen and that Marquise Buddha spoke, many marquises and dukes heard them and approached. Khan was amongst them. When he saw Han Sen, he smiled and sat down next to him. Brother Han, how much of a coincidence is this? We have met once again. I have heard that you froze Bar. That is very scary. You becoming a marquise was a little late, wasn't it? If you were marquise a little earlier, I bet that dollar would have met his match against you. You should have been the first name on the Geno being scroll. Khan had turned into a rather obnoxious bootlicker. All of the elites looked over to Han Sen, with a mixture of complicated expressions. Han Sen ignored Khan's praise. That guy was like a cockroach, and he never died. Although Khan was just a marquise, Han Sen had tried to kill his giant golem body twice and failed. Khan was still alive, and everywhere Han Sen went, he kept bumping into the annoying man. Khan grunted, and his face went a little pale. That was because a large man had walked into the establishment, clutching a bone knife. Han Sen turned his head. Bar stood there, holding his bone knife. The freeze effect had vanished. Bar's appearance made the whole lobby stop. That cruel man would kill anyone, anywhere. He had no concern for law or morals. Khan saw Bar approach, and so he stood up. He forced a smile at Han Sen and said, "Talk soon." After that, Khan returned to the table he was at earlier with the rest of his demon fellows. Bar came in front of Han Sen and said coldly, "I'll eat you." After that, he did not wait for Han Sen's response. He walked to another table and thrust the bone knife into the ground. He sat there and looked at Han Sen without blinking. Han Sen knew Bar hadn't found a way to defrost fully. If he had, the monster would have struck Han Sen without speaking. No one knew what was going on, but there were many dukes and marquises there. Droves of them filled the lobby. "Can I sit here?" asked a voice near Han Sen. Chapter 2180. Gathering up in the lobby, Han Sen raised his head and saw a feather woman standing beside him. She had blue eyes and blonde hair. Her snow-white wings were very attractive, and the gorgeous curves of her body were difficult to look away from. Han Sen looked around and noticed that all the tables were taken. There weren't many empty seats in the establishment. Bar was occupying a table all by his lonesome, but no one wished to sit with him. "As you please," Han Sen said casually. Then he proceeded to ignore the feather woman's presence as he went back to scoffing down his meal. Something seemed to be very wrong. The atmosphere of the place held a subtle tension, and he had the sneaking suspicion that something awry was on the verge of happening. He planned to stay there and watch whatever event was about to unfold. The feather woman ordered something to eat, but she didn't talk much. She just sat where she was quietly, and when the meal came, she began eating without making a sound. Many creatures came into the restaurant, but there were no more tables for them. They filtered through the building, looking for a spot to sit near someone else of the same race. When someone couldn't find a seat, they stood by the wall instead of leaving. Finally, a duke with the head of a bull arrived. He and a few of his kind moved over to the extreme king woman's table. They didn't say anything, and they just reached for chairs. Han Sen knew that what happened next would be entertaining. "Get lost," the extreme king woman barked before the bull-headed men had settled themselves. "Young one, don't be so cocky. That won't turn out well for you," the bull-headed duke looked on her coldly. He had no intention of heeding the extreme king's warning. He smiled as he pulled out a seat for himself. D****, Han Sen sighed. He knew those bull-headed people were brainless. Even if the duke didn't know that she belonged to Extreme King, he should have known something was off when he saw one woman sitting by herself while every other table was packed to the gills with other people. And on top of asking for a seat, he dared to provoke her with harsh words. As the bull-headed duke sat down, the woman moved her arm. Before the bull-headed man realized what had happened, he had been sent flying. Pang! The duke's airborne flight sent him crashing through a wall. He flew out of the hotel's restaurant and skidded across the ground. He struggled to get back to his feet, and blood spilled out of his mouth. Everyone looked at the extreme king woman in shock. The other bull-headed men in her proximity lurched back in fright, then started to run off. They picked up the injured bull-headed duke and fled without saying a word. Although the bull-headed duke was not a real elite, a minor slap from the woman had almost killed him. She obviously possessed a disturbing amount of power. Qingli sat down and quietly told Han Sen, "Right now, every race is thinking that the traitor is hiding someplace in Steel City. They are checking around everywhere in the hopes of finding him. The bullheads and the destroyed seem to have a connection, too. If I am guessing correctly, they were sent here to test that woman. No one expected the woman to be so strong, and so they're wondering if she is the traitor." "Do you know where the traitor comes from?" Han Sen asked. Qingli thought for a moment. "The one that betrayed the destroyed isn't actually one of the destroyed himself. He was an outsider that joined them. The destroyed did not say which race the person belongs to, so we have no clue who it might be. According to our investigation, the traitor's race has yet to be determined. And there's a good chance that the traitor can shape-shift into any race." After that, Qingli looked at the feather woman. Her eyes narrowed slightly in suspicion. Han Sen nodded and asked, "Do you know what treasure the traitor stole?" Qingli nodded and said, "There is some news, but I'm not sure whether or not it is the truth. It looks like the traitor stole a deified treasure called the Destroyed Bible. That is why the destroyed are so on edge. They really need to find that traitor and reclaim the Destroyed Bible. All the races are looking for the treasure as well. That is why the situation has become so complicated." "Where did this nugget of information come from?" Han Sen looked at her queerly. "No one knows the original source, but the topic is being discussed everywhere." Qingli looked confused, and then she went on to ask Han Sen, "Do you think it isn't true?" Han Sen shrugged. "I'm just wondering. Maybe the traitor released the news himself, hoping to stir up all this chaos. That might be the way he has managed to survive. Otherwise, something so secretive wouldn't have spread so quickly. This is just a guess, of course. I don't really know much of anything." Han Sen paused, and then went on to ask, "What is the Destroyed Bible? It sounds like a Geno art. Why is it considered a treasure, instead?" Qingli looked at Han Sen in surprise. "You've never heard of the Destroyed Bible? It's a destroyed treasure. The story goes that when the destroyed Alpha died, his xenogenic gene became a deified treasure. And it also contains the destroyed Alpha's powers. Inheriting that power is very difficult, however. No one can really understand it, so they can't make use of the destroyed Bible's power. Even so, the destroyed Bible is still their most important treasure. They cherish it because it represents their race as a whole. So, the destroyed really want the destroyed Bible back. They won't allow any other race to take it. Han Sen didn't speak, but to himself, he was thinking, a deified treasure sounds valuable indeed. Especially if it carries the power of a destroyed alpha. It is no wonder that everyone seems to be after it. Even I fancy poking around for it now. But with that being said, anyone who takes it would find much ire directed at them by the destroyed. Han Sen noticed that the destroyed marquises and dukes were staring at Zero, Han Menger, Little Angel, and the Feather Woman. Their eyes were intent. Han Sen's heart jumped, and he thought to himself, did they find out that the traitor that stole the destroyed Bible was not a man, but in fact, a woman? And then, Han Sen looked at the Feather Woman. If the traitor was a woman, then the Feather Woman really did seem suspicious. She was all alone, after all. As he looked at her, Han Sen became more and more intrigued. The woman's presence seemed like an ordinary feather marquise on the surface, but when Han Sen scanned her with his Dongxian aura, her aura seemed like nothing more than a disguise. That woman's presence actually ran really deep. It possessed a depth Han Sen's Dongxian aura could not even reach. Is she the real traitor of the destroyed? Han Sen guessed. Chapter 2181 Who is the traitor? The woman seemed to know what Han Sen was thinking. She smiled at Han Sen, but she did not say anything. Quietly, she continued eating her meal. Han Sen thought that the woman was definitely a suspicious character, but he could not be sure if she was the traitor of the destroyed or not. Han Sen thought of something, but a dragon man was already approaching his table. He sat down next to Han Sen, then looked at Zero and the rest of the girls. Marquise Han, I have heard that one of your female marquises used one arrow to almost completely obliterate Bar. That is a most impressive feat. I must wonder which of your companions were able to do such a thing. Could you tell me? When the dragon man spoke, the whole restaurant became deathly quiet. Everyone turned to look at their table. Han Sen looked at the dragon man with a quizzical expression. He had obviously been sent to verify and confirm the identity of Han Sen's companions. Han Sen wasn't surprised by this, but it was strange how a connection was drawn via the attack on Bar. When Bar heard the dragon man speak, he did not move. Obviously, Bar had to be afraid of the figure. If the man next to Han Sen was able to stay Bar's hand through fear, though, then he had to be someone of profound notoriety. Han Sen kept his gaze on the dragon man. This is my daughter Han Menger. Those two are my sisters. And this is Flower King's daughter from Narrow Moon. Her name is Qing Li. As for this feather friend, I must admit I do not know her. Han Sen introduced the rest on his table, but he didn't mention Little Silver or Little Star. After the dragon man heard what he said, he turned his eyes to the Feather Woman. He looked at her and asked, "Where have you come from? What business brings you here?" The dragon man's behavior made Han Sen certain that the destroyed traitor was in fact a woman. Either that, or the traitor at least had the ability to present themselves as a woman. If this was not the case, then the dragon man would have been sure to ask for the identity of Little Silver and Little Star. His interest remained fixed on the women, though. His sudden focus on the Feather Woman made it very obvious. Han Sen didn't think he was even bothering to hide it. The Feather Woman smiled and looked at the dragon man. I know of you, Dragon 6. Your title is Toxic Dragon Old 6. And while you are a Dragon Duke, I don't have to answer your questions. This place does not belong to the dragon. Toxic Dragon Old 6 froze. He looked at the Feather Woman and smiled. If you know who I am, then you must be aware of what I can do. You should spare yourself the trouble and cooperate. I would not like to destroy a woman. But that feather paid no mind to Toxic Dragon Old Six's threat. She smiled and said, "If I am the person you are looking for, killing me wouldn't get you what you want. And if I am not the correct person, and you did kill me, you won't get what you want and people will become suspicious. They will think that perhaps you were the one that took it. I don't think there is any sound reason for you to kill me here. So, why should I cooperate with you? I might be mistaken, of course. Are you cruel enough to slay me right here? If that is the case, then so be it." After that, the feather woman elegantly returned to eating her dish. She totally ignored the simmering anger of Toxic Dragon Old Six. The muscles in the dragon's jaw tightened, and he laughed darkly. "I won't kill you. There are 10,000 ways to make you wish you were dead. That is what I am going to do to you." After that, Toxic Dragon Old Six dragon hand clutched a dragon knife. He slowly moved to grab the woman's head. But the feather woman kept eating as if she hadn't seen it coming. Either that, or she was willing to concede. She ignored Toxic Dragon Old Six's hand completely. "Dragon 6, this is where you eat. This isn't where you sh*t. Even if she was the traitor of the destroyed, you should allow us, the destroyed, to do this ourselves. This is none of your business," a destroyed duke said coldly. When Dragon 6 heard that intrusion, his hand stilled. He looked at the destroyed duke and grinned. "You want to get me mad and goad me into killing her, just so everyone turns their attention to me? Good idea, but I'm not that stupid." After that, Toxic Dragon Old Six returned his gaze to the feather woman. He lowered his hand, got up, and returned to sit with the rest of the dragon. Han Sen was entertained. Whether or not the woman was the destroyed traitor, she was a powerful character. If she wasn't, she couldn't have remained so chill. Han Sen could see that Dragon 6 wasn't going to kill her right there, but she was very calm. And it only took her a few sentences to talk down suspicions of her identity. She made people uncertain of what to do with her. She seemed rather dangerous, but it brought an air of balance to her character. There were not many people that were able to do such a thing. There were too many suspicious things about her, though. Even if she didn't say anything more, she was still attracting every eye in the establishment. But no one would do anything to her before they figured this out. There were too many factions present with too much at stake. "I am full. I appreciate you allowing me to sit here. I believe we will meet again." The feather woman smiled at Han Sen, then she got up and went upstairs. She was living there. Powerful woman. Might she really be the traitor? Qing Li pursed her lips. Who knows? Maybe she is. Maybe she isn't. Han Sen looked around him, and he noticed all the other races were staring at them. That woman had established a connection between him and her. And because they were suspicious about her, the association made them suspicious about him and his own companions. After eating, Han Sen took his companions outside. He noticed that every elite was now gathered in Steel City. The whole town was locked down. You could only get in, and you could not get out. Apparently, the authorities believed that the traitor was indeed located somewhere in Steel City. That was a fairly sensible conclusion, or at least, Han Sen thought so. The only place to hide on planet Sodi was in its Soul City, and finding the traitor amongst the hordes of marquises there would be a very trying task. But Han Sen had to wonder why the traitor had selected planet Sodi. And he pondered what the traitor's escape plan might be. If the traitor was really there, the person might be very difficult to locate. Of course, it was only a matter of time. They would find the traitor, sooner or later. And if the traitor came here, she had to have been prepared. And if the traitor was prepared, then she had to have an escape plan. Han Sen could not think of a way in which he might manage that, though. Han Sen was giving the matter a lot of thought because he now wanted the destroyed Bible for himself. If he was able to find the traitor before everyone else, he could take it without anyone noticing. He could throw it back into the sanctuaries, and that way, no one would ever find it. It would remain hidden even if people thought he was the culprit. But right now, not even Han Sen knew who the traitor was. He did not know if the traitor had brought the destroyed Bible with them either. Chapter 2182 Messy Fight. The whole of Steel City was a chaotic mess. All the dukes and marquises had been gathered in the city, and the tension was electric. The different races all suspected one another, which led to many conflicts and brawls that served no purpose. Ultimately, the traitor stayed hidden. And above all, that meant Han Sen had no choice but to remain where he was. He was not allowed to leave. Although the rebate had been trying to negotiate, the destroyed were adamant about not permitting anyone to leave planet Sodi until the traitor was found. Those of the other races were not allowed to leave, and that included the rebate themselves. Han Sen believed there to be other individuals mixed up in this, people who were aiding the traitor in her escape. He thought much of the current chaos and anarchy was a deliberate concoction to help the true traitor get away. It was difficult to determine the truth of this, though. There were no more leads or clues, so whether the traitor was alone or working with others was impossible to confirm. And that was the reason that all the races were suspicious of each other. The next day, after Han Sen left his room, the restaurant was jam-packed with elites again. This time, however, he was unable to find a seat. Just as he was going to take his meal back to his room, though, the feather woman from the day before called him over and said, "Why don't we sit together?" Han Sen glanced over at her empty table. Although others were keen to watch her, no one dared to actually sit next to her. Han Sen knew this was because she was a very suspicious individual. No one wanted to sit with her and risk drawing attention and trouble to themselves. Their fear was more about the other elites than the woman herself. Han Sen did not care about that, though. He had already interacted with her the day before, so sitting with her again wouldn't make a difference. The suspicion wasn't going to rinse off that easily. Han Sen and his companions had just sat down when the Extreme King lady entered the restaurant. People did not know she was of the Extreme King, but her slap had made people afraid of her. The Extreme King woman, having just entered the establishment, was unable to find a seat for herself. So, she walked to the table she had used the day before. There were a few dragons sitting there that day, though. And amongst them was Dragon 6. Everyone saw the woman approach Toxic Dragon Old 6, and everyone knew immediately that they'd be in for some mid-meal entertainment. The Extreme King marched right up to the table and informed them directly, "I will allow you guys the chance to leave now." No one expected that woman to be so brash. After all, no one spoke to Toxic Dragon Old 6 like that. Everyone was very interested in seeing how he'd react to her. Toxic Dragon Old 6 rolled his eyes and then looked at the woman with flat eyes. "Why?" The woman did not speak. Instead, she just punched him. Toxic Dragon Old 6 hummed. His fist suddenly glared with a green evil breaker power, and he lifted it against the woman's mighty fist. The two powers thrummed against each other. But because the two people hadn't released all their powers, they both pulled back before they created a restaurant-destroying explosion. It looked like a tie, though, and neither of the two seemed willing to back off. But Toxic Dragon Old 6's eyes widened. He stood up and said, "Let's go." Then, he and his friends quickly left. He allowed the woman to occupy the table all by herself. Everyone watched in silence as the woman ordered her meal. No one could understand why Dragon 6 had been so willing to back off and give her his table. This also raised a few suspicions in regards to the identity of the woman. Han Sen knew that the woman hailed from Extreme King, so he knew why Dragon 6 was so willing to walk away. And furthermore, Dragon 6 had deliberately chosen that seat to test her. After that punch, Dragon 6 seemed to fully acknowledge who she was. And so, he relented. He knew he shouldn't bother her anymore. While Han Sen was still in thought, Bar lifted his bone knife and ran at Han Sen, shouting, "You will die today. Either in here or out there." Han Sen frowned. If Bar had come looking for him, that meant the man had found a way to resist the cold. Han Sen was not afraid of him, but he did find this a bit of a nuisance. Steel City was locked down, so it wasn't as if he could run away or escape. "Bar, do not be so cocky. This place belongs to the rebate." The rebate manager frowned. "So?" After Bar said that, he lost all of his patience. He lifted his knife toward Han Sen while a red and black light amassed on the blade. When he unleashed that strike, it was sure to slice the entire hotel in half. The entire lobby descended into chaos. Everyone in the knife-light's path tried to run away. No one wanted to get involved with whatever was about to happen. Han Sen kept his seat, though. He didn't move away, but he did draw a pistol and fire a shot at Bar. Bar looked murderous. The bone knife struck the incoming bullet, though. The bullet was stopped, and Bar was saved from the gunshot. That knife light had been so strong, however, that the strike kept coming. It sliced through the lobby, causing enough instability in the building to bring the whole place crumbling down. Han Sen dodged Bar's knife light. And as he did, his pistol swept smoothly up to point at Bar. He began firing without reprieve. Bar was not very good when it came to defense. He didn't even bother defending himself, and so the bullets fell on him easily. The ice light of those bullets began to spread across him, too. But this time, the ice light was unable to freeze him. A silver necklace with a gold jewel hung from Bar's neck. After the ice light exploded, the gold jewel on Bar's necklace began to glow with a lava-looking, gold flame. It melted the icy force and kept it from doing anything. "A light fire seed necklace," someone screamed, recognizing the necklace Bar was now wearing. When Bar saw that the necklace worked and that Han Sen's freezing power no longer posed a threat, he smiled. Then he looked at Han Sen with rage. He waved his knife and screamed, "I am going to eat you." Han Sen's heart jumped. He summoned his dragon wings, his dragon ear wings, and petrified his skin. He flapped his wings, and his red body teleported away from the incoming strike. Bar roared. He lifted his knife and ran after Han Senator. His eyes looked like they were on fire with the desire to kill Han Senator. The restaurant had been thrown into turmoil. No one knew who started this all, but everyone was now fighting. And as everyone fought against each other in a massive brawl, the hotel was rapidly reduced to splinters. No one knew where Toxic Dragon Old 6 came from, but he was back, and he threw a punch towards the feather woman that was near Han Sen. The woman flapped her wings and avoided the strike, though. Toxic Dragon Old 6 was unable to catch up with her. It was possible that he deliberately didn't go after the feather woman, because Toxic Dragon Old 6 seemed fine with allowing the green light shrouding his fist to come down towards Little Angel and the others. Little Angel and Zero were able to avoid the strike, but another few Xenogeneics came forward to attack them. Han Sen had stumbled outside to fight Bar, and he finally realized what was going on. People were suspicious of the girls around him, and they wanted to test out his companions. Han Sen couldn't believe it. Neither Han Menger, Little Angel, or Zero was the traitor they were looking for. But even so, it mattered little. If Han Sen's companions could be killed, that's all that mattered to the others. Somehow, they had just gained a horde of new enemies. Chapter 2183 Siege. Han Sen wanted to go back, but Bar was hounding him. He wasn't going to let Han Sen return to his friends. Toxic Dragon Old 6 missed his attack, but he did not stop. He ran towards the feather woman, with a toxic light leaking from his fist. He really was like a toxic dragon. The feather woman kept dodging, though. She maneuvered as gracefully as a dancer. She was just a marquise, and yet she was acquitting herself well against the Duke Dragon 6. He was unable to land a single blow on her. A few of the destroyed dukes were headed for Little Angel. They looked murderous and cruel, and it was clear that they planned to destroy her. As those attacks came down on Han Sen's group, a blue light suddenly shone from Han Menger. It shielded Little Angel, Zero, Little Silver, and Little Star. Pang! The destroyed dukes hit the blue shield, but none of their attacks were able to do anything. She's using Han Sen's defense treasure. One of the destroyed dukes frowned. They knew Han Sen's shield was impervious to damage, even from something that was king class in power. So, they knew right away that they'd be unable to hack their way through the shield. Good. If they have the defense treasure, then that means Han Sen has nothing to protect himself. We finally have an excuse for killing Han Sen. The destroyed duke that spoke looked cruel. He headed for Han Sen, who was leaping through the air, still engaged in combat with Bar. Stay back. He is mine. Bar shouted and swung his knife at the approaching dukes. Those destroyed dukes were almost struck by Bar. They all had to scramble and leap away, which left them angry and shocked. Bar! What are you doing? A destroyed duke shouted at Bar. I told you that he's mine, didn't I? Bar grunted as he moved in to attack Han Senator. Those destroyed dukes came to a standstill in midair, their faces turning green from Bar's rude refusal to accept their help. Ignore him. Find the traitor first, commanded a destroyed duke with hard eyes. Yes, Mr. Dia Robber. That group of destroyed dukes complied immediately, and so they all descended on the city and the women in it. The destroyed weren't the only ones doing this, though. Everyone started to attack the women who were of a different kind to themselves. They were all desperate to find the traitor. Just as Han Sen expected, everyone believed that the traitor was indeed a woman. But they did not know which race she belonged to, and so every woman became a target. Everyone started to attack without a second thought. It was absolute chaos in every direction. Their fight had cascaded until the entire city turned into a battleground. Fortunately, Han Menger and the others had the protection of the demon bug by Sima, so they were able to avoid being hit. There were no king-class elites around, so no one present could break the Bysema. The Feather Woman kept coming under attack by the furious Dragon 6, and everyone else had their eyes on her. She really did seem to be the most likely suspect. Bar attacked Han Sen in a fury. Han Sen relied on his dragon wings and break space flash to avoid him. He didn't attack Bar, though. He did not want to risk making the crazy man any stronger. Ice no longer worked on Bar. Han Sen fired volley after volley, but it wouldn't freeze him. Spells' freezing powers would only work if they hit the enemy. But now, the necklace was keeping the ice from making contact every single time. The freezing powers weren't going to work. The light fire seed necklace is one of the deified treasures of the destroyed, right? I cannot believe the destroyed let Bar use it. How much do they want me dead? Han Sen chuckled darkly, then squinted at the necklace. Han Sen knew that the most famous treasures of the destroyed were the light fire seed necklace, the dark eye ring, and the chaos statue. Bar's neck looked to be adorned by that same light fire seed necklace. Life starts with fire, and it ends with fire. The legendary light fire seed necklace had the light of fire. It was one of the strongest fire element treasures, even possessing light powers. The legend said that a deified destroyed once owned that necklace. He used it to incinerate an entire system. It was quite a scary item, if the story was true. But Bar was only a duke. He could not use the might of the necklace in full. Even so, it was more than adequate to protect its bearer from any cold powers that came against him. Unless Han Sen was king class, there was no chance of him being able to freeze Bar this time. Han Sen flapped his wings. He flew 100 meters away and fired his gun, shooting a few of the destroyed dukes that were nearby. Pang! Pang! The explosive sounds were everywhere, and the destroyed dukes were reduced to ash. Han Sen moved quickly, and he evaded each and every one of Bar's attacks. He kept shooting at the destroyed as he went, raising their death toll higher and higher. Han Sen, fight me! Bar roared, but there was nothing he could do to stop Han. Senator Dia Robber saw a duke get wasted by Han Sen, and it made him frown. Then, he went after Han Sen with his fist raised. The male face that represented light started to glow resplendently. His fist was like an actual sun, holding a incandescent godlight. Han Sen flapped his wings and disappeared. He avoided the punch and fired his gun at Dia Robber. The female face of Dia Robber represented darkness. She released a dark light. The 10 fingers were like daggers that shredded the hail of bullets Han Sen fired at them. The bullets exploded on contact, but the black power formed a bottomless black hole in the air that sucked in the bullets and swallowed their effects. They were removed from play. Dia Robber. He is mine, Bar proclaimed angrily. Then kill him before I can, Dia Robber said coldly. The bird face of the middle represented chaos, and it began to produce light. A turbulent power leaked out of him to cover a radius of 1,000 meters, and when Han Sen tried to use break space flash, he realized he was unable to teleport anymore. Bar roared. He swung his bone knife through another flurry of attacks to smite Han Senator. He didn't try to force Dia Robber to leave as he had all the other destroyed dukes. Dia Robber was coming for Han Sen now, too. The 6 arms released a trio of powers to damage Han Senator. Dia Robber continually released a chaotic power into the air around him. Break space flash did not work anymore, so Han Sen was unable to teleport away to safety. Facing the attacks of 2 dukes, Han Sen was now at a disadvantage. Han Sen relied on his movements and speed, and he had to operate at max capacity to stay ahead. But even so, it ultimately insufficient to avoid the attacks of both Bar and Dia Robber. If I was a duke, I wouldn't have to be afraid of fighting them. But I am just a marquise, and my power is far inferior to dukes like Dia Robber. Han Sen thought about how he might deal with his current enemies. There were still things he wanted to gain from this situation. Traitor. She is the traitor. Suddenly, a deafening shout came from behind them. Everyone stopped to pay attention. Chapter 2180. For the real traitor. Everyone's attention was drawn to the shout, even Han Sen's. The voice had come from Toxic Dragon Old 6. He was flecked with blood, and a black shape had been seared into his chest that looked like a woman's hand. The handprint had burned through Toxic Dragon Old 6 dragon scales, branding his chest with its black mark. Destroyed power, someone shouted. Then everyone was jumping toward the feather woman. Even Dia Robber abandoned his attack on Han Sen to deal with her. Aside from the destroyed, the only person that could use destroyed power to damage Dragon 6 in such a way had to be the destroyed traitor. Toxic Dragon Old 6 had kept pursuing that feather woman, and she had finally hurt him. Everyone was running for the feather woman now. Only Bar, who was completely obsessed with Han Sen, remained to finish what he had started. Han Sen felt glum about this, of course. But when Dia Robber left, he took his disruptive powers with him. Han Sen could suddenly use break space flash again, thankfully. Han Sen moved fast, activating break space flash as he went. Before Bar caught up with him, Han Sen rushed into a building. When Bar ripped the building apart to locate Han Sen, he couldn't find him anywhere. Han Sen! Get out here! Bar struck out furiously with his bone knife, reducing the building to smaller and smaller pieces, but he still couldn't find Han. Senator Han Sen wasn't in the mood to deal with the immortal madman. After Little Invisible cast a power on him, he became completely transparent. And furthermore, he used his Dongxian aura to mask his presence. Then he slipped out from under Bar's nose. Everyone was intent on hunting down the destroyed traitor now. Many scary powers were being hurled towards the Feather Woman, but the Feather Woman slipped by them with unbelievable grace. Despite being only a marquise, she was teleporting straight through the dukes and marquises hunting her. Even Dia Robber was unable to stop her. Dia Robber's bird head flashed. That same field of chaos was opened, and the woman fell into it. But shockingly, the woman's movement abilities weren't affected by the power. She could still teleport, and no one was able to do her any harm. You stupid people. Do you really think I am the destroyed traitor? Dragon 6 used that palm strike himself. He hit himself. It has nothing to do with me, the woman exclaimed after another successful evasion. Liar. Do you honestly expect us to believe that? A destroyed duke roared back. His desire to kill her was greater than ever. If I was the traitor, why would I make it so obvious? The woman smiled and spread her arms cockily. She did not dodge. Instead, she brought a light to the tip of her finger, and she aimed it at the destroyed duke. The destroyed duke moved his 6 arms and fired 3 separate powers. He used a tricolored godlight to counter her attack. But her godlight broke through the tricolored godlight. It branded the destroyed duke with a weird mark. The destroyed duke was suddenly turned into a miniature version of himself. His flesh and bones were all compressed and condensed together. The 3-meter-tall body was turned into little more than a sugar cube. A mark of the very high. You are of the very high. Everyone's faces went white. Those who had been going for the woman now stopped. They quickly began to scramble backward. Dia Robber seemed to realize something. He looked towards where Toxic Dragon Old 6 had been, but the dragon was nowhere to be seen. Where is Toxic Dragon Old 6? Dia Robber asked one of the other dragons. I don't know. He was here, though. The dragons felt that something was very amiss. Now, all the races started to realize that the woman was associated with the very high. They knew of her marking ability. It was a very high skill. The very high certainly couldn't have been the traitor. But Toxic Dragon Old 6 had definitely been hit by a destroyed power. If the power hadn't come from the woman, then he really must have used it on himself. Toxic Dragon Old 6 was a dragon, though. He couldn't have used a destroyed power on his own, which meant he had to have been the traitor. He had stolen the destroyed Bible. But now, he was gone. He had vanished amidst the chaos, and no one knew where he had gone. Perhaps he had even fled Steel City. Dia Robber looked at the Feather Woman and bowed. Excuse our most impolite rudeness. We will issue a proper and formal apology at a later date. Can you please tell us which direction the traitor went? The fake Toxic Dragon Old 6 had framed her. She must have seen where he went. When you guys attacked me, he escaped that way. The woman coldly pointed towards the Steel City gate. Without a moment of hesitation, everyone ran in that direction. He had left a trail as he ran, and they tracked him into some mountains. The woman watched impassively as everyone left. They wanted to find the traitor, but they also wanted to escape her wrath with all haste. The thought that they had all attacked one of the very high had given them massive chills. They sincerely hoped she'd be forgiving. The woman did not seek revenge, though. Instead, she flew up into the skies. What happened in Steel City was watched by the ships. They saw when the woman revealed herself as one of the very high, and so no one stopped her from leaving planet Sodi. The universe's #1 race, the mysterious very high. They were the strongest and most mysterious race. Even the extreme king and ancient god races were afraid of them. When the very high mark appeared, bad things tended to follow. This had happened many times through the ages, and many races had been destroyed by the very high, wiped from the annals of history. Dia Robber and his followers searched the mountains up and down, and eventually, they found the fake Dragon 6 and engaged him. Are you guys blind? Why would I be the traitor? Don't you know that the fox race is only comprised of women? They become weaker if they turn into males. Do I look like AF * king woman? Toxic Dragon Old 6 shouted as he fought back. Dia Robber saw that the man's toxic dragon evil breaker powers were real. As he fought, he asked, "What are you doing, then? Why are you running if you aren't the traitor?" "I'm not running. I'm F * king injured, and I'm looking for a place to heal." Toxic Dragon Old 6 shouted angrily. "You say you are Toxic Dragon Old 6, yes? How can you prove your identity?" Khan asked. Something seemed wrong about this whole situation. Toxic Dragon Old 6's body then seemed to turn inside out. His body was covered with toxic scales, and he looked like a humanoid but toxic dragon. He breathed out toxic gas and said, "No matter how strong a fox lady might be, she wouldn't be able to imitate a xenogenic toxic dragon body." "Oh no." Dia Robber looked horrified. When he returned to Steel City, the very high woman was gone. Chapter 2185 Taking the Bible. A small business ship was flying through the expanse of space, following a designated route. Suddenly, the crew saw a woman approaching their vessel. The ship came to a stop and opened its doors to let her in. The woman quickly entered the ship, and not long after, she was given a private room. Inside that room, the feather woman began to change her form. Her feather features started to fade away. A white tail grew from her backside, and her body became curvier than ever. Her face underwent a change, too, becoming sharp and refined. The beautiful woman then pulled a cubic object out of her pocket. It was the very high mark that had manifested when she made it look like she had condensed a destroyed. The woman threw the very high mark on the floor, and the very high mark started to shake. It rattled around for a while until a pang noise sounded. A fox-like woman with fox ears emerged. She looked exactly the same as the other beautiful woman, save for the fact that she was quite a bit younger. The fox woman scratched her bum and then got up. She snickered happily. "Sister, we made it. We managed to fool all of those people." If Dia Robber had been there, he would have been very angry. Killing the destroyed Duke with a very high mark had been merely a ruse. The shape-shifting foxes had outwitted everyone with their illusions. It was a shame that the king-class elites had been stuck outside the 6-star xenogenic space. If they had been able to observe the fox's tricks with their own eyes, they'd have known what was up. But the king-class elites were forced to watch from a distance. The two fox sisters had counted on that, putting on a show that would only fool dukes and marquises. "I told you. All those races might pretend to be tough *T around us, but they grovel like worms before the very high." Seeing the very high mark nearly scared them to death. They didn't dare stay long enough to find out the truth. Big Sister Bai Lin smiled. Little Sister Bai Fu pulled out her pink tongue and said, "Luckily, those guys were restricting each other and thought it best not to allow the king-class sorts to enter the 6-star xenogenic space. Had this not been the case, we wouldn't have been able to fool them. So, what do we do next? Let's become IPO. We can head to planet IPO, then visit the dragon after that." Bai Lin trailed off and her eyes widened. There was a punch headed for them. It shot their way like a laser, destroying the ship in the process. White light covered the two sisters as they escaped from the ship. A proud-looking woman hovered in space near the wreckage, looking at them coldly. When the Fox sisters saw the woman, they looked even more frightened. It was the powerful woman they had seen inside the Steel City restaurant. They had never expected that the woman would manage to escape the lockdown planet, pursue them, and catch up with them before they got too far away from the system. "Give me the destroyed Bible," the woman said flatly, staring at the sisters. "I don't have a clue what you are talking about. How could we have the destroyed Bible?" Bai Lin laughed. The woman's expression did not change. She just remained where she was, staring at them. Slowly, she said, "You and Toxic Dragon Old 6 performed well. But now I've caught you, and I won't allow you to deliver the destroyed Bible to the dragon. I will give you one last chance to hand it over." That woman then raised her fist. An overbearing power began to gather around it. "You are strong, but you are alone. There's no guarantee you can catch up with us either." Bai Lin frowned. "Why don't you test that theory?" The woman launched her fist right at Bai Lin. Bai Lin and Bai Fu moved, and their bodies seemed to disappear in the black of space. They soon realized that no matter how they attempted to evade that strike, they wouldn't be able to escape the punch. It was as if the woman's fist was coming from every direction at once. They were locked in. And while they could often survive dangerous situations by changing their race to hide in plain sight, that skill wouldn't help them in this situation. This punch wasn't something they could avoid. Pang! Bai Lin and Bai Fu amassed and combined their power to fight back against that incoming punch, but they both ended up being hit. They were launched through space, with trails of blood drifting away from them. They crashed into an asteroid, and the asteroid broke into fragments. Their amazing talents had allowed them to survive many attacks from a wide array of dukes, but they weren't dukes themselves. They had the power of marquises. Bai Lin recovered from the blow and gritted her teeth. Her chest began to flicker with a formation of black light. The black light swept down to her fist, and she flashed forward to punch the enigmatic woman. If the destroyed had been there, they would have identified the black light as a power of the destroyed Bible. No one could have guessed how Bai Lin was using her shape-shifting to cast the destroyed Bible's power, though. Pang! Despite the power of her attack, Bai Lin was sent flying away again. She curled slightly in pain after using the Bible, and her expression seemed stunned. "Is this? Did you just throw an extreme king punch?" The woman was not inclined to answer, and so she raised her fist once more. Bai Lin clenched her jaw again, then coughed from deep in her chest. She spat out a black light, which floated through space near her enemy. "That's for you," Bai Lin sneered. She started pulling Bai Fu away from the area. "Let's go." The Extreme King woman frowned as the two flew off. Their power was only average, but they were very quick. The Extreme King woman seemed hesitant, but she moved over to examine the black light. The black light before her was actually a black stone book. It looked old, and the cover was adorned with a triangular symbol. There was nothing else remarkable about it. It was crude and worn, and it looked like the work of an older race. Most people wouldn't have known that the old stone book was actually the prestigious destroyed Bible. The Extreme King woman knew what the object was the moment she saw it, though. Although her race was one of the most important and powerful in the universe, the Extreme King's resources were actually quite limited. Deified treasures like the destroyed Bible were difficult to come by. Securing the destroyed Bible was the woman's first priority. After that, she would go and finish off the two Fox sisters. The woman had almost touched the destroyed Bible when she stopped. She frowned and looked at the Bible. It wasn't actually floating in space as she had originally thought. "Come out." The woman stared at the Bible coldly. In response to her shout, a shadow appeared right next to the Bible. Then a gold-armored hand reached out and grabbed the book. Chapter 2186 A Punch and a Punch, $. The woman recognized the person hovering in front of her. The Extreme King were quite full of themselves, and since they always thought themselves superior to others, they didn't participate in the Geno being scroll. They did, however, keenly watch the fights that unfolded there. That was especially true of the Marquis' fights. The woman had watched each and every one of them. She recognized the gold armor Han Sen was wearing. "I will be keeping this." "You can go now," Han Sen stated, turning the destroyed Bible over in his hands. He had used Little Invisible to hide himself so he could follow Bai Lin, but he had waited until now to make a move. He hadn't wanted to take action while they were inside 6-star Xenogenic space, but as he followed the Fox sisters, he noticed the Extreme King woman was pursuing them as well. This would probably be his best opportunity to steal the destroyed Bible while pinning the crime on the Extreme King woman. Since the Fox sisters had made their escape, everyone would soon learn that the destroyed Bible had been stolen by the Extreme King. No one would believe that someone had actually confronted one of the Extreme King and stolen it back, so Han Sen would likely be safe from accusations. Even if people believed that Dollar ultimately claimed it, that wouldn't matter. No one had a clue who Dollar really was. So, Han Sen was safe. He originally planned to launch a sneak attack, but the woman had discovered his presence before he had the chance to. That surprised him. In the eyes of the Extreme King, achieving first place in the Marquis Geno being scroll is nothing more than a joke, the woman said cockily, with a snarky tilt of her head. With no hesitation, she threw a punch towards Han's senator. The incoming strike was far harder than the one he had seen before. The space around him seemed to get compressed by the overwhelming force of that punch. Space-time itself looked like it was going to freeze and shatter. Although she pretended that Dollar was beneath her notice, after seeing Dollar fighting Evil Eye and Lone Bamboo, she knew he wasn't a foe to be underestimated. She was well aware that he would be a difficult foe, so she poured all of her strength and power into that punch. Seeing the woman's punch coming for him, Han Sen used Super Spank with his left hand. Pang! When their fists collided, the force of the Extreme King's punch disintegrated into little more than dust and echoes. The woman's face paled, and she retreated with haste. But it was still too late. Her gauntlet had shattered, and the disintegrating power continued up into the rest of her armor. All she wore was turned to dust. She was left completely naked. The Extreme King woman's implacable face heated with embarrassment. She summoned another set of armor to clothe herself, but by the time she turned back to look for her opponent, Dollar was gone. Dollar, I'm going to kill you. The Extreme King woman was very angry, and her teeth gnashed. Try as she might, though, she was not going to find Dollar that day. Han Sen had returned the punch he was owed. She had sent Han Sen sprawling on Planet Blade, and he had destroyed her armor. He was only getting what he was due, they were even now. Han Sen headed to the 6-star Xenogenic space. He needed to return and let everyone know that the real Han Sen was still there. That way, he could eventually leave without raising any more suspicions. And in regards to the Extreme King woman, he had no interest in killing her. He headed back to the 6-star system immediately to avoid wasting any more time with her. After all, as long as she was left alive, Han Sen could frame her for the theft. If she was killed, that would be more difficult. The destroyed wouldn't be the only ones investigating her death, the rest of the Extreme King would also want to know what had happened. Having them descend on the investigation would be bad. Han Sen returned to 6-star Xenogenic space and met up with Little Angel. All of the races participating in the search had confirmed that the escaped woman was a shape-shifting fox. There was still hope, however. The lockdown on the 6-star Xenogenic space was yet to be lifted, so kings finally went in to look around for themselves. But they quickly came to the conclusion that the shape-shifting fox had managed to escape successfully. 2 days later, when all was done, the lockdown on the 6-star Xenogenic space was lifted. Han Sen then took his companions back to Narrow Moon. In the base on Planet Eclipse, in a secret room, Han Sen happily ran his finger along the spine of the destroyed Bible. A deified treasure. That was a pretty good gain. After a while, though, Han Sen's joy turned to frustration. No matter what he tried, he couldn't unlock the Bible or make use of its power. Han Sen combined his light and dark powers, but even so, he made no progress in casting the powers of the Bible. Han Sen couldn't even open the D*Ned book or get a glimpse of its contents. Han Sen tried a myriad of different elements, but nothing seemed to work. So, Han Sen used his Dongxian aura and purple eye butterfly to inspect the Bible. After a time of careful observation, Han Sen noticed that it was actually created through a combination of light, dark, and chaos powers. Genes are insufficient, cannot absorb deified gene. Han Sen kept hearing that announcement, telling him he was unable to absorb it. The destroyed Bible was a deified xenogeneic gene, so he couldn't absorb it since he was still just a marquise. It was the same as with the sun gold bird. I can't eat it, and neither can I make use of it. It's useless in my hands, even though it is deified. Unless I make it up to the class of deified, it can only be cast with light, dark, and chaos powers. Light and dark powers are already hard enough to simulate, and I can't simulate chaos powers at all. Unless I learn all three and combine them well, I won't be able to tap into its power. After thinking about it for a while, Han Sen decided to give it up. Han Menger pushed open the secret door and stuck her head in, then pointed at the book. "Father, can I have this book? You want to have a look?" Han Sen turned to Han Menger with some surprise. She had never asked for anything before. Han Menger nodded. She looked at the destroyed Bible and said, "That book seems to resonate with a power that is familiar to me somehow." Han Sen handed Han Menger the destroyed Bible and thought to himself, "It is possible, I suppose. Menger's blood is complicated. But I do remember the sacred leader possessing a light power. Her mother had the power of death, and my blood." As Han Sen mulled all of this over, Han Menger took the destroyed Bible. The book had shown no response while Han Sen held it, but it suddenly caught fire when she touched it. Flames wreathed the stone book, then spread to consume Han Menger's entire body. 3 different lights began to shine from the stone book's triangle. The white was light power, the black was dark power, and the gray was clearly chaos power. Each color correlated with a specific element. Chapter 2187. Watching the destroyed inheritance. The 3 lights of the triangle merged to become a swirling gray color. When you looked at the symbol from one side, the gray color shifted to black, and if you looked from the other side, the gray turned white. The triangle seemed to pulse with that mystic gray. The color stained Han Menger's power gray, as well. Han Sen could sense a frightening presence radiating from the power, and it seemed as if all that energy was going to explode. Han Menger held the Bible comfortably in one hand, as if she hadn't noticed any of the power surging around her. Her other hand flicked through the Bible's pages. From what Han Sen could see, there were many images and sections of text within. It was like he was watching a 3D movie flicker past on the pages. Although Han Sen couldn't open the book himself, he had no trouble seeing the book's content now that someone else had opened it. The images were so impressive that they made Han Sen feel like he was watching a supernova. The universe began, the universe was destroyed. Life was started, life was ended. Born from the destroyed. Live for the destroyed. Survival is the destroyed. Han Sen examined the first line of the destroyed Bible. The destroyed Bible was a deified treasure, a holy book of the destroyed race. It recorded the practices of their alphas' geno-arts, his experiences, and the understandings he had come to throughout his entire lifetime. As Han Sen read the destroyed Bible, it was like he could hear the destroyed alpha explaining geno-arts. He could see the true meaning of it all. Han Sen was delighted. Destroyed geno-arts required the user to possess all 3 powers, but Han Sen did not have chaos power. Because of this, he lacked the ability to cast destroyed powers. But the destroyed alpha's explanations clarified a whole host of things and filled Han Sen with inspiration. He was able to understand Break 6 skies much more deeply because of it. The destroyed were a part of the Break skies, and they even claimed to be the royalty of that ancient race. No matter what the case might have been, the geno-arts the destroyed alpha left behind had a connection with Break 6 skies. The things Han Sen had learned from the destroyed Geno arts gave him a vat of additional knowledge that he could apply to Break 6 Skies. Han Sen had been stuck in the first tier of Break 6 Skies. Now he was able to understand more. Proficiency with the Geno art allowed access to the second tier. And as he learned more, he would be able to keep climbing. Break 6 Skies was not a technique that could be practiced to gain greater strength. It forced a student to teach themselves to utilize their powers more effectively. However, progressing with the art required a lot of understanding and knowledge. As he studied Break 6 Skies, Han Sen sometimes felt like an ancient swordsman trying to understand how bombs were made. The Geno art required understanding rather than raw strength. If a student understood how the Geno art's powers worked, then they could control the power and unleash its full potential. And that was more than enough. Whether the practitioner was a baron or a deified elite, they could still access all tiers of Break 6 Skies. The level of power output would be the only difference between the skill being used by someone weak and someone strong. The techniques themselves would remain unchanged. Low-level nobles did not really understand that power, though. It was difficult for them to make use of Break 6 Skies. Han Sen was still in the beginning phases of learning these techniques. Or at least, he had been. By reading the destroyed Bible, he was able to understand more about how its power worked. Break 6 Skies improved greatly in a short amount of time. By merely watching as Han Menger flipped through the destroyed Bible, Han Sen's Break 6 Skies was able to progress and reach the third tier. As the content of the destroyed Bible was revealed, the grey power seeped into Han Menger's body. She stared at the destroyed Bible with an unreadable expression. The destroyed Bible began to morph in her hands. Not long after, the destroyed Bible had transformed into a grey arrow. The grey destroyed power sank into her hands and subsided. If Han Sen hadn't actually watched it happen, he never would have believed that the stone arrow she now possessed was actually the destroyed Bible. He couldn't detect even a trace of destroyed power radiating from it. Han Menger lifted the destroyed Bible and looked at Han Sr. "Father, thank you very much for this arrow." "Oh, I'm glad you like it," Han Sen stumbled. Luckily, Han Menger was rather naive, so she didn't notice his awkwardness over the whole affair. Han Sen was on the third tier of Break 6 Skies, and as he realized that, he quickly tried to recall everything he had seen from the destroyed Bible. If he had any more breakthroughs, that would be the greatest reward. Aside from Super Spank, Break 6 Skies was the strongest Geno art Han Sen had in his arsenal. When he wasn't using his dollar identity, Break 6 Skies was effective enough as a killing power to be depended on. It was a shame that Break 6 Skies was so powerful, though. If he used it in close-quarter combat, there was every chance he could blow himself up. It was fortunate that Spell provided him with 3 different weapons. Their range meant that they were the perfect tools to pair with Break 6 Skies. "Menger, stay with me for a little while. I have a Geno art I would like to teach you." If Han Sen could teach her Break 6 Skies, then she could have those destructive powers as well. Although many problems could not be solved through violence, they still needed to be able to unleash violence and overwhelm any force that happened to be aimed at them. So, Han Sen spent some time teaching his daughter. When he was done, he went to Cold Palace to accept the benefits of being the guardian. Jade Skin leveled up quickly. It would definitely reach Duke in 2 years. It was difficult to level up any Geno art from Marquise to Duke. Even if there was an abundance of resources available, it would still take a while. Higher races could usually become dukes within the space of years. If a race was of poor quality, though, they could end up taking an entire century. Han Sen was only progressing so quickly because he could absorb the deified Toad's force of ice. Such an opportunity was extremely rare. Han Sen wasn't too worried about his jade skin, but he was concerned about how things would go with the story of genes. There were no special resources for him to consume, so all he could do was slowly practice it by himself. And despite his efforts, he couldn't feel the story of genes improving. Han Sen paid attention to what happened after the destroyed Bible incident. And just as he thought, the searching races eventually found those shape-shifting foxes and confirmed that the destroyed Bible had been taken by one of the Extreme King. After learning that, no one dared to continue the investigation. Even the destroyed weren't brave enough to ask the Extreme King for the Bible. Han Sen thought there might be some trouble, but the entire matter just came to an end. It was as if the destroyed came to terms with the loss of their deified artifact, and that was that. It looks like I underestimated the effect the Extreme King have on people. They don't even dare bark. Han Sen rolled his eyes. It looked like that unlucky Extreme King woman had become the perfect scapegoat for the affair. But Han Sen knew he had to be extra careful to avoid giving the Extreme King any hint that Han Sen was actually dollar. Chapter 2188 Dive Heart Practice. A year passed. Over the course of that year, Han Sen spent a lot of time practicing jade skin. He wanted to get that up to the rank of Duke first and foremost. At that point, he would be able to absorb Duke genes. With 100 Duke genes for a base, he'd be able to level up his other Geno arts a little faster. As the year went by, Han Sen also came up with excuses to enlist more companions from the sanctuaries. From the humans, he brought over Ning Yu, Lin Feng, Tang Zhenliu, Qin Xian, Huang Fujing, Ji Qing, and Han Yan. There were also many super creatures and spirits that made the jump. Planet Eclipse did not have much in the way of high-class resources, but there were many xenogeneics. After he brought people to the Geno universe, raising them to marquis was fairly easy. Everyone's super god body was different, so Han Sen's personal experience might not translate well to each of them. They all had to discover their own paths. Han Sen only gave them the opportunity to do so. Han Sen brought such large numbers of people because he knew how powerful the many races were. There was a multitude of powerful forces in the Geno universe. Groups such as Sky Palace, the Dragon, and the Destroyed were not to be taken lightly. They were all very strong factions. Even the deified Kong Fei had to pay a high price to knock the feathers down a few pegs, and they weren't even in the top 100. The feathers didn't have anyone deified either. Han Sen would require as many elites as he could enlist if he wished to light his own lantern in the future. There was no doubting their loyalties, either. In the alliance, they were all allies. And Han Sen knew them personally. Even the spirits and creatures he brought over wouldn't want to sell out humans. Even so, Han Sen took a few precautionary measures so that, in the event someone actually did try to betray him, he could deal with the situation quickly. Han Sen's sister Han Yan was very talented. She was like Han Sen in many ways, but the development of her powers was still quite different. That was because she practiced with the falsified Sky Sutra and the Azura Sutra. She was on a different path than he was. Han Sen knew her super god body was called King Release Sky. It was different from Han Sen's own super king spirit body. Not many people had the same super god body as each other. People practiced differently than one another based on their super god bodies. Some of the differences were obvious, and some might take years to be revealed. Super god bodies were usually secret, though. And Han Sen only asked Han Yan about hers because she was his sister. He hadn't asked for the names or details of anyone else's body. Every human he brought over was a genius of their race, though. With their super god bodies, their talents wouldn't be far off those of the higher races. That meant they would gain rank quickly. With the resources available on Planet Eclipse, many of the people he had brought over managed to reach the rank of Earl within that single year. Aside from Ji Qing and Han Yan, the others were keen to explore and see more of what lay beyond that entry point to the Geno universe. And this was something Han Sen agreed to. They all wanted different things for their lives, and it wasn't as if they needed to be babysat. Planet Eclipse was only going to limit their development. They would have to explore and obtain their own resources if they really wished to grow. Han Sen didn't want to allow Han Yen to explore, however. She repeatedly asked him to let her travel, but he kept preventing her from leaving. If something happened to her, his parents would murder him. But Han Yen wasn't the sort to give up easily, and eventually, Han Sen conceded and said he'd give her a recommendation at Sky Palace. She agreed to that happily enough, at least. Ji Qing was Ji Yanran's cousin. By extension, she was Han Sen's little cousin-in-law. And the Ji family had focused quite a bit of their time and attention on her. Ji Yanran told him to take good care of her, as well, and not permit her to take any unnecessary risks. Fortunately, Ji Qing wasn't too keen on the prospect of exploring. When Han Sen brought up the subject, she smiled at him. "I have to stay next to you and keep an eye on you for Yanran. Otherwise, who knows what you'll get up to, all alone here in this Geno universe. If it was something bad, I'd feel bad for Yanran. I have Bauer as a spy. Why would I dare to do anything inappropriate?" Han Sen touched Bauer's face. "You wouldn't dare. That must mean you thought about it, but you didn't." Ji Qing smiled at Han. Senator Han Sen shrugged his shoulders. "You'll be here, and you can't go back. Even if I have such thoughts, you won't be able to tell her." Ji Qing looked surprised, and Han Sen left. Han Sen went to Cold Palace. By guarding the door, he was able to watch the tadpoles slowly become little toads. They absorbed the powers of the moons released by the deified toad, which made Han Sen quite jealous. The deified toad could use its power to produce moons to level up its babies, but Han Sen couldn't. Little Angel and Little Silver were already marquises. If they were unable to locate high-class resources, it would be much harder for them to level up. In the Geno universe, if you were not king class, you weren't really considered strong. That was why Shi Qing King and Ning Yu went exploring often. King-class elites were the true powers of the Geno universe. As the moonlight shone down on the baby toads, Han Sen put down the Cold Palace Guardian tablet and left the stone porch so he could soak in the power of the moonlight and the ice. After a year of absorbing icy powers and refining moonlight, Jade Skin might not have reached Duke, but he did understand a lot more about the ice powers and the moon powers. He was also more familiar with the deified toad's strength now. Even without the protection of the Cold Palace Guardian tablet, Han Sen wasn't frozen by the deified toad's cold powers anymore. It was very cold, of course, but he could endure it. Ordinary marquises and dukes couldn't have withstood that level of cold. Han Sen absorbed much of the deified toad's ice powers and moon powers over time, and that was how he was able to build up his resistance to the ice. His body was very strong, and his jade skin power was connected to the deified toad. They were very closely aligned. The deified toad spat out a moon atop the waterfall, and then looked at Han. Senator. Its sudden attention made Han Sen jump, but the toad did not look hostile. In fact, it looked surprised. After a while, the toad turned around and continued spitting out moon powers. The toad didn't seem to mind his presence, and that made Han Sen happy. He walked closer to the waterfall. He did not follow the little toads up it, but even that proximity was enough for him to absorb more moon powers and cold powers. The deified toad showed no desire to kick Han Sen away either. And when the moon powers were gone, the deified toad took the little toads down to the pool. The little toads left the water and went up the banks, and then they all proceeded to enter the cave in the side of the stone house. They saw Han Sen standing off to the side. Perhaps it was because he did not have the guardian tablet, but the little toads sensed him and approached him. Chapter 2189 Bad News. The little toads gathered around him, and they seemed to think he was one of them. The thought made Han Sen's heart sink, though, and he found himself thinking, "I'm not some dirty toad." After that day, Han Sen continued coming back to absorb cold and moon powers twice every month. He didn't need the Cold Palace Guardian tablet anymore, and the big toad allowed him to follow the toad family to the waterfall. He was able to absorb the moon powers right next to the deified toad. Han Sen's jade skin grew stronger far faster. Han Sen initially thought it might need another year to reach Duke rank, but it was on the precipice of that change already. He believed that if he continued this steady absorption of cold and moon powers, he'd make it to Duke in 3 months. When jade skin did become Duke, though, he'd have to track down a source of high-quality resources for himself. He couldn't rely solely on Planet Eclipse. It was a good place for early practice, but he couldn't develop fully if he remained stuck there. On that 15th of the month, when Han Sen was done guarding the door, he planned to leave Planet Blade and return to Planet Eclipse. But when he reached Isha's palace, 2 rebate butlers approached, alongside Snowbird Duke. Read latest chapters at Ellis Novel. Calm Han Sen, Moon Will King is looking for you. Please follow us to Full Moon Hall, said a butler, his face expressionless. Why is Moon Will King looking for me? Han Sen asked with a frown. Full Moon Palace was a place to hold discussions. Only the kings of Narrow Moon were allowed to debate there. It was very rare for Moon Will King to summon a marquise for an audience in Full Moon Hall. You will know when you get there, won't you? Another butler said coldly. Han Sen looked at Snowbird Duke. She was behaving strangely, holding herself a little more rigidly than usual. He did not say anything, but he just nodded to her. Moon Will King and the other kings are waiting for you. Let's go, the butler told him, apparently in a rush. Han Sen followed them to Full Moon Hall. On the ship there, Han Sen got to thinking, something bad must have happened to Isha. Otherwise, there's no way I'd be called to the Full Moon office. If something has happened to her, then my days here will be over. Things might be coming to an end. Han Sen knew that the only other person of rank in Narrow Moon who liked him was Black Moon King. The other kings were not very keen on him, despite being Isha's student. After all, Han Sen was not one of the rebate. And he had consumed many of their resources. He was just fortunate that the rebate didn't flat out hate him. If Han Sen had been able to practice really quickly, perhaps the kings would have viewed him differently. However, leveling up took Han Sen an excruciatingly long time. They did not think Han Sen would ever reach king, let alone become deified. This was one of the primary reasons they didn't think too highly of him. To them, his guardianship was just another example of his deficiency. If the post had been given to another talented marquise, that person would definitely have become a duke after so much time. No change had been observed with Han Sen, though. No change for him meant no gain for them. Han Sen was backed by Isha, but if she was gone, then the rebate wouldn't waste more resources on an outsider like him. Read latest chapters at Ellis Novel. Calm, the rebate is too small of a faction. It is a higher race that used to be a slave race. They aren't selfless, either. Only Isha was willing to help me. What a shame this is. Han Sen vented silently. He knew what was going to happen on this trip. When Han Sen reached the Full Moon office, everyone was sitting around a large table within. Almost all of the Narrow Moon kings were present. Moon Will King was in the middle. Black Moon King, Shadow King, Flower King, Night River King, and the other kings sat next to him. The table resembled a half moon, and as Han Sen walked in, they all turned their attention to him. Greetings to all the kings. After Han Sen bowed to each of them, he stood where he was without displaying any emotions. Moon Will King sighed and told Han Sen, yesterday, the Extreme King delivered some news to us. Your teacher, on her venture into the chaos system, was killed. Not even her bones remain. We are going to build a mausoleum in her honor. You were her only student, and so there are many things we must now do together. I will do whatever I am able to. May I ask how my master was killed? Han Sen bowed, feeling very strange about this. In truth, Isha was Han Sen's enemy. He had only become her student as a pretense, and Isha seemed to have accepted him as a student for reasons of her own, not because she was being altruistic. But in all the time they had spent together, Isha had treated him nicely. She had provided him with many opportunities. Without those opportunities, he might have spent 10 years wandering around, and he wouldn't have achieved half of what he had right now. So, his feelings towards Isha were very conflicted. Hearing she had died, an odd pang rolled through him. He didn't really know what he was feeling. According to the Extreme King Ambassador, she joined the siege against a deified Xenogeniac. She was swallowed by it, and so nothing of her remains, Moon Will King said with a sigh. Moon Will King's sigh was not fake. It wouldn't be easy for the rebate to raise a half-deified warrior. And Isha had been their best hope of gaining a fully deified rebate. Losing Isha was a big blow to their race. If Isha had not gone to the Extreme King, though, she wouldn't have been able to become deified by herself. If she remained in Narrow Moon, she'd have been half-deified forever. For someone like Isha, stopping there would have been worse than death. Han Sen stayed silent after hearing about her death. Being killed by a deified Xenogeniac, without so much as a bone being left behind, was something of a clean way to go out. That was very much like her own style. When Moon Will King lapsed into silence, Night River spoke. After sorting out Knife Queen's mausoleum, there will still be some things I will need you to do. You are her only student, so there are some legacy matters and items you will have to take over. I will confirm them, and later give them to you. Han Sen knew that this was the primary point. He didn't know how much of a legacy the rebate would be willing to leave him with. Han Sen was afraid he wouldn't have a say in these matters. Night River King surely didn't want to give him anything, and it was definitely going to be a one-sided decision. Han Sen had expected this, though, so he didn't say anything. He listened to what he was told, and then he left Full Moon office. He went to sort out her funeral arrangements. The Extreme King have sent the reward she was owed for the fight. It should be given to Han Sen, Black Moon King said, but before he could finish, Night River King interrupted him. Han Sen isn't one of the rebate, have you forgotten? He isn't qualified to accept it. We have discussed this already. Say no more, Night River King said firmly.